Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live. I will be taking guests soon, and when I do, I'm looking for somebody who has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, who's capable of questioning their belief. I'm not looking for debates or arguments. I'm not looking for some kind of contentious conversation where we trade insults and condescend. I'm really just looking to see if you can honestly question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? In the meantime, make sure that you're tapping the screen, sharing the live. If you haven't already hit the bent little arrow at the bottom of the screen, you can. And there are a whole bunch of different options there. You can send it to any of your friends, copy the link, post it to add it to your story, like the Batcolyte just did, or even repost it like I just did. Either one of those works. Banshee, I don't even know what chat you're talking about. Hello, Y2K Bacon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And what god do you believe in?
I believe in the God of the Bible.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Many, 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 many times.
Many times. And in those many times, did you decide if the stories in there were true and literal, or are they more metaphor? Some kind of combination thereof.
Combination thereof.
From Genesis 1 to be true and literal.
Metaphorical.
What is the metaphor involved?
Scripture says that a day is as 10,000 days, and 10,000 days is a day to the Lord. So the metaphorical representation of time, as for us, as to a deity, is not the same.
So you're saying that 10,000 days to a god. So how many years is that? Just out of curiosity.
It would be
365 days.
That would be beyond my comprehension, which is why I assume it would be metaphorical.
So beyond your comprehension, 10,000 days is beyond your comprehension.
When compared to one day, yes. Because if you live for an eternity, yes, 10,000 days may only be a season.
When you live for an eternity, 10,000 days may only be a season. So each day, according to you, could have been 10,000 days. But were the days still like in order? The 10,000 day God days, were they still the order described in Genesis 1?
Well, if you go by, he made it in 6 days, but 10,000 days is the same as a day. That would be 60,000 days. So I would be unaware because I am not eternal, nor do I live through multiple series of events that could limit my knowledge of time.
Sorry, I got a little lost there. 60,000 now. Where did the 60,000? I thought 10,000 days. Isn't 10,000 days like 27 or 28 years, something like that?
That's good math, quick. It seems like you've answered this question before. But if the 10,000 days is as a day to a god, then...
So 27 years is a day to a god.
So if it took him 6 days, it would have been 120 years? Give or take?
6 times 27. You came up with 100 and how many?
I guessed. I didn't come up with nothing, I guessed.
Kat says she's done all the math. I think it's over 127 times 6, right? So 160 something years, 62 or something like that.
Seems appropriate.
So that's how long it took God to create things, according to you.
Sure. That would be the good assumption. If we're going off metaphorical instead of literal, yes.
So that... Okay, so your God created things, but the metaphor still describes something literal, right? Are you saying that the 6 days is the metaphor for a literal 162 years?
As I would assume it, yes. What would your representation of that be?
My representation doesn't matter. I'm just kind of trying to understand why you believe it to be this way. Why do you believe that God created things in 162 years?
It is as I learned it.
Where did you learn that God created things in 162 years? Was it the Bible? Did you learn that somewhere else?
From the Bible.
From the Bible. And why do you believe the Bible?
Because it is what I was raised on.
Because it was what you were raised on. Is that a reason why it should be true?
Okay, so of the other religions that I've studied, no other religion gives a timeline, so yeah.
No other religion gives a timeline. What do you mean by that?
So I've studied multiple religions,
and which ones are those?
So in Odinism, it says Odinism. He cut a cow. So in Odinism, he cut a cow into 3 slices. He created Asgard, Midgard, and then the other realm for where the demons may roam, but there was no timeline to how long it took to create, as I have found.
So because there was no timeline in what you called Odinism, then therefore Christianity's more true.
No, it's the only thing that I have an explanation for. Not that it is or is not true.
The only thing you have an explanation for. So if another belief system provided a timeline for creation, then that would ring more.
If if the explanation gives more reasoning, then probably. I mean, that is the only thing that I, as a human, have to go off of is reasoning, and that makes it the only thing to go off of, I guess. Yeah, correct.
I'm sorry, are you in a car with the door open? Is that what we're hearing?
Yes, it is. I'm going to pick my wife up from work at the moment. I just have to be scrolling. I got my earbuds in.
Okay. It seems like then if you're going to be driving, we should probably be letting you go. But I would like to continue this discussion.
Very awesome. It should take me 5 minutes to get there, and then I will be free for the next until 12 o'clock.
Yeah. Y2K, why don't you come back when you're more available? And when you do, I'm going to want to ask you questions, and probably some of the same ones will come around again, because that was something. But yeah, it sounded like you were just a little too busy for us. Welcome in, everybody. I see a Hannah down there. Thank you, Hannah, for the shares. Thank you for the reposts, everybody. Thank you also for tapping the screen, sharing the live. We're up to 9,100 and climbing. So I appreciate all those screen taps and all the shares. Thank you also for all of your questions, your comments. And welcome to all of you. I see 96, Cassie, Birdies, Jazz, Cat in a Vat, Hannah, LJ, Witty, Zen, Nishu, Barfing Toaster, Trackdale, Phoenix, Omnis. Also, New Lamps here. Good to see you, New Lamp. Fraser, Nasty. What a name. Some of these names, I just, Fanny. No, it was that guy. Monsi, Stephen. Welcome in, all of you. Welcome, Linda. Appreciate all of you being here. If I missed your name, I'm sorry, I wasn't on the list, but thank you all for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for all of your engagement, or even just if you just showed up to fall asleep. I appreciate you. We are here just seeing if you can question your beliefs. If you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I won't be looking for a debate or a fight. I'm not looking to call you names. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Oh, yeah, I can. Absolutely. I can also, Jazz, before I do that, make sure that I thank Birdies, Cassie, and 96 for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. Cassie. Hello, Phoenix. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god do you believe in?
I guess you could say it's Spinoza's God, but it's not exactly the Abrahamic God, so I apologize for that. It doesn't have much of a personality.
What do you mean by Spinoza's god?
Spinoza was a Jewish gentleman who was ostracized from his community because he said that God is closer to the universe instead of an old man. And the Jewish community liked to believe the idea that God, fit the old man definition. Spinoza instead said that God was all-powerful, so the universe was all-powerful. And so Spinoza's have much of a personality.
So in short, your god is just the universe.
Yeah, you could say that. I don't know if I'd say it that simply, but that's close enough.
Why do you prefer to refer to it as Spinoza's god rather than shorthanding it to just the universe?
Because God would be beyond the universe. And I think Spinoza would have understood that if he was able to go into depth on that. But that's why I prefer to refer to it as Spinoza's God, because it would encompass more than the universe.
So I'm sorry, you said that Spinoza said that God is the universe. You're saying
Yes.
that if he could have gone into depth, so meaning he didn't.
Because he commented on the personality of God, saying the personality of God would be similar to the universe instead of an old man.
So because of that, you're assuming that he would have included more than the universe, that his God would have not just been pantheistic, but panentheistic, something and. Why do you conclude that Spinoza's God would have been greater than he described it to be? And how does that help you describe your God?
I guess I would just say that Spinoza had a focus on this world. My focus is on this world and any worlds beyond this one. And that's kind of why.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, though, is that you think of God in a panentheistic way, right? You think of God as the universe and everything and something more. And Spinoza, if I'm not mistaken, at least by the way you've described it, believed that the universe was God. Just simply that. So why then refer to your God as Spinoza's God if you're adding the and more that he didn't?
Because I feel that Allah is not accurate, Yahweh isn't accurate to what I follow, because those tend to have personalities very similar to humans.
What was the question I asked you?
The question you asked was, what do I believe in or follow? Isn't that correct?
Fascinating. So do you just assume the questions that you want to hear and answer those? Because I was asking a specific question about why you identify your God as Spinoza's God, when you've described Spinoza's God as just the universe, but you've described your God as the universe and more. So I'm curious, why then would you say that you believe in Spinoza's God instead of saying the universe and more, if he didn't add the more?
Well, I apologize for being unclear. The reason why I did that is because I think there's something beyond this universe, and I don't know if Spinoza was able to go into detail on that. That's why.
So is your God just the universe and more then? You believe that there is something more than what exists that is also a God?
I'm sorry for the long pause. I guess Yes, that's accurate. I'd like to add the caveat that I think the nature of divinity is very hard to understand. So referring to it as a god under most assumptions of what a god is going to lead people down a path that's not really accurate to what it actually is.
So you're saying that it's not like a personified, sort of anthropomorphized deity. It is.
Yes.
It is something wholly different and more, but that's kind of the point of the way you've described it so far, is that it's in every way, it's just more, right?
It's definitely different than how people probably make that assumption, or they tend to. My assumption is different from that, I think. And it is similar to Spinoza's assumption.
Why do you hold an assumption that there is a deity of any kind?
Fair question. And again, sorry for the long pause.
I appreciate it if it means you're thinking.
I am trying to. I guess there's a lot of forces that are not understood in the world, and I think of them as things that are divine. And I do think that what ends up happening is when these forces are understood, we realize them as something other than the previous assumed personalities. And so I would define those forces and that nature as divine or godly.
Why?
Well, I guess I could go back to the thing that I said about these forces being more than what people assumed previously, or different than what they assumed. But also, even if I'm on what would be considered the right path historically, a lot of the times there's stuff that needs to be changed in the otherwise the right path or the assumptions. I guess an example would be Marie Curie, and she helped to discover radiation and radioactive elements. But
I'm not sure how this is answering the question, though.
But it answers the question because she understood part of the universe that was otherwise misunderstood. And we now understand that radiation is dangerous because of her work. And that's why I think it's important to kind of keep trying to understand what is greater and more powerful and otherwise divine.
Understand it, but is there something there to understand that is divine, that is more powerful in the way that you're describing?
I personally think so.
Why?
I guess because we keep finding things that are beyond our understanding, and that's consistent with
Such
the nature of this. Well, we've had some people, and again, this is kind of recent, but there's a theory that dark matter is a substance without any internal friction or viscosity, and so because of that, dark matter could have a function beyond what was previously assumed. And so if we work on it enough to understand it, then we might discover something about the nature of dark matter that will help us to understand it and the cosmos around us.
But in what way will that indicate a god?
It would indicate what's intended by that divine will. Or it could.
What do you mean intended?
Intended as in planned, or a considered action that was performed. And again, there could also be a Lovecraftian concept of a god where the god doesn't think, but its existence causes things.
Is it necessarily indicative of a god because things work in a way?
Under my consideration, yes. Again, under the consideration of many people, no, because it's not seen as something with a will, a mind, or a beard and a good plan for humanity. But again, I don't think that God has to be that. I think that God can be what it is naturally. Did that make sense, or was that kind of a word salad? I'm sorry if it was.
I'm not sure why you would call it God. if it just is what is naturally?
Because I believe there's something sacred in its nature, and
what do you mean
how
by
it actually
sacred?
Sacred as in special, worthy of veneration, observing, and seeing as above me.
Is this a subjective opinion?
Yeah, this is my own subjective opinion.
What makes it worthy of veneration?
Oh, that's a very good question. I look back to how the Egyptians, saw the sun, and they personified it as Ra. But they knew that the sun see the universe as a system of forces that allows me to exist, and I venerate that system, and I think that's sacred, even if I don't always like how it works.
What about that makes it worthy?
Another fairly good question, and I guess my go-to is because it's more powerful than me. However, a tyrant could be more powerful than me, and it could be absolutely awful and horrible and worthy of condemnation. I don't think that the universe has anything against me or against people who try to do good things. And I think because of that, it's a system worth venerating, because it's power, and because when I adhere to that power, I can gain power from it by understanding it.
Phoenix, what is your best critique of your own worldview?
My best critique is that it's vague. I guess that's my go-to. It's there's still a lot for me to learn, and there's still a lot for me to place in terms of what could be discovered, and I don't know where to go.
Are there a lot of assumptions that you've built your worldview upon?
Yeah, the assumptions from the implications of, I guess, the scientific nature of the universe, and also what more religious people have seen and then decided to assign to the universe. That it's not like the universe has preached these things, it's people who decided these things. So again, if I'm claiming to support the universe or see the universe as sacred, I'm not paying attention to the universe as much as I am of people in the universe, like Spinoza. So that's worthy of critique, honestly.
What would compel you to believe that there is no God or mind or greater being?
I guess evidence that the forces that I previously assumed have an effect on me are not part of a system that is sacred or potentially beneficial to me.
Isn't, again, sacred and beneficial, though, that's all subjective, right?
I guess sacred because of if I choose to make something holy or value it, but beneficial, it's more objective because everyone can benefit from sunlight and from crops and biomatter that they can eat.
Right, but if you're existing within a system, obviously you're going to benefit from parts of that system. Otherwise, you wouldn't exist within it.
Not necessarily. Systems can be predatory, and they can destroy the citizens within.
Does it not seem that there's a balance of sorts, a sort of give and take, and in that, I suppose, is there something that should indicate that that's intentional?
That's another very good question. I guess some people talk about the Goldilocks zone, but I think the Goldilocks zone is subjective to humans that exist on Earth and assume that our Goldilocks zone is correct. But there may be other Goldilocks zones for other systems that could be lifelike, like ammonia on another planet. So, yeah, I mean, if the Goldilocks zone that humans thought of is correct, then you could claim that it's intentional. But again, we haven't really seen that in other planets or anything like that.
Do you see any reason why it should be intentional?
No, but I also don't see any reason why God should have an intent. If you look into the Lovecraft.
So without the intent, you're saying that something Lovecraftian, something unintentional could be, something unintending could exist.
Something, yeah, almost like an organism instead of a willful being with a conscience or benevolent nature. So it could be a big, massive, like, bacteria that's bigger than us forming what we know as galaxies and things like that. Those could be
that we're all just something minuscule within a greater composition of like a celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance to the Lambda Cetium model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between our bony appendages.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of thinking of it.
I see. So some kind of bat goddess wing universe, and we just exist within it, and it doesn't know that we're even here or care.
Yeah.
And as it expands,
well, it's hard to know because you'd have to understand the nature of its expansion, right?
Mm-hmm. And we wouldn't know that within it. It'd be difficult to understand the nature of that.
It may be possible, but yeah, it's one you'd have to keep looking into because obviously we don't understand it yet.
Does that make it a god, though?
To me, it would, yeah.
Why?
Because it exists as a being outside of the understanding and general power that I would have or other people would have. Common people, I guess. And in my terms of common. Common people can't move planets, by accident, but it would be able to do that.
I wonder if that makes it a god, or if that just makes it something else.
That's a very fair point. Similar to like if someone thought about a rhino as a unicorn, and it turns out that it's just a big, tough animal in Africa. So it's not mythical, but it does exist. It's just nature is completely different.
Or if somebody thought like a rock was a rhino, and then called that a unicorn, that'd be... And all it turned out to be was a pointy rock.
And so where I stand on it, I still consider it as divine, but I understand that it may not be as special as I assumed.
Mm-hmm. Does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
It does matter. If it doesn't, that might be a sigh of relief for me. If it does, I want to know what its properties are and if it has any intentions or if it has any patterns of behavior.
I asked what might verify it doesn't exist. What might verify to you that a god does exist?
And I apologize because I don't know if I gave you a sufficient answer for proof that it doesn't exist.
You didn't.
But if
nobody does.
I guess, yeah. It's just I want to be open to try to answer the question. Now, proof that it does exist, I think that would be a proof of like more ordered patterns than were previously assumed, and to find these ordered patterns contribute to a more collective and direct system, the way it would work in like an organism, like a cell, or within like a factory or something like that, where you can see there's almost some sort of pattern or plan to it. So I think that would be closer to proof for me.
Do you expect that you will ever find evidence one way or the other?
I expect that it's possible. I don't expect to have a guarantee of finding it, but I do think that it's possible, and I think it's fair to expect that it's possible within my lifetime. But I don't demand that, and I don't assume that there's going to be something special granted to me just because I look.
Does God have to exist to be meaningful to you?
Oh, no. No, I think there's wonderful stories, throughout humanity that have described gods and even like a monotheistic God that are very valuable and meaningful. My idea of God is, it has some meaning to me, but it's kind of a terrifying meaning in a way. It's because it's so vast. But stories of God's love, the Abrahamic God's love of humanity and protecting them from like the Egyptian plagues and that. I think there's meaning in that. It might be unpleasant in some ways, but there could be something beautiful in that as well that could have meaning.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Phoenix. I appreciate you coming up and answering the ones that you did. I hope that you keep asking questions. And if you find any more solid answers, definitely bring them back. I'm going to want to question those too.
Okay, thanks, Thrayle, and hail Cthulhu, I guess. All right, take care.
Take care. There was some questioning there, and I think that was a better conversation than the last time we spoke to that Phoenix. I say that Phoenix. We've encountered a few Phoenixes, but I remember him. I feel like we're still just getting started. It's been almost 30 minutes. I was a little bit late, but who's really counting? I do need to thank Jazz and Danny Grax, also Hazelnut. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Y'all are amazing. Appreciate you. But if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not looking to argue. I do just want to know if you can question that belief, and if you can, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? I'm thinking we might need something to wake us up just a little bit. I've got my blueberry coffee, but I wonder if there's something Michael V has provided that might wake us up just a little bit more.
Question your beliefs. To question a belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky. It was built beneath.
A belief question does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
I really enjoy that one. But if you enjoy questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for any kind of fight. I'm not looking for any debate or anything contentious. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Liddy B says, good evening, Satanists. If there are any Satanists, good evening to you. But I think good evening to everybody else as well, right? Hello, Liddy B. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
The Christian God.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Several times.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Not literal, no, because I'm Catholic.
What does that mean to you?
To Catholics, literal to Catholics.
So it's not literal to you. Do you believe everything that all Catholics believe? Is there like a list of beliefs you should and shouldn't hold because you're Catholic?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What's something that you have to believe to be Catholic?
Oh, something. Okay. Probably Catholic Bible.
I see. So there's a few extra books in there.
Yep. So we are the most complete Christian Bible.
What about the Ethiopian Bible? Doesn't that hold a few more books in it?
I think so. Yeah, the Ethiopian Bible might actually be more complete, but I don't know if it's. I'm not too certain how that is connected to the Catholic Bible, or if it's just more than the Catholic Bible. I'm not too sure. Yeah, I think but I have heard of it before, and I do think.
So the Catholic Bible adds extra books that you don't take literally.
No. Yeah, everyone. No, it's because if you were to take, like, I think Genesis, for example, literally, I think it would be say that the world is only like 5,000 years old.
I don't know.
I think
but it would say that it was made in 6 days, right?
Right, in 6 days. But
do you believe that 6 days, or is that something you don't take literally?
Catholics don't take that literally, no.
I find that many don't, but I have asked of a few that do, so I'm still worth asking.
Yeah, Catholics don't. Like, if they really know Catholicism, then they'll know that like the Pope says that.
The Pope says that creation didn't happen the way God said it did, or the Bible said it did.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So,
it's
do you believe the Adam and Eve story is true?
Well, that's complicated because.
How is that uncomplicated?
Well, because it's not exactly. So we were all derived from mitochondrial Eve.
What is mitochondrial Eve? Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Can you tell me what mitochondrial Eve is?
The Eve that was derived, that gives us our mitochondrial DNA. About 100,000 plus years ago.
100,000 plus?
Yes.
Are you sure?
But not that much farther back. But yeah, this is taught in Catholicism. And chromosomal Y atom.
Sorry, so chromosomal Y atom and mitochondrial Eve. And these are taught, I'm sorry, I'm not done asking my question. Are these taught as though they are a singular, like, individual person?
No, not at all.
So.
No, this is This is the most recent common ancestor of like Homo sapiens.
Most recent common ancestor. What do you mean by common ancestor?
Okay, well that gets confusing, but yeah, the most recent common ancestors of the female and male human, so Homo sapiens, is this is gosh,
And what does it
it's-
have to do with the Bible?
that's all. So scientific record, according to Catholicism, is in tandem to the canon.
I'm sorry. Scientific record is in tandem to the canon. What does that mean?
Catholic recordings of
Catholic recordings. What recordings? Like audio tape recordings, VCR. Like what kind of recordings
what?
are we talking
No,
about?
no, not at all.
Are these like
Yeah.
transcripts? What are we recording? Are you with us, Liddy, or do you need to maybe step down from the conversation for now?
No, I'm with you. Yes.
Okay. What are you saying about recordings?
The Catholic Bible. You know, 73 books or whatever it is.
Right, and we were talking about Genesis, and we were asking about I was asking you about the Adam and Eve story. You said it was complicated,
Yes.
then you started talking about mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam, and I asked you.
Well, I told
few
you about
questions
the
that didn't quite
history.
Get.
Uh,
In what way did you tell me about history? What did you tell me?
yes, according to the Catholic Bible, the ancestral. So a lot of people believe in, who are Christian, believe in creationism. But
Do
that's
you
not what-
believe in creation?
No.
You believe in
well-
science, something scientific.
That's what Catholics believe.
Do
Catholics
you,
believe
Liddy, but do you believe in?
science. Yes, of
Do you
course.
believe that a God had anything to do with the creation of the earth, or humanity, or anything like that?
I think so. Yes.
In what way?
I think that through the Bible, through the teachings of the Bible, you know.
Through the teachings of the Bible, God had something
Yes.
to do with the creation of mankind. I'm not sure I understand.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Well, to Catholics, it's not that simple, you know. Yes, but yes, God is the chief.
To
God.
Catholics, it's not that simple, or to you? Because I'm asking you about your belief in God and creation. Did a God have anything
What?
to do
I'm
with...
Catholic, so
Okay.
yeah. So I agree with
Do you answer
Catholic.
every question about yourself and your belief as Catholics this and Catholics? Like, I'm not...
Yes,
It's interesting.
because I'm Catholic.
Does it in some way separate what you are saying about your beliefs from you?
Wait, real quick. Do you hear my cat?
Yeah, I heard a cat.
You heard her? You hear her?
Mm.
Okay. You're going to continue to hear her. I'm sorry if that's distracting. But yeah, where were we? I just wanted to make sure that like it wasn't too distracting because she's loud and I hear her like
It
very
wasn't.
strongly.
Yeah, it wasn't distracting until you made it distracting.
Okay, sorry.
So you believe everything that Catholics believe. Nothing I ask you will be out of line with what Catholics believe.
100%. But Catholics, there's a lot that they
And
don't
all
not
Catholics all believe the same
believe.
thing.
Well, they might not know as much. A lot of Catholics don't know as much about the like actual dogma into what they believe. But yeah, I know because I was also that way for like the majority of my life. It wasn't until about 5 years ago that I really started to study what Catholics believe.
So Catholics and you don't believe in a literal 6-day creation.
They definitely do not.
Do you believe that God created things at all?
Yes, God created everything.
What did God create?
Everything.
When?
It could have been anywhere between 100 plus 1,000 years ago. Okay. And like 400,000 years ago.
Wow, so that narrow a window, that's when he created things.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because of the way,
So
because of
100,000
the
to
studies.
400,000 years ago. And
Yeah,
before that, nothing existed.
Prior to Neanderthals. Oh, you're saying nothing. Oh, then many, many thousands and thousands of years ago. Like millions of years ago. Like he created the earth, right? I thought you meant humans or
So
like modern humans.
So he created humans.
He created everything.
I see. So the Genesis story in chapter 1, what is the purpose of that if it's not true?
Oh, it's 100% correct. True. Yes. Not.
True.
No. But the 6 days is not literal, no.
So what is the purpose of this story?
So many different things, but teach us morals, teach us so much about the creation of where we were.
What does it teach us? When it teaches us about the order of creation, where it gives us that specific order of light and firmament and plants, sun and moon, animals,
creation of everything.
What is the purpose of that, if not to tell us how God created things in what order?
It just tells us, it's like a lovely story, about teaching us about the creation of everything.
So is it teaching us anything true?
Yeah.
What is it teaching us?
Everything was done. Yeah. It teaches us everything that was created and how it was created, but it's not a literal timeline. It's.
I see.
Yeah, in
So
Catholicism,
the timeline's not literal, the order doesn't matter. And then in the next chapter...
The order does matter.
Oh.
Yeah, the order does matter, actually.
Well, how does that make any sense?
Because
if the next chapter, it changes the order.
Okay. Where does it change the order?
Into 5, when it says before the plants he makes a man.
Okay. I don't know. In Genesis?
Yes.
Oh. I would have to look at it. I don't know. But yeah, as far as Catholicism is concerned, it's there is an order, and it.
So if the order is contradicted in the next chapter, then what order?
I know it's Googleable, but yeah, I don't know like off the top of my head. I'd have to Google it. I'm sorry if my cat is just way too loud.
Is it possible, Liddy, that there are contradictions within the Bible?
No, for sure.
Such
I
as
think
the order of creation in Genesis 1 and 2.
there might actually be, yeah. I'm not sure. I would have to Google it, but even then, I think if you know more, then you know more, and yeah, so there might be contradictions. I would say, for a fact, in the Catholic Church, there are there are definitely like reasons
Reasons.
why this might be accurate.
Reasons why this might be accurate. You mean what reasons why there might be I'm sorry, all I hear is you wrestling with your phone, so I'm going to mute you. You're saying that there's reasons why the contradictions might be accurate, reasons why the creation might be accurate. I'm not following what you're saying is accurate. You'll have to unmute to respond.
Sorry, I think it was okay. Okay.
Does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
Okay. I hear exactly what you're saying. There's a creation order. So there's a chronological sequence that is inconsistent. Genesis 2 appears to show man created before plants and animals. And animals are created before humans.
In Genesis 1.
Light is created, and then sun and the stars are created on day 4. The light is created on day 1, and then the sun and the stars are created on day 4.
So there are many contradictions.
There are many contradictions.
Does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
It does.
If there are contradictions, does that mean that one version is true and one is not? Or can both be not true?
Well, I'm not too sure. That's just the truth. This is your complementary accounts. Many scholars view Genesis 1 as a broad chronological overview. And so, oh well.
There's still a lot of questions there.
Yes. Me too. I'm like, okay.
Is it possible? Is it possible that neither of these stories are true? That these are both attempts by an ancient people to explain something that they didn't really know or understand?
Well, what makes you so positive that these are not true?
I didn't say they were or weren't.
Okay.
Excuse me. I'm just asking if it's possible for you that they are not true.
Well, I would say, I don't know.
I don't know is a fine answer.
Yeah, I just don't know.
I appreciate you, Liddy. I do. I hope
I'm very honest.
you have been honest. I really appreciate you openly and honestly answering the questions. And I would have more for you, but I want to go ahead and keep moving forward. I hope you come back another time, and hopefully I'll have more questions, and maybe you won't know the answers to those either. I look forward to it either way, though. Thank you, Liddy.
Thank you.
I want some W's in the chat for Liddy. We got to a good spot where I think Liddy has a lot more questions than perhaps she came on panel with, and I appreciated the respectful conversation. But if you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. Y2K Bacon.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for
Sounds like
allowing me
you're
back.
Yeah, sounds like you're in a quieter spot.
For the moment, yeah.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
40.
And your belief in a god or gods?
My belief is in the God of the Christian Bible.
And we were talking about this earlier, but can you remind me, have you read your Bible from beginning to end? I think you said many times. Many, many, many.
Very good memory. Yes, sir.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true and literal?
Not literal, no. Hold on, give me 30 seconds. Hold on.
Okay.
I need about 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Sorry about that. There will be no more interruptions.
For at least 10 minutes.
Give or take, yes.
So what stories are literal from the Bible?
The prophecy of salvation.
What does that mean?
So that when you die, you continue on because your essence of being is not contained in an earthen vessel. It is
Essence
contained.
of being, what does that mean?
That is something I am unaware of. That is something that I look forward to knowing at my passing. That is the metaphorical, where I believe that things are true,
I'm sorry,
but
you're
not
just
literal.
saying things you don't know.
Correct, because that
So
makes it.
why would you just say things you don't know? What
That's what
sense
makes
does that
it.
make?
That makes it a belief, not a knowledge. A
So
belief.
what is essence of being then? What were you talking about?
Through the Christian faith, it says that when you pass from this earthen vessel, you will continue life because matter cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be changed. So as you pass from this world.
Sorry, where does it say that?
In the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
It says that when you pass, you receive judgment at a white throne judgment in a neutral
Where does it
body.
say the matter thing? Where's that in the Bible?
I want to say it is in the New Testament, somewhere around Romans, that you will be raised in an incorruptible body,
The
something
matter
that is
cannot
not.
be created or destroyed. Where is that in the Bible?
It is in Romans. It says that when your earthen body dies, you continue to live in a life that is not contained.
No, that's not saying
on
matter
earth.
can't be created or destroyed. Where does it say that?
It says that in Genesis. It says that it is created by the Creator and that it will be eternal.
No, where does it say that matter can't be created or destroyed?
I am stumped, and I'll have to answer with I do not know.
If you don't know, then why would you say that that was in the Bible?
Because the Bible says that when we pass, will continue living. That means, as I assume it, that when this earthen vessel passes, I will have a life that transcends physical limits.
What does that have to do with matter not being created or destroyed?
Because as my earthen body dies, my ethereal being continues to survive.
I'm sorry, what is an ethereal?
Something not physical.
What does that mean, not physical?
The physical matter is things that can be seen. Ethereal matter are things that cannot be seen.
Ethereal means it can't be seen. So like
As I understand it, yes.
tempered glass would be ethereal. Or like air. Is air ethereal?
Air is close to ethereal.
Close to ethereal.
Because we can microscope it and we can see the molecules. Yes.
We can microscope it. So if we microscope something and can't see it, then that makes it ethereal.
So that would be something beyond light, because the smallest thing that we can see is once we use the electron microscope to zoom in.
Beyond light?
Yes. So once we
What do you
zoom
mean by
in.
beyond light?
Okay, so there are things consciousness cannot be explained.
You said you were how old again, Y2K?
40.
What year were you born?
86.
It took a long time to do the math for you, didn't it? I feel like the 10 minutes his mom gave him are up. I don't know if the music's too quiet for everybody else, but I'm enjoying it. Welcome if you are just joining us. We're here questioning beliefs. Well, I'm here questioning beliefs at the moment. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not looking to argue. I'm not looking to tear you down or make you look foolish. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
Thank you for allowing me back. My age is 36. I was born in August 1st, 1989. I am 36. I am a Leo. I believe in the God of Christianity, the one of the Bible. I do not believe that the words are literal and true. I do not believe they are literal, but I believe they are true. Now, down to the brass tacks.
Are you drunk?
Not yet, but I will be there soon. I would like to hear what you have to say about your origin through physics, because as I have learned, my vocabulary.
I find these conversations go much better when you're not inebriated. I think we'll have much better luck when you're not drinking. But that goes to anybody. If you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning that belief. I would love to have a mostly lucid conversation with you about what it is you believe and why you believe it. And not just the name of it, not just the title of what it's called, but really the structure of it, the bones of it, the acceptances, the rejections, the things that really make you question whatever it is that you believe. Probably in less than 24 hours, Y2K, I start the live the same time every night. Well, roughly that. I try. I'm late sometimes. I just gave myself shit. Nobody heard the other half of that conversation. Hello, Court of Love. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am in my 30s.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Kind of. So I've been, getting into Taoism lately. And I think that I subscribe to the Tao, like believing in the Tao. But I don't really believe in a personal God.
So you've been getting into Taoism. What does that mean to you?
I've been exploring it and holding on to it loosely. I don't necessarily... I guess I'm considering myself kind of like a baby Taoist right now. Like I'm just kind of learning about it. Examine my beliefs and make sure that I'm not like... I don't know. I want to make sure that I'm being reasonable about it.
You want to make sure that you're being reasonable about adopting Taoism.
Yes. Yes.
Have you read the entire Tao?
Like the entire Tao Te Ching? No, I haven't finished it.
Why not?
That's a great question. I am reading it now, and I just haven't finished it yet, I guess.
And you're deciding as you read it that it is, all of it is resonating with you.
I would say, because I've done a lot of like research into it, like secondary research into Taoism, like not reading primary texts as much. And yeah, so far it really resonates. But I haven't finished the Tao Te Ching, and I haven't finished the Zhuangzi yet. Are you there?
I am. Have you found anything problematic within the Tao?
Not so far. And that's surprising to me because I'm usually a pretty skeptical person. And I guess I should clarify, I'm talking about philosophical Taoism more than like the later iterations that came about that are like more like religious Taoism.
You're talking about just taking the teachings of the Tao Te Ching as a guide for you.
Well, and also I'm okay with the metaphysical claims so far. Like I don't know if I believe
a heaven.
No.
What metaphysical claims have you seen so far?
Just this idea that there's kind of a underlying cosmic principle that kind of undergirds reality, and that it is kind of the pattern of, and kind of like the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, so it's kind of an ineffable thing, so it's a little hard to.
One of the things it says in there. It's like 1, right? Is that chapter 1?
Yeah.
What chapter are you on in the Tao? Out of curiosity.
Oh, let me pull it up. I have I'm reading it on Project Gutenberg, which I don't know if it's the best translation, but it's free. I'm about halfway through, though.
You're about halfway through. There's how many chapters?
Let me pull it up. I don't want to. Okay.
So there's 81 chapters, right? At least because I said so. Take my word for it. Trust me, guy on the internet. Who's not a Taoist.
Let's see. For some reason, it's not pulling up what I was reading from.
How long have you been reading the Tao?
Well, I explored it a few years ago, and then I kind of put it aside. And then I've just recently come back to it. So, probably about a month. Before that, I was really exploring Hinduism, but I decided I just was too skeptical for some of its claims.
You were too skeptical of Hinduism's claims.
Yeah, like, I don't believe in karma. And I don't know if there's any existence after death. I'm skeptical that there is. And also, like, the idea that everything is consciousness. I'm a little skeptical of that idea as well, even though it kind of sounds cool and it's kind of beautiful in a way. I just don't know if I believe in that. I know I don't believe in karma.
You know you don't believe in karma.
Yeah.
Rather than question the belief that you've already rejected, I'm curious, what is it you think that you will gain by following the Tao?
I think maybe I'll feel more at harmony with myself and the world, and just kind of like, I think it will provide me existential comfort. I've lost some people the last few years, and it feels more honest about grief to me than things that explicitly claim that there's an afterlife. Or it feels like a way for me to be spiritual without.
Do you have your Tao handy?
The Tao Te Ching. Let me pull it up.
I'm curious. I have a couple of questions, just about a few chapters.
Sure. Let me pull it up.
I'll be curious how yours is translated as well. I'm curious if you can pull up chapter 3. We'll skip past the superficial views of good and bad.
Let's see. Chapter 3, you said? Mm-hmm. Okay.
These are short, right? Short chapters.
Yeah, they're really short.
I'm going to go ahead and read.
Yeah.
If you overesteem talented individuals, people will become overly competitive. If you overvalue possessions, people will begin to steal. Do not display your treasures, or people will become envious. The master leads by emptying people's minds, filling their bellies, weakening their ambitions, and making them become strong, preferring simplicity and freedom from desires, avoiding the pitfalls of knowledge and wrong action. For those who practice not doing, everything will fall into place. Is yours much different from that?
Yeah, mine's pretty different, to be honest.
What does yours say?
Sure. Not to value and employ men of superior ability is the way to keep people from rivalry amongst themselves. Not to prize articles which are difficult to procure is the way to keep them from becoming thieves. Not to show them what is likely to excite their desires is the way to keep their minds from disorder. Therefore the sage, in the exercise of his government, empties their minds, fills their bellies, weakens their wills, and strengthens their bones. He constantly tries to keep them without knowledge and without desire, and where there are those who have knowledge, to keep them from presuming to act on it. When there is this abstinence from action, good order is universal.
Yours is very, I don't know, kind of cold in the language.
Yeah.
But the meaning, I think, is still very similar.
Yeah.
I think some of the underlying theme there, what does that mean to you?
So, to me, it's talking about a few things. It's talking about if you are, like, in a position of power and over people, like in a government or something, like that you should put things in such a way that people will not feel rivalistic. I don't know if that's even a word.
The first part talks about rivalry. The second talks about thievery.
Yeah.
So it says not to elevate those with talent, so that there isn't a competition. And it says not to display your valuable things, so that people won't want to steal.
Yeah. And then also it talks about non-action in the latter part, and
what else? There's something pretty key here that was similar in both of our translations about what the sage does.
like keeps people from knowledge.
What is that
what you're
about?
talking? I don't think it's so. My understanding is it's not talking about knowledge as such. It's more like Taoism is very much against reification. So the idea that your model of the world becomes like you start to treat it like it's a one-to-one map of reality. And maybe I'm reading this into the text post hoc a little bit, but if I was to hazard a guess of what this is talking about, it's like keep people from presuming to believe that their frame of reality is accurate and that they have knowledge at all. That's kind of what I read it as, but maybe I'm kind of importing that into the text because I don't like the idea of a sage keeping knowledge from people. So
it's possible for you at least that you're recognizing that you might be post hoc making this kind of feel better than it is. Because on the surface, does it not read as sort of an anti-intellectual, sort of anti-education, critical thinking?
Yeah. And I feel like I would have to look at a commentary on it or something to see, because we are dealing with a translation, right?
I noticed that between both of our translations, the theme of avoiding displaying anything, whether it's talent or value, those carry over, and the avoidance of allowing anyone else to have knowledge and controlling the way the actions of those with knowledge are. Those seem to be prevalent in both of our translations.
Yeah, which is when you put it like that, because I think of Taoism as being very non-coercive, but when you put it like that, it sounds very controlling. I wonder. I want to read more about that chapter before I make a final judgment on it. It is so short. Yeah.
It's a pretty powerful. I mean, when you think about it, I'll be honest. When I read the Tao, it was how do I put this lightly? It was toilet reading. It was something I read in passing over a period of time, and absorbed little bits of. And as I read through, many of the passages stuck out as like, if I want to look at that a certain way, it can be okay, but I'm going to skip it for now. And this was one of those where it was just it kind of rubs the wrong way.
No, for sure. I think I kind of just like skipped over it to an extent, and just I think I'm looking for things that resonate, and then going, because I've been relying a lot on secondary sources, so like reading encyclopedia articles or like the internet encyclopedia of philosophy, or like different articles about Taoism, rather than just engaging directly with the primary text. I think it's allowed me to kind of rationalize things that are uncomfortable in it.
Is yours page by page? Like,
Mine's a continuous.
oh, so it's like a PDF kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a free version.
Gotcha.
So it's probably not the best translation.
That's okay. It's fair. It's an old book. It's been around a while. There's a lot of translations. I don't know how modern my translation is either. I did not read the foreword. Can you read chapter 5 for me?
Sure. Heaven and earth do not act from the impulse of any wish to be benevolent. They deal with all things as the dogs of grass are dealt with. The sages do not act from any wish to be benevolent. They deal with people as the dogs of grass are dealt with. May not the space between heaven and earth be compared to a bellows. 'Tis emptied, yet it loses not its power. 'Tis moved again, and sends forth air the more. Much speech to swift exhaustion lead we see. Your inner being guard and keep it free.
Okay. The end is poetic. It's very King James-like in the language.
I know.
I'm gonna read from mine.
Okay.
See if the meaning is still there. If we get the same sense. Heaven and earth are impartial. They treat all of creation as straw dogs. The master doesn't take sides. She treats everyone like a straw dog. The space between heaven and earth is like a bellows. It is empty, yet has not lost its power. The more it is used, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you comprehend it. It is better not to speak of things you do not understand.
Yeah, no, I think it's... I feel like I prefer your translation.
Do you know what a straw dog is? A dog of grass, as yours said.
I don't.
Something that is sacrificial. That is honored before use, but discarded. You don't believe in an afterlife, right?
No.
So what is the heaven in your metaphor for you?
In this chapter where it says heaven and earth?
Yeah, the one that's treating all of creation as a sacrificial thing.
I think it's just an indifferent... It's like a impersonal... It's almost just like a force of nature, kind of.
The space between the force of nature and the earth is like a bellows.
Let's see, not the space between heaven and earth be compared to a bellows? Well, I think that could be talking about like the cosmos and the earth, or the sky and the earth.
Is this kind of like a biblical firmament?
For me, no. I don't think it. I don't know what I don't know if the cosmology of Taoism. I don't know if it like gets into all that really.
The more you talk of it, the less you comprehend it.
Mm-hmm.
Is this just kind of a poetic deepity?
What do you mean by that?
A thing that seems
I wouldn't say so.
it is better not to speak of things you do not understand. Is it possible that the Tao risks doing exactly what it advises against?
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely possible, for sure. Because it says the Tao, which can be named, it's not the eternal Tao. Mm-hmm. And it goes on to talk about the Tao.
Give you all kinds of principles and ways, right?
Yeah.
Ways of doing things. It sounds like you're just starting this journey, and I would wonder what would happen if you continue reading with a scrutinous eye. If you keep going through, looking at the meanings, and what, if you're just trying to put band-aids over the things that rub you the wrong way.
Yeah. Because when I read, like, about it, I like it. But when I read from it, there's things that are uncomfortable.
Yeah. I would recommend questioning those things that are uncomfortable. Question the meanings behind them. And your translation may be a little bit archaic. The one I'm using is by John MacDonald. You can Google that and see if you like that better.
Yeah.
But, I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you did. I hope you keep asking questions.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. W's for that guest. He's definitely questioning. He's on a journey already. And Court, you're welcome back anytime if you've got more answers to questions or more questions. I'd be interested to see where your questions take you. Yes, Kat, you're right. There's a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there, and I think you fit in there. I think you might find, well, if nothing else, more questions. And both sidesing already has questions for you. Maybe I rushed him off too soon. I felt like we were already kind of kicking at some crumbly stones. I wanted to give him a chance to breathe. the sort of Hobbit-like music in the background. I did not expect this track to be what it is. It doesn't fit the chapter I was going to read from the Tao. There are some that are, as he said, interesting, thought-provoking, pleasant even thoughts. And this one keeps coming up when I open the book. The living are soft and yielding. The dead are rigid and stiff. Living plants are flexible and tender. The dead are brittle and dry. Those who are stiff and rigid are the disciples of death. Those who are soft and yielding are the disciples of life. The rigid and stiff will be broken. The soft and yielding will overcome. It can sound two different ways, can't it? In some ways it can sound like an authoritarian sort of imposition, a sort of threat. On the other hand, it can sound like if you keep your mind open and flexible, you will overcome. It's interesting how many of these chapters can be read different ways, with multiple meanings. I still need to get my hands on the, was it the Tao according to Pooh? What was it? I forget what it was called. I keep getting told about it in the Discord, and I haven't looked into that one. The Tao of Pooh, yes. I need to look into the Tao of Pooh and see how it compares. Oh, there's a Tao of Steve as well. Which Steve? That was my question. Who the fuck is Steve? There's a book and a movie based off the book Tao of Steve. So there's a book called Tao of Steve, and then from that there's another book based on it and a movie. Must be a good book. How difficult could it be to take the Tao and just kind of rework it to your own theme? Like, say, This one has a lot of really good artwork in it, so I keep getting stuck on that. Oh, we might have a guest before I get to do this little out loud thought experiment. That'd be awesome. If you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, not looking to make you look like a fool or to burgle your gods. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. What is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? 5 colors blind the eye, 5 notes deafen the ear, 5 flavors make the palate go stale. Too much activity deranges the mind, too much wealth causes crime. The master acts on what she feels and not what she sees. She shuns the latter and prefers to seek the former. 5. I just decided on that number 5. That's too much. 5 of anything is suddenly too much. It'll derange the mind. Like, there's almost a meaningful metaphor somewhere in there, I think, but mostly just what the fuck. Like, I wonder if when rewriting the Tao to fit a theme, like the poo theme or whatever theme you go with, do you drop the ones that don't make any sense? Or do you just 5 honeys? Like, what does it say there in the poo one? Chapter 12. I need to know now. Well, I thought we had somebody in queue a moment ago, but another poltergeist. There to sort of exist on the fringes of our perception. Not really existing. Not really requesting. appreciate you guys helping us with the goal. Thank you so much to Insomnia, 3 Pips, to Danny Grax, to Paniac, to Bridget B, and to 96. You guys are all amazing. Thank you. I've still got some blueberry coffee. Oh, it's almost time for a new cup. And I think we've got plenty more of this music to cycle through before it starts to feel too redundant. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request up. Oh yeah, that cup is nearly empty. Believe it or not, Renee, I rejected several more that sounded way more Skirbo Fair-like. Hello, Noob Trader. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What's up? 40. Almost.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Mostly Protestant, but also a lot of agnosticism.
Agnosticism?
Yeah. So,
What
like,
was
I was
the
raised
mostly-
Protestant, but, like, I feel like I'm kind of more at a agnostic place.
Do you believe that there is a god at all?
I feel like it makes sense.
What exactly makes sense?
Yeah, like the order in the universe, I feel like that part of it makes sense.
What do you mean by order in the universe?
Like there's nothing that comes from disorder that doesn't have a design. Like so I guess so like the order in the universe, the part that I'm referring to is like whenever it comes to something that's building upon itself to make itself better, usually has some type of intelligent designer behind it.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that.
From itself to make itself better, it usually has some type of intelligent designer behind it. So like it usually
From itself to make itself better, what are you talking about?
yeah, so like when we refer to how society has progressed instead of devolved, usually there's some type of intelligence behind that, right?
What are you referring to as
I'm asking you, do you think that society
what I
would
think?
progress?
So stop for a second. My opinions, my confirmations of your ideas.
My understanding of your logic.
Stop. While I'm talking, there's no reason to talk. My confirmations of your ideas are not going to make any difference to you questioning your beliefs, are they?
My understanding of your logic will.
How will your understanding of my logic change you questioning your beliefs?
It'll give credibility to your ability to make logical processes
I see.
or
So
not.
you're vetting me for logical consistency rather than actually questioning your own beliefs. I'm going to wait for an honest guest who's actually here to question their own beliefs instead of put me to some kind of test for their own gain. I'm bored with you already. Honest conversation's not hard, just.
Hey guys.
Hello, Cyberjunk. Can I get your
Hey.
age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I mean, that music is killing me, but that music is killing me right now. But anyway, yes,
Why did
I'm
you put
Christian.
that in the comments?
I'm Christian.
Why did you put what you put in the comments?
My heart chose. I was not in control.
Okay, cool. I mean, I guess thanks for raising your hand, but I'd rather not talk to someone who's openly going to be hateful about anything. I feel like we might need some way to cleanse versions of ourselves of whatever this has been. Is it a cleansing? I just thought about how woo that sounded. We won't call it that. Oh, both sidesing the shock, the absolute shock on my face right now, as I'm for the first time realizing, of course, something I couldn't have possibly thought about. When challenged to come up with a god, and I came up with the Bat Goddess and made an account because that was part of the thing. I thought it was fucking hilarious that it could be an acolyte of the Bat Goddess, the Batcolyte, and then Batcolyte is the cleansing. See, even the joke is 3 layers. I didn't realize what it would become, but we are all in the joke. But I realized something as I was just about to start that last conversation that went absolutely nowhere. I'm missing the ice I need for my blueberry coffee. So I thought of a way I could stall for some time. Thanks to Michael V.
I sit where the night falls over thought, counting the cracks in the walls of belief. Every certainty feels like a brittle branch. Every answer a shadow I can't quite reach. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. The moon laughs at all your neat categories. Darkness hums in the spaces between. I'm the echo of questions you forgot, the small thrill of things you've never seen. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Nothing is final, nothing is true, just shadows and whispers, me and you. We dance in the quiet, under the stars. As the world sleeps, we heal our scars. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Oh, maybe tonight. Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that?
And I have blueberry coffee now. I get to sip from my cup of maybe tonight. If you think you can sip from that cup, if you have the ability to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not looking for an argument. I'm not looking to display some public shaming of you and your identity or your creed. I just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Hello.
Hello, Stealthy Shrew. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 18 years old. Just turned 18 about 8 days ago now, since it's 2 a.m.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2007.
Oh man, it's too bad you didn't do the math first. I mean, after all, he was just born 8 days ago. Well, hello there, Kazoo. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you question your belief? I mean, like, that's a most iconic song. You know the guy that made that song?
Michael V did that. Yeah.
Oh my god. Talented motherfucker. Love it. Love it. Matches the vibe. Thanks for playing it for me.
Absolutely.
How's your night been?
It has been a night.
Any questioners? Anybody that's willing to be questioned their beliefs?
Yeah, actually, we've had a few guests that were clearly capable of questioning what they believe, and a couple that had no idea how to, even read a question mark, let alone the words that precede it.
Well, it is a hard question. But I know. I hope you have better luck later this evening.
Me too. It's still, it's still fairly young.
I feel like you've talked about how you haven't had like a lot of luck lately.
Well, I don't know what is luck.
Oh, come on. Okay, so you haven't had you've had like some trouble reaching some people with what you're trying to ask.
I don't know if I've had trouble reaching people. I've had trouble, I guess we've had trouble getting believing guests who are capable of questioning. But that could just be, TikTok woes, regular algorithmic slumps and the like. A lot of that could be fixed by everybody tapping the screen like they already have 55,000 times. If they did it like even more, we probably could get a few more people in here to question their beliefs.
Have you learned anything this evening? Anything new? Anything riveting?
I don't know that have I learned anything yet? I'm sure there have been things that I've adapted to my understanding. But mostly I think the best conversation so far was with the Taoist who's just started reading his book. I'm interested to see where his questioning takes him.
The book or his book?
His book, the Tao Te Ching. There's another book that he might read as well, but
I didn't know that was a book. What is that? Can you explain it to me?
The Way.
Okay.
The Tao just means the way.
Well, maybe I should look into it. Is it an interesting read?
It is interesting, actually. Let me see what it has to say. I was reading some of the problematic chapters to him, getting his take on it.
As you would.
Right.
Par for the course, yes.
When people see things as beautiful, ugliness is created. When people see things as good, evil is created. What are your thoughts on that, Kazoo?
Say it again. Good thing. What is it?
When people see things as beautiful, ugliness is created. When people see things as good, evil is created.
So that would be implied that if it's not pretty, it's beautiful. Or if it's not pretty, if it's not good, if it's not pretty, it's ugly or evil. Okay. That's the thought.
Well, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. It implies that by saying something is beautiful, then therefore there must be something that is not. An ugliness exists. Or by saying something is beautiful, you thereby create the idea of ugliness, which I think is an assumption that needs validation. Same with when you see things as good, evil is created. If evil is somehow created just by recognizing that something is good, then how do you validate that actually occurs? Or is it just that you've compared now good to something, and so you need a contrast?
That sounds more like what I was thinking it meant. I mean, you can enjoy something, you can be something beautiful, and everything else be meh. But I don't know about evil.
Can things exist without their contrast? Without their opposite?
Yeah. Not necessarily. And making label it as evil or bad is those are pretty big words.
I think that's the thought that I would be left with reading this chapter of the Tao. Is does the descriptor of something as positive necessitate that some negative descriptor must exist? And I think that on the face of it kind of seems fallacious.
I agree.
Kind of nonsensical.
I agree. I don't think that it has to be. I don't think it has to be either or. I mean, I don't think there has to always be an opposite.
But I don't know, and I'm open to questioning it.
May I ask who? Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, go ahead.
Where is this? Who wrote this? What is this? Where is this from?
Lao Tzu.
And who is this?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. That's another good one. Nobody knows. Well, when did it start? And where on Earth did it start?
According to tradition, it would be the 6th century BC in China.
In China. Well, I'm kind of interested. I might do some research on it. Somebody in the comments said it has something to do, maybe he mentioned Buddhism and Hinduism.
Not quite. Adjacent. But no.
Okay. I think I like the idea of Hinduism and Buddhism, but,
Those are two different things also, aren't they?
Well, yeah, by definition, I suppose, but I don't.
What is Hinduism?
I don't think they really have like a god, do they?
Hinduism has.
They have a ton of gods. Okay, well then I'm just talking out of my butt. Is Buddhism the one with the karma and you continue to try to do better and that's for the next life perhaps?
I think technically both of them have that.
Okay.
But it depends on which school, which tradition, and it does seem a little bit more of a well, no, it is going to depend on...
Like a self kind of thing? Have you ever been to that part of the world?
No.
Would you like to go to that part of the world?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't. But Kazoo, I'm curious.
Yeah.
I've questioned you the last few times you've been up here about duty, about your lack of belief in the Christian God. Do you believe that there is an afterlife?
That's a good question. The more I think about it, I don't think so, but there's so much study about like maybe spirits or leftover things or entities that are stuck here in a way. What do you mean? tell you about, like...
You said entities stuck here in a way.
You know how, okay, so, you know, these people go to... Well, let's just use ghost hunters. The guy with the hat, the velvet hat. They go and they try to say, you know, who's here? Are you stuck here? Do you need help to get to the other side? You know, or what have you. And people, you know, and experience things in their house that they think they see, or that might be like somebody that used to live there and they're still there in a way, right? And that there's a lot of study here on Earth about that. Humans are very curious about that, and that would imply that there is some type of... It's not just darkness. It's not just done when you die. But do I believe it? I'm not sure.
You say there's a lot of study on Earth. You mean like people do ghost investigations, but do they actually come up with evidence that ghosts exist?
No, I mean that I do believe that if people believe that there are ghosts, it's more of a belief. But I don't think it's ever 100% been like, yeah, there are ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in things like that.
Why not?
I've never seen it. I've never experienced anything like that before. But I will say that I've never looked. I'm not looking.
What would you expect to find?
But I've never. I went to a ghost hunt at a house that was historically, quote, haunted, right? And I was to hear some banging or unexplained things. I would rationally be able to probably convince myself it's just the house, and your mind is so powerful that it turns it into fear because it's unknown, and the suggestion alone that it's haunted and people are telling you that it is, then you know you come up with these conclusions that, oh, I heard the door shut, it was a ghost.
What might convince you? What do you think might really convince you that ghosts exist?
I guess I'd have to see something for myself, but even then, I could explain it away. Maybe it was a symptom of my epilepsy or stress or something.
Could you imagine some kind of evidence you couldn't explain away?
Yeah, sure. No, I don't. Well, it would have to be pretty in my face. And I can't really think of what that would be, because I don't think that it could ever happen.
I like how honest.
I'm sorry?
I like how honest you were with your thinking there. Like a quick back and forth as you process that. So, you can't think of what in-your-face kind of evidence would compel you to believe in ghosts?
I mean, I could say I could go back to, seeing things. But I would be very quick to say, no, I didn't see it. It was a fluke. It was my mind being very powerful of suggestion in some way. Like, if I would in my head, somebody would have to put that in my mind that this place I'm at is has had sightings or heard things before. That's what would be in my mind. And you know, like when you're in a cave and it's nothing but darkness, right? And after a while your brain starts to tell you that it sees things because it's desperately trying to make sense of any stimulus that it's taking in, right? And people often swear they see or hear things, but it's the mind reaching. I mean, even if I don't know, even if I was to be like hear something in my house and go, Anna, I'm a ghost, I'd be like, I want to know what Bluetooth speaker somebody's hacking. I'd unplug the Alexa. I've never not once had any experience with supernatural things.
Have you ever tried, like, gone ghost hunting?
I tried to take a tour in Jerome, Arizona, but we got there late and the tour already took off. So, but other than that, no. I guess there's part of me that also wants to. I don't wanna look for that kind of stuff. Like I don't like Ouija boards. I don't.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's a gut feeling for some reason. I don't. If there is ghosts that I have not seen, at least I don't want to open a door, and I think that's how you open doors to things like that, or you open your mind to those type of things. My husband is very. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
What does that mean, open doors?
I don't want to open my mind to. If there are ghosts, I don't want them to fucking bother me. I don't want to see it.
Wouldn't it answer questions for you?
Yeah, but I don't. I feel like if I'm gonna see a ghost or something like that, I don't want it to be prompted. Like I said, I think that the power of suggestion of your mind alone is very powerful.
Do you shy away from watching horror movies too?
No. Only the ones that have anything to do with like torture, just because it makes my stomach hurt.
But like ghost stories don't scare you.
No, because they're not real.
Anything.
I think the things that scare me that are movies are more. It's reality, not fiction.
I see. So, sorry, the music got more wild than I meant for it to.
But no, ghost stories don't scare me. Like the paranormal stuff is very cheesy to me. It's very predictable. I could probably tell you what was going to happen. I'm not. She ain't no afraid of no ghosts. No, it's not because I'm brave. It's just or trying to be tough. It's just I haven't ever seen it, and I just don't believe in it.
Would you want to see them if they exist? Would you want to know?
Would I want to know? No, I don't want to know. Because I've never tried to look, but also it doesn't affect me if there was anyway, so, whatever.
That was going to be my next question, was how might it affect you if you found out that there were ghosts everywhere?
It would only scare me. It would only prevent me from doing other things. Like, I like to go to old buildings downtown where I live. I like to go to the upper levels that aren't used. I like to look at the architecture. That's my thing. I love old buildings, and I think it would hinder me from doing things like I'm passionate about, because I don't want to, because I would be scared. And I don't want that. I don't, that's a selfish way of thinking, but I don't want it to get in the way of me doing things I enjoy. Getting a little bit of dopamine that I can get through that SSRI, you know what I'm saying? That was a joke.
Mm-hmm. No, I got it.
I don't know. It might be stubborn. It might be stupid what I'm saying, but my husband is very. He's a believer. He's very much a believer.
Like a believer in ghosts, or
yeah, he's seen things in one of his old houses growing up, but he's from Mexico, and I think that culture is very superstitious. Very superstitious. But I'll always tell my kids, if they, and I did when my daughter was young, and I do as my son is young, there are no such things as ghosts. And I tell them I'm 33 years old and I've never seen a ghost. And that's the exact same thing my father used to tell me, is when I was scared, he would say, I'm 35, I'm 40 years old and I've never seen a ghost in all of my 40 years. Don't be scared. I have, if anything, if I have feelings of unease, it comes from people.
Do you feel like it's possible that an entire existence of afterlife type beings, ghosts and ghouls and demons and the like, could all be existing right beyond your perception, and you just haven't looked for
it? Yeah, but why haven't, do they need me to look for them to bug me? Do they need me to acknowledge them first or something?
Would you?
Some people, if they hear tell stories, are like, I was in the shed getting a shovel and I saw this thing. You know what I'm saying?
I'm in the shed.
I know. You hearing anything?
Yeah.
Did you tell him, make yourself known?
No.
And
I heard a horse kick a bucket. Literally kicking a literal bucket, not being metaphorical.
And did you get scared for a second?
No.
If I heard something in my house, I would assume it was a person, and sometimes that's scarier than a ghost. Like when I go camping, if I don't go camping, but I have been camping a few times. And I'm not scared of bears or howls or weird stuff. I'm worried about footsteps of humans. I'm worried about a flashlight or something in the distance, because a human in the woods with no purpose and no tent is far scarier than a ghost.
That's a good point. I don't know how many vicious ghost attacks are reported every year.
Yeah. Me neither. I mean, demons maybe, but I don't know. You know what I think about that.
How many of those result in serious injury?
It results in going to the hospital, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And how many of those are verified demon attacks?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Both sides think like the number's probably not 0. That's frightening.
I would
question
those stories.
Cases. Yeah. I would have questions for those.
And if anything, this is another stupid thing, but we lived in my husband's bachelor pad when we moved back from Arizona when my son was born. And I didn't know that somebody had unalived themselves in the house until a week before we were moved away. Mm-hmm. And, of course my neighbors tell me this right before I leave, which I appreciate them not telling me while I live there, but I had never, not once, felt any kind of weirdness in a house or unease, even though they said previous tenants had seen or heard things. But this might sound cheesy, but I think that my family and my son, my daughter, my husband, and I think that we are I don't want to be like, we're full of love, but we have a very solid foundation in happiness and good relationship, and love is very strong. I don't think that we have any. I don't know. I don't think we have anything that would invite anything of that sort. That would open the door to that in a way.
Are you saying that's the power of love?
I think I am.
You don't need money. You don't need fame.
Well, you don't need a priest. You just need love to get those ghosts away.
Oh, I thought you were going to finish the song.
No, I don't know the song.
The power of love.
I've never heard it.
You probably have if you've ever seen Back to the Future.
You're going to be disappointed in me on that one, too.
Oh, my.
I know. I'm lame.
Kazoo.
I'm lame.
We've had this whole conversation, and it hasn't come up once, but I do have to ask. What's the fuck is wrong with you?
You changed the fucking background, bro. That's funny. Hey, dude, where do I start, man? But, a lot. I can't sit through a fucking movie anyway. They're too goddamn long. But I do have a favorite director. I do enjoy Ari Aster, who did Midsummer and Heredity, and I enjoy those kind of movies.
Interesting choice. I wonder if anybody watching enjoys questioning their beliefs, or is at least open to or amenable to the idea of questioning whatever it is that they believe in. Maybe anybody in the 80 or so people in here, if there is anybody who does, go ahead and hit that request button. Also, if not, make sure you're tapping the screen. We're at 67,000 likes, appreciate everybody who's tapped us there. And we found a cat in the vat along the way. How about that?
Cat in the vat.
How about it?
How about it?
Hi, guys.
We
Your
were
boss.
I was asking Kazoo about what it would take to convince her that ghosts existed. It's apparently going to take a lot, and she's not looking for them, so... Because why the fuck would it matter?
What kind of woo do you have left, Kazoo?
What do you mean, babe? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Just
do you have any woo left? Just
What's
duty.
woo?
That's not really woo. I don't think that's woo.
What's woo?
Woo is like anything. Well, there's many different types of woo. There is like God woo, and there is
what the fuck is woo now, don't I?
right, and there's just like general supernatural woo. There's like magical woo.
Wu-Tang.
There's
general supernatural woo. How many stars is on that general?
Wu-Tang.
2.
It's a 2-star general.
It's a 2-star general. Woo. Yep. And there's also quantum woo. Can't forget that one.
Okay, but what is woo? Like that I'm like believe in it, or that I...
Yeah, like things that people believe in with no evidence for.
I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll have to find out.
Woo?
Do I have any woo? Give me
no ghosts.
No ghosts.
No God.
No God.
No God. I mean, I believe in... I'm very scared of people.
Yeah, those are scary, but not very wooey.
Ooh, I don't know. But yeah, I guess I know what you're saying.
I don't think you have any woo.
Alien.
I'm sure I've got woo. I've got a lot of internal woo, I'm sure.
Right, aliens, Sasquatch, Nessie.
Oh, my husband. Oh, my husband's middle name must be motherfucking Sasquatch. He loves that dude. But no, don't believe in Sasquatch.
What about manifestation?
Pickles in the moonlight.
Dude, I've tried. It hasn't worked so far.
Nope, none of that. Okay.
Chupacabra.
I guess I'm not powerful. I wish I could understand manifestation. I wish I could understand it, because people talk about it a lot and say it's real and they can do it. But damn, I've tried.
Well, I feel like manifestation. I mean, like you can manifest things, right? Like if you like put your mind to something, you're probably going to get better results. Sure, right?
Right.
But outside of that, you don't just think things.
You still have to do the actions.
I mean, do I want to live in a mid-century fucking modern house that has the untouched kitchen from the 60s? I wish I could manifest that, and I can't.
I don't think there's any woo here, Thrayle.
I think she might be too smart for woo.
I think she might be too smart.
I'm not smart at all.
She just might not care about the woo.
I'm definitely not smart.
I don't like that. I think that you are definitely very smart. But anyway, we'll keep going.
I think woo. I think that I want evidence.
Right.
I can't believe people say there are ghosts, so there must be.
Am I hearing correctly? Is Kazoo is too true for woo?
Thrayle.
But I am not true for doo-doo.
I know, Rap's not here. We can say the word duty.
I got the woo and the do.
I do think this duty thing is really interesting. I have kind of heard you talk. I have heard you talk about this a few times and not really been able to engage with it. But I am interested in this duty thing. I think It's kind of beautiful.
Well, it's what I can hold on to that I know. I can see the results of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I feel it. So, you know, I see it in my children. My children are my report card, if you will.
Right.
I think the only boo I have is it's more of a scientific question of why people are wired a certain way, but that's a different conversation.
Neurochemistry, one of my favorites.
I love a nature versus nurture combo, but that's a different day.
The conclusion that I've come to as far as that's concerned is that, like, it's pretty evenly balanced, you know?
I believe that as well.
Yeah. I've seen, like, how genetics can do wild things. For example, I didn't know my biological dad until I was 25 years old, but, like, as soon as I met him, I picked up on these mannerisms, these very, like just, like, little things, right?
Some things click.
Yeah, these mannerisms that are the same between him and I. And the genetics are wild, man. You know, I didn't even know this person existed before.
But you didn't end up like him.
Right, but I did in some ways. And that was interesting to me. Like, the first time I met him, he took me out to lunch. He picked the restaurant, and it was my favorite.
I think you're cutting out, baby.
Sorry, my phone rang. It was also his favorite restaurant in that town. And we got the same thing, and we ate it the same way. Like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like there was some substitution that was made, and it was exactly the same, you know? That's weird. That's crazy.
May I ask you if you think that was a mere coincidence, or you think that was genetics? I'm not poking holes in your story. I'm just asking questions.
It could have. No, you ask questions. I'm always that.
Okay, then that's rude. I don't want to poke holes in this. That's personal, and I apologize.
I suppose it could have been a coincidence, but it wasn't. It wasn't a super popular restaurant. It wasn't a super popular. You know, it was like very specific things, and I thought that it was interesting that it made sense. It still does make sense to me, like that we would have some of the same tastes.
Sure.
And oh shit, hold on.
You gotta poop.
This is what this.
What? 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 You're giggly today. At the giggles.
I was gonna say something and then.
No, my best friend is out of gas and needed some money.
Are you sure?
Tell her to get him a fucking job. Just joking.
I'm about to say something, you know, cliche and obvious. This is what they do. And here's Kazoo. You gotta poo.
What? You know, I've been married for my husband for 10 years and I've never heard him fart.
That's a frightening thing, Kazoo.
I think so too. He's a weirdo. But, you know, never poop. I don't know. I don't even know if he poops.
It's getting a little too personal, though.
Sorry, my bad.
Why are we talking about poop?
Because you keep disappearing.
It was the duty.
And the duty did it.
I'm done with the duty with you mofos. But, that is cool that you saw those things in your biological dad. I think that's cool that you got to meet him.
Yeah, it'd be cooler if he, like, wanted me, but that's...
Oh, damn.
It's fine.
That would be cool. I understand.
It would be way cooler, But you know what? It was cool. It was very interesting, right?
And if you can be interesting in questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up like Tyler did. Tyler, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
22.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I wouldn't really say so.
Why wouldn't you say so?
Well, not yet in my life anyways.
What do you mean by not yet?
Like, I don't know, I guess I'm kind of open to, like, reason, but I haven't really thought it all out well enough yet. Have a sort of scientific worldview, I guess, largely.
What do you think might compel you to believe in a god?
Well, I don't really think that you can, like, use, like, worldly things to show that, like, a god exists. But, I guess, like, if there were really strange sort of events that sort of lined up in a way that seems, like, impossible by coincidence, maybe that would be something.
Can you give me an example?
I don't know. Well, you were just talking about, like, woo, and, like, I was kind of thinking, like, what is something that, like, I have ever thought that's, like, woo-ish? And, like, one of the things I think is, like, I used to see, like, repeating numbers, like, all the time. Like, ones, like, when I look at the clock, and I'd see it, like, constantly all the time. And, like, it was just, like, absurdly frequent, so I started to think, like, that's kind of weird.
Was your clock broken?
No. It was just, like, I'd see it on license plates, and then I'd see it on, like, zip codes, and it's just, like, all ones, just constantly.
Would it be that you just noticed the ones because you, like, thought you started to see this pattern or did start to see a pattern and then just like when you buy a car and then you see it everywhere?
Yeah.
Also, does it still occur? You kind of talk about it like it was in past tense. Do you still experience
in the past
this?
tense? Yeah. Well, there were like 2 years in a row where I was like constantly looking at it, and then like I don't know. Since I'm kind of like a science type person, I kind of like tried to figure out like if I'm looking at the clock like every 10 minutes, like what's the chance that I see it like 5 times in one day? And it was like 1% chance or something. And so I was like, that's kind of weird.
Right.
Yeah,
I like that idea of seeing numbers more than like seeing things a lot, like numbers.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like something like trying to say something or I don't know. But
is that your closest thing to woo?
Well, that I could think of right now, yeah. I'd say. I don't, like, you were talking about ghosts a little bit, like, I don't really think I believe in ghosts or anything like that.
You don't think so?
Do any of you guys?
You've never met the beach house ghosts, so that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Yeah, what?
It's one of my ghost stories.
Oh, really? What was it?
Yeah, Kat, do tell us about the beach house ghost.
You want to hear about the beach house ghosts again, Thrayle? I used to live in this house that was referred to by me and all my friends as the beach house because it's a beach house.
No.
It was right on the ocean. It was great. Anyway, I used to live in this house, and there were lots of ghosts because lots of people died there. It was scary, but not that scary. It was really interesting, and that's the beach house ghosts. They used to fuck with me while I was doing substances. They thought that was funny. So that might have had something to do with the ghosts, but...
You said it, not me.
But yeah, that's the beach house ghosts. One time though, I was completely sober and I saw a full-bodied apparition. That's all. I don't know. I'm just saying.
And one time, you say you saw. How did you verify this?
Clearly didn't.
How certain are you that you saw it?
I'm certain that I saw it, Thrayle. I'm not certain that that's what it was, but I'm definitely certain that I saw it.
On a scale of 1 to 100.
I think that the question you're asking and or the question you're trying to ask and the question that's coming out are not the same thing. How certain am I that it was there? Not certain at all. How certain am I that I saw it? Very certain.
Sometimes I mistake dreams for memories. I don't know.
Oh no, I don't sleep. It wasn't a dream. I do sleep sometimes, but just not that regularly. I definitely wasn't asleep then. But again, how certain am I that it was there? I mean, not that certain at all. Not very, very uncertain that it was there. How certain am I that that is what I experienced? I mean, I'm pretty certain that I had that experience.
And you think
whether or not that was real? Well, I mean, that's what it appeared to be. Or now, again, whether or not that was real, whether or not that's what that was actually, that's up for question.
A body apparition, you said?
Yeah, I could describe them to you if you give me a second.
Before you were ever living in this beach house, had anybody ever told you that there were ghosts that lived there?
Yeah, I've known about the ghost of the beach house since.
So
forever.
you went in there and knowing that there had been activity before?
The beach house is kind of a place for wayward people who didn't have anywhere else to go, and so a great deal of me and my friends have lived there at one point or another. So I had spent a lot of time there prior to living there.
Were you scared?
No.
So those type of things don't scare you?
No. Those things at that specific place were not scary. But I have been scared by experiences like that in the past. I have had experiences like that I found scary, but this particular place I did not ever find scary.
Did we ask Tyler what would convince him that a god exists?
Yes, you did ask that.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of said that I don't feel like worldly things can convince me of that, like empirical things.
What would convince you that ghosts exist, Tyler?
Well, that's a very testable thing. So I mean, you could definitely convince me of that with some evidence. But if you could just show it on like a camera or like a video that's like not like changed or fabricated or anything like that. But it could also like not be a visual thing, or like things moving in ways that they shouldn't be, and like verified footage that could be good.
So a verified video of a ghost.
Or just me seeing it for myself, I guess too.
Would you trust your own perceptions, your own eyes?
Generally not. I wouldn't say that I fully would. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know if you guys are like chill with this kind of thing, but sometimes I have like weed and like I don't trust my perception of time, so I might think that like 2 hours passed, so like I don't really trust that.
So if you know that your own perceptions can't be trusted at certain times, then what could you trust in relation to evidence of gods or ghosts or anything like that?
Well, there's sort of just like a general sense that you have the capacity to comprehend things, at least to a certain degree. Like, you might be in a state where you sort of like feel off, or like you feel like queasy, and then you'll say, okay, since I feel queasy or since I feel off, then I reject this. But then you might be in states where you're saying, oh, I feel normal right now. I feel like I'm lucid, and therefore I qualify what I'm seeing, or something like that.
You feel that lucid experiences should be trusted?
Certainly above less lucid ones, that's for sure.
But how do you know that anything you're experiencing is quote unquote like lucid?
I mean, that's a valid point, but it's kind of just something that you have to assume as true. I mean, if you take it to the extreme, then you could show that that's like a self-defeating like idea. Like, if you just say, oh, then I can't trust anything, then, well, the logic to come to that conclusion was also false, so it doesn't make much sense.
I think therefore I am here, huh?
Yeah, it's a similar kind of thing,
yeah. Yeah, well, I said not. You don't participate in any of that. I think therefore I am.
Oh yeah, no, that for sure. But that's only, I consider that only like one fact, the fact of existence.
So you are certain of existence?
Yes.
Why?
Basically just because of that axiom right there, I'd say.
So are you certain that I exist, or just that you exist?
Well, I'm certain that I think you exist, but am I totally certain that you exist? I mean, you could just be an AI that's really good on the other end of the mic, so I don't know. But,
you hear that, Thrayle? Tonight I'm the AI, not you.
Yeah.
Really good at what?
Really good at what? What do you mean?
You said she could be an AI that's really good on the other end of the mic. Really
Like-
good at what?
Like a advanced AI, like that's made well. And that sounds good, I guess.
Have you tried to see if she can pass a Turing test?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of consider like Turing tests like obsolete at this point, though. But I feel like a lot of the AIs now can do it. But who knows?
Well, I don't know if I have any more questions for you, Tyler. I appreciate you answering the ones that you did, but I think we're ready to move forward.
Okay, yeah. Well, that was a good conversation. Thank you.
Take care. I hope you keep asking questions.
Yes.
And big W's for Tyler in the chat. Of course, Tyler, you are welcome to join us on the Discord if you ever want to check out the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio.
W Tyler.
Oh, Jimmy should come up. He sent me something very interesting to question right before I hopped in here.
Oh.
No pressure, Jim.
None taken.
Oh, I am beside myself. So excited that you came up.
Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, I don't know. We met after Polly.
Jimmy, Kazoo, Jimmy.
Kazoo.
¿Qué pasó?
So, I don't know that I understand it, Kat, yet. I mean, I feel like I need to read more or talk to my friend Don again. But yeah, it does seem like the superposition problem in the observer is a little more complicated than...
To be completely honest, I made it like 4/5 of the way through before I stopped. So
Right.
I didn't get quite all the way to the end. It was a long video.
The beginning has the really interesting information about probability of position. That the properties of a wave are probabilities. All of this fits much more neatly into the analytic idealism model than it does into the physicalist model. But it does seem that the... Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just like, I've always understood, like, that's how I've always understood it, that it's just it's like, that it is possible that everything could just be, like, that it is possible that it is the case that everything is just broken down into, it is a probability function, right? Like, literally everything is a probability function. I've kind of always understood this that way. But I haven't ever thought of, like, it in context, like in that context, right?
Right. And background for people, my introduction to this channel was one night I requested up and I talked about the observer effect. And I was schooled, and I'm glad I was, by Thrayle and Kat on the fact that the mechanism by which and that does seem to be valid, but this is new information. So I thought I'd send it off to you.
So, what was the information? I might have missed it.
That it's not, that the mechanical interference problem doesn't answer the question of whether or not because when things are in a range of probabilities before being observed, the instrument that you use to check the measurement is in a state of probability until it's observed as well.
And I'm not explaining it very well. This was
like a Schrodinger situation.
Well, like literally everything is in a state of
Right.
everything is a probability, right? So so that also means that like kind of what is going to shift what is happening in the system because everything is in a state of probability.
I mean, for this stuff is very exciting for me because I was convinced one way, and I was convinced the other way after our conversation, and now I don't know. So it makes me want to dig in further.
I think it's funny that you ever did think you knew.
Right? Especially something like this.
Right, like this is like insanely hard to conceptualize all of it. So like, right.
Yeah, the creator, and I know nothing about this creator, so, I mean, this is just, I saw it, I sent it off. The creator was talking about that if you, let's see, if you take seriously quantum mechanics, positions and properties of what we call particles are in a state of a field of probability before they're observed. Then they somehow coalesce. Now, do they really coalesce, or is it just something about the nature of consciousness that needs them to coalesce to function at all? But that really does hint towards a much more idealistic structure of the universe. And the real word is collapse, not coalesce, but I like coalesce better. So I hope I'm not backsliding, because y'all were very convincing. I'm just looking at it again, looking at it anew.
Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. I guess Kat is looking up the...
No, I was just handling my friend's emergency still, sorry.
Oh, I thought you were looking it up.
No. Here's the thing. I can't read about these things and, like, understand them. It has to be a discussion for me. I have to, like, really be able to engage with it.
It would be great to get a physicist involved to maybe walk us through both sides.
I wonder if I know any of those.
I feel like we know a couple of them.
My brother has his doctorate in this kind of shit, but he's impossible to talk to.
And one other...
What time is it in Germany?
Sorry, I'm all excited.
It's probably morning time in Germany.
I see.
bet we maybe could see if he's awake and available.
Oh, nice.
Do you know Flobby, Jim?
Who? No, I don't think so.
He is getting a PhD in astrophysics right now.
It's 10 o'clock a.m. in Germany.
Yeah, he's getting a PhD in astrophysics, and he's here in their TikTok sphere. He hangs out, and he's great.
Cool. Yeah, I'd really like to get Don to join, but he's just so busy.
He's probably at work.
Sup, Grinch?
But I can have a conversation with Don and kind of see if he can shed any light. I think the other way to look at it is that, yes, things are in a state of superposition on the micro level, but on the macro level,
Look that up, superposition.
those differences don't matter as much, right? Because they're so small. This would be a different way of looking at it. This would be things are on the macro level in a state of superposition.
What's
But
in
there's something
superposition on the macro?
Say again?
What in the macro is in superposition?
Everything in it. That's not a precise wording.
Where does it change from micro to macro? Like, at what point are, like, you know, where's the, like, how do we determine that?
I don't know that that's very well defined.
I have another question. Why? Okay, outside of like understanding like quantum physics, which is something that I think is outside of humanity's purview at the current moment, like, why does this? What change does this have to life every day and how we conduct ourselves? What change is it going to make, whether or not it, you know what I mean?
I mean, some might say, and I think this is a little extreme, it's the difference between looking at the universe as if it is dead and looking at the universe as if it is alive.
How?
That the nature of subjectivity is fundamental to the nature of the universe. It changes our role in it.
Do you think that is something that is knowable for us as humans?
I think that it looks like it might be falsifiable, and that the opposing view is falsifiable as well. And the workarounds usually involve multiple universes and he cited two other scientists that had very complicated workarounds for the problem. But I really like that he left it open, you know?
Mm-hmm. So I actually, like, I've heard of both and I cannot, like, these were both names I was familiar with, and I cannot recall them at the moment. But the first one he cited, he basically said that he was basically saying that there is an objective truth, right? There is, like, it all is an objective thing. It's just beyond our scope, or what I understood from what he's saying, but it's beyond our scope to determine what that objectivity is. Like, we only have the way that we perceive it. And that is what I think, or what I have thought up until this point. I mean, obviously, like, my mind could be changed. I'm not, like, married to that, right? It's just the way I understand, like, reality currently. But I think, for me, it makes sense that there is objectivity in the universe. We just don't know what it is.
Right, and that incorporates the idea of a dashboard of perception, and that we're interacting with the dashboard of predictions based on that map. And all of that makes sense. And if you pause it, there's actual stuff out there. And we're looking at the map that we can perceive. That's a working model. I think this opens the possibility that all of the characteristics of the stuff that's out there are undefined or in a field of probability of position. And only position? It's as if it's as if space and time are created by perception. But if so, it does solve the problem of superposition.
Right, but I cannot see a way, like, just because I can't perceive or conceptualize this does not mean it is not the truth, but for me, it doesn't make sense that, like, it makes sense that space and time exist outside of, like, whatever we perceive. I don't think that what we perceive them to be and what they are the same. Like, I don't think that is, like, what it is, right? That's just the answer. But I do think that it does exist independently of perception. And I don't see a way that it could not. Because space and time are much older than any mind to perceive them.
Right, but so the story goes. I mean, this is how we've always visualized our universe. I think it's worth looking at it more critically.
Oh yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely, yes. I'm definitely not saying that it's not. I just think that, like, I think it's like, it's human arrogance to say that reality is somehow hinged on perception of it, even if it's not just, like, human perception, right? But, like, it does take a mind to perceive of some sort.
Yeah.
And I don't think minds have always existed, but I do think it's possible that the universe has always existed.
I think this model points to something very formless about the universe that includes space and time.
When God began to create the world, the earth was formless.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to guide us back to
I am full of the Bible jokes today, though. I'm just on fire with it. It might have been last night that I said that other really good one. What did I say?
You changed the thing.
I don't know. The answer is always I don't know, right? Like, that's always the answer.
What the fuck
but
are you talking about?
But I think that there is there's a want there maybe for this, and that's maybe what I want to question.
That's a really good point. But we have a guest.
Well, kind of. He's not a believing guest. Not kind of a guest, but not a believer. I think he has questions for you, though.
I kind of do, yeah. What do you think, Jimmy? Nice to meet you. What do you think? Can you describe to me a way to fathom beyond general human consciousness?
Dude, I got a donut.
Well, I mean, one might fathom, what the fuck is consciousness? One might fathom bat consciousness, one might fathom dolphin consciousness.
No.
Human is, we're just...
I think Grinch had something different in mind when he was
time.
So outside of consciousness, maybe the question is...
I guess to the extreme measure of what we fathom as purpose or existence in and of itself. Like, what what lies beyond that, and how can one even begin to comprehend beyond that? I'm asking, how do you get outside of the human mind?
You really can't.
Yeah, I don't know that
really,
yeah.
Right.
You can change it. You can change what you think inside of it, but I mean,
so if we do that, right? If we realize that truth, then how can we assign meaning to what consciousness is, or what our understanding of reality is generally? If you take away all of the esoteric meanings, the intrinsic thought about it, right? The realization of existence down to its bare core, how can you, of any, just how can you, the royal you,
The general you.
yeah, assign any meaning to any of it?
I mean,
for society to grasp onto, to where it's an ultimate truth.
I don't.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
That's kind of my point.
And meaning is usually a story that we tell ourselves about the importance of something. But story doesn't have any inherent existence.
Okay, maybe we're on the same page more than I thought. I guess what I'm
suspected that you were, but yeah, no.
I don't know, I guess I must have misheard something earlier. I just kind of the way that you were explaining things earlier, I kind of thought that you were like kind of assigning your connotation of existence to be a general truth, and I guess I could have been wrong.
Kat's just thinking how much she wants to see this jam session happen.
Oh my god, the Thrayle, yes, I was. Like, yes, real quick. Jimmy, this is Grinch. Grinch, this is Jimmy. You both make really cool, great music that I love.
Cool.
And I am so happy that this happened, because this is a great introduction.
Excellent. I guess, I don't know if I follow you. I should.
Well, yeah, you should.
I'll do that. I am following you. I'm already following you.
Nice.
I must have met you before.
I try to post a song a week on here.
I've been recording a song a week lately.
Nice.
I don't do anything. I don't leave my house anymore.
I guess I don't either. I should.
I'm scared to leave my house.
This is such a good introduction.
So, I mean, my background is in meditation and Buddhism. And these ideas of the, let's say, subjective origins, or the subjective notion of time and space, lack of form, they're sort of well-trodden paths in Buddhism. It's just interesting to see the subject of the double slit experiment revisited in a new way, because it does raise a lot of questions.
I do relate a lot to kind of like Zen Buddhism, and in a few different ways, but I like. Are you familiar with like Gonzo journalism?
No, I don't think so.
The Gonzo journalism is basically just like the beatniks from like the 50s. It was kind of like the proto hippie, you know. A lot of ways that Americans were introduced to Buddhism was through like Jack Kerouac, right? Like Dharma bums, On the Road, things like this. I kind of liked his practice in the same way relating to music, like how my friend Justin used to tell me all the time. This is like, if you like bands like the Ramones, or if you like The Damned, I was into a lot of proto-punk. If you like bands like that, and you ought to try to listen to the things that they listened to gain the inspiration to make the music they did. And so a lot of like American Buddhist, right? Like Duncan Trussell, or I really wouldn't call Terrence McKenna necessarily a Buddhist. Or what I call Ram Dass, an entire Buddhist himself. But it's kind of, to me, Gonzo Buddhism, so like Gonzo journalism. Is the music getting louder?
It did get a little more excitable.
I thought it was a little loud this whole time, to be completely honest.
I didn't know if I was being drowned out on purpose. I didn't know.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I was being annoying.
He's doing like what they do at the Oscars. He's trying to bring up the music. Get you out of here.
They still have What the Fuck is Existence?
No. When I'm ready to play you out, I usually just bring up a guest and start going on that way.
But no, you know what I mean, though? It's like Gonzo journalism is basically somebody who like hits the road and gathers as many ideas as they can to kind of form an understanding of humanity. And so that's kind of what I did with like kind of Buddhist lines of thought, and I do admire that. I guess is what I'm getting to. I've been up way too late. I have to work in like 3 hours.
Well, we probably shouldn't keep you too long, Grinch.
Well, I don't know if I should. I'm at that point to where should I sleep for like an hour and a half and go to work, or
You should definitely try to get some sleep, because
a little sleep
lack of sleep has work accidents, leads to work accidents and driving and all that stuff.
Says Kazoo half asleep.
Huh? What did you say?
I said, says Kazoo while half asleep.
Yeah, I should probably get off too. I gotta get up at 6 and make the coffee, make the breakfast, pack the lunches, and out the door at 7:30.
I relate.
That is the worst part of being a parent, though, to be honest, is getting ready for school and you're not even the one going.
My kids make their own breakfast and sandwiches now, and I kind of miss it.
I will hook you guys up with each other's Spotify links and such on Discord later.
yeah, I'll probably lay down. I'm kind of.
Thrayle, play that.
I
song before I go.
I will play it here in a moment, Kazoo.
You're the best, thank you.
Give Gracie my love.
I will. I kind of, I haven't done anything crazy in a month, and then I did tonight. And so I need to probably go to bed. Good night.
Good night.
Appreciate you, Grinch.
Of course.
Good night.
Big W is for Grinch. And also Kazoo. I will play you out with the one that you specifically asked for. I think it was.
Does it have a name? Because I already named it.
Well, so technically they don't have a name. Though this one has been kind of named by Cat and others.
Really?
Is this the harem?
I call it Thrayle's Arabian Nights.
Call it passed out in a late 1800s opium den.
Oh, I like that. That is great too, because it does give that vibe. In like the desert or something. In a tent. But a really dope tent. And like really awesome like Persian rugs and shit.
Persian rugs and face scarves and beautiful women in flowy pants.
Yes.
Here you go, Kazoo, before you wander off to bed.
Oh, you're the best.
But also degeneracy.
Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that?
I think we just found the guy in requests who's not going to make it to the panel. Good job.
Hand me that opium pipe. Give it to me.
Well, you can't just say things like that.
Do you have a belief in a God?
But I do appreciate you, Kazoo. I hope that you rest well.
Good night.
Good night, Kazoo.
Good night, Kazoo.
Can I just say, I love when we get those little random Grinch visits.
Yeah. It's awesome. Hello, Zavuko. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 33 years old.
You got quite a bit of background noise there. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm 33 years old, like I was saying before. And repeat the question again.
I asked if you had a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. But I also commented on the amount of background noise you have, which might be why you didn't hear me.
Understandable. I believe in me, myself, and I.
Is there any way you could get somewhere quieter?
Oh, yes. Hold on, please.
while we wait, I really do want to thank everybody for tapping us up to 90,000 likes. Appreciate everybody. Also, it seems like I've been a negligent host and let that gift goal just sit there fulfilled for far too long. So thank you, Inksomnia. Thank you, 3 Pips, Donna B. Yellow, Polly, Angel, Paniac, Jace, and Knight. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to tear you down. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Thrayle, you didn't see what I said earlier, but earlier I said that the music tonight has been lovely, and it sounds like whoever made it had a really good time making it and had a lot of fun, and I think that makes that worthwhile, no matter the methodology used.
It was a whole lot of fun.
I'm so sorry for that. I was doing 2 lives at once.
Oh, I see.
Right.
Yeah,
So sorry.
that gets confusing there.
All right. Yes.
So
now, if you don't have an Android with headphones, that does get confusing. iPhones are not meant for lives. They're like a mini computer. But anyways, yes, I believe in me, myself, and I.
So the question was, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? You said you believe in you, yourself, and you.
That is correct.
Does that mean you don't have a belief in a god?
Nope.
Why not?
Just the only thing you can do is the only thing that I can do for me is believe me, myself, and I.
Why don't you believe in a god?
I don't, but my brother do. Actually, I got twins, fraternal twins, and the triplets, identical triplets. Because my father, let's just say, he was a hardworking man.
That's fascinating. So, why don't you believe in a god?
Just wanted to believe in me, myself, and I. That's the only person.
So why don't you believe in a god?
I guess that's not for everyone.
Why did you request that?
It looked like a cool piano. I kind of figured, I can come up for a little bit and say what a great piano, what a great music, what a great voice, Hey, listen, if you want me to drop, I'll drop. I have no problem with that.
Well, Zavuko, I'm questioning people to see if they can question their beliefs. You don't have a belief in a god or gods. So the belief, I'm questioning in this case the lack of belief in a god. I could question your belief in yourself, but that doesn't seem like a very productive line of questioning at the moment. If you have a lack of belief in a gods, I'd be curious why. And what might compel you to believe, if you've ever given that thought?
Was I gonna say, can I ask you a question? Is that okay?
I mean, you can ask.
That's fine. What, if you don't mind me asking, what do you believe in? You don't gotta tell me. I'm just asking.
Yeah. Appreciate you coming up, Zavuko. I think we're going to go ahead and move on.
Okay, thank you for your time.
I didn't know if it was going to work to question the myself part of that.
You can, and there are some ways we could question it. There's some interesting conversation to be had there, but I don't think that was what that guest was looking for.
Right.
We do have a couple of, well, at least one other request. surprised that the vocal person in the comments hasn't requested up. What does that even mean? Look at another YouTube video and fine-tune your theory. Well, what do we do about another atheist in the queue? Hey, Huge Mungus, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Is it humongous? Did you mean to request him? I'm gonna guess you didn't mean to request him.
Sleeping, I think.
We appreciate the sleepers, every one of them. Thank you, guys. Hope y'all are sleeping well.
Yes, so Justice is talking about the fine-tuning theory. I thought it was a YouTube video about a particular tune.
Oh, I thought it was a fine tune. Well,
right.
What tune was so fine?
W sleepers. Also, fine tuning is one of my least favorite arguments. And also, it's really dark outside tonight, like really dark.
I had the same phenomenon here. Like, I don't know if more of the lights had burned out on the property or something was just unplugged. But yeah, the path behind the house was much darker than usual. And I took note of it.
Yeah, it feels like it's like really, really dark for whatever reason, I don't know, but it's, yeah, really dark.
Well, the two of you could not be experiencing the same weather phenomenon.
No, it's not a weather phenomenon. For me, it was just an occurrence. I said phenomenon, meaning an experience that I had.
I mean, it could possibly be the phase of the moon and the amount of stars visible in the sky. That could have something to do with why we're both experiencing this, but probably not much past that.
I think it's more coincidental. But I happen to have something unplugged or burned out. But that's a belief I'm willing to question.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be really cool to see an owl right now, because it'd stand out really like starkly against how dark it is, because they're white.
Kazoo. It might be dark because the sun is on the other side of the earth, but I'm no scientist.
That's a ridiculous theory.
You are smart.
I wish I could see this darkness, but I'm in a city. Far too much light.
Yeah, I was about to say, when you live in the middle of nowhere, like me and Thrayle do, like, the very stark darkness, like, is, kind of, it's really noticeable.
Yeah.
And it's really noticeable because you can't fucking see anything. You know when you take a shower and your hot water runs out? And that's the worst.
Yes. It's a pretty terrible feeling.
Right, well that happened to me earlier, and you know what makes that even worse is, like, it doesn't come back. Right, my hot water ran out because my propane tank was empty.
Oh yeah, that does suck.
And I was just thinking about that when it happened, and I didn't get the chance to say it earlier, so I'm saying it now. But
I hear solar hot water is really effective.
yeah, I don't know, but propane hot water is really effective until the propane runs out. Propane hot water because it is genuinely instant and it also gets really hot.
I don't know if we have any believers. I think we're gonna have to question Jim's big ego.
That was really good, Thrayle.
Anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, follow Jim. You should be following that guy. Hello, Zamani. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm gonna guess Zamani was sleeping, but we do have another request. And maybe... nope. Maybe not.
There are believers out there. They're just maybe not ready to question their beliefs.
Right. Zamani made his way back, even though he's asleep, apparently. Unless he's not. Are you there, Zamani?
Hello?
Did you make the request up?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
To get what?
I need your age. I didn't hear you.
Wait a minute.
Okay, Zamani. It sounds like there's about a minute's worth of delay between us, and I've asked you your age. So, I don't know if this conversation's really gonna work.
What's that?
Yeah, maybe another time. Hello, Parker. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, it is very fluid in my understanding and depiction of it, but I definitely believe that it can always be swayed in the sense of unearthing new understanding and always being accepting of that.
What?
So I do believe in all, ALL, all capital, so that would be my version of God that I have come to understand through studying a multitude of religions.
Can you stop? I'm sorry, can you stop and actually breathe in between statements? I think it'll help so we can understand the ends of your statements so don't just trail off into a loss of breath and this sort of vocal fry that doesn't make sense anymore.
Okay. Yes.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I got anxiety, so that's when it comes to my true understanding, it's there is God and it is all, and by that it's all the houses of humanity and life itself. So the 4 branches.
All the houses of humanity and life itself. What?
So because that's all just from what we can see on our plane. So
I'm sorry, what plane?
Of existence. We're on a frequency plane.
What do you mean by frequency?
Sound, activity, movement, vibrations. That's
sound, activity, movement, vibration. That's what frequency is to you.
Yes, it's that
echoes in the darkness. Yes. Is frequency.
It's my cat?
Yes, actually. Yeah, partly. But so this,
Let's slow down and let's back up. The first question I asked you was, do you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? And your answer?
Yes.
You're saying that the universe is probabilistic?
No, quantum fields are probabilistic, so waves are probabilistic. So
Okay.
the idea I was operating with until now was that particles have states, and when we interfere with them, either by mechanical means or through experimentation, then they collapse into a particular state. And that consciousness had nothing to do with it. But I'd just seen a TikTok post that got me thinking about and rethinking that assumption.
Okay. Was this an experiment using light?
You're talking about the double slit experiment?
The was in the video. What was the thing that the thing?
No, it was just it was a scientist and mathematician who was talking about his take on what's called the observer effect.
Okay. All right. Do you know why photons are used in a lot of these experiments?
I was sneezing. Do I know why photons are used in these experiments?
Yes. Yes. A lot of the time.
Well, I know they use electrons and protons because they're small.
Mm-hmm. Photons for okay.
I know a little about entanglement. I know that you can have
part. Oh, go ahead.
You can have what looks like two particles that behave as if they're the same particle.
Okay, and they can do that at a great distance, or any known distance as far as we can tell, right?
Right.
Okay. Do you know that photons are considered bosons?
No.
Okay.
Can you explain that?
Bosons are a type of quantum particle that do not interact with everything as much as fermions, which are generally the particles that make up what constitute you, like electrons. Electrons are fermions, protons, neutrons, things like that. The W and Z boson are fermions. I mean, the W and Z are bosons, and they're the massively interacting particles. And the bosons are less interacting than the fermions. So since a photon doesn't tend to interact as much, it's ideal for these, because generally with a fermion, to maintain a quantum superposition, you have to have it in ideal conditions. And light, since it's less, and measure it somewhere else, or shoot it at a satellite and measure it in space, because it won't interact with anything until it hits that detector in space.
Mm-hmm.
This is like a principle of quantum decoherence. So generally the particles that you and I are seeing as solid objects have already done what's called decoherence. They've become entangled with their environment. So like there's no probability measurements or changes really going on, because they've already collapsed. They've been measured by their environment and they've taken the state. The reason why they generally have to have other particles in in a vacuum over a special type of mirror suspended in a certain temperature, like 300 Kelvin, is because it will collapse and it will entangle with the environment and become the state that it's going to be in. And what they do when they measure it is they're actually entangling it with the detector or whatever that it is measuring it. Does that make sense?
Yes, somewhat.
So, like, it seems to me a lot of people, whenever they think about probability, like the universe might be changing quantum constantly at some scale, like switching positions or being in a superposition. But the only really thing that causes those interactions is generally bosons. And once they become entangled, they generally are hard to disentangle unless you separate them from the environment. So that's why we get the effect of solid matter. And the reason why, like when you drop an egg and you break it and you can't unbreak it, is because it becomes entangled with the environment at a quantum level, but you don't recognize that at a massive level because it's, you know, your eyes can't see things. There's no thing that we have that we can bounce off of a quantum particle to look at it like we could. So, like, I don't know how you would get idealism from probability of getting a certain measurement whenever you entangle a detector, entangling it with the environment.
With the environment that collapses the particle, collapses the wave.
Well, actually, photons are generally what is considered to cause the interaction, like whenever two particles interact with each other. But like all the particles that you generally observe, like in your body and your surroundings and all matter, are like already entangled with the other particles around them, and they're not going to disentangle and become quantum and change their state.
And how do we know
this? Because of the I'm not to have to explain because it's really tough. But into it and fluctuate. I don't know how the interaction with the mind in this so much as us recording the data once we've measured it or calculating lead to idealism.
No, man, I need to look further into it. So what I should look at is quantum decoherence, am I right?
Yes, and entanglement, and it's more or less the same thing. But a lot of people don't get that part because it's sort of the big press catching line is that two particles can become entangled and separated and then measured, and they yield, you know, correlating results. The environment is entangled.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
On the macros. It's kind of hard to explain a lot of these things without going into metaphor. I think that's what makes it so difficult a lot of the time. And certain terms do.
Energy.
Photons traveling backwards in time when passing through a cube, and What
it was there was a negative value recorded, and somehow it got lost in translation from the paper to the article and became traveling backwards in time.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
But yeah. So I hope I did an okay job at explaining what I was trying to explain. I don't suppose you recall a lot on anything.
I'll try and send it to you. I don't want to leave the live to do it, but yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts about it. And also you've raised a lot of more questions, which is awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad. Seemed like you have it's something you've just watched and you don't have. And I really need to hear this from, I need to hear that position from more than one person. But yeah, it was an exciting thing to think about. Now, it may be that it's making an assumption. In everyday objects, which you're saying is not a thing. There's parts of ideas that are exposed to the public, and other things aren't really considered, and some people are more. That seems kind of dualistic to me. But if you actually look at what every word means, and you comes up with the math, like probabilistic is going to be math. So like a calculation, I see a lot of like a wave function is the math, and the collapse is a physical interaction whenever.
I do think superposition and contraction.
Yes, and also photons as a fermion. I mean, as a boson. They've been able to do a lot of these experiments is because photons can travel, obviously, through great distances and not interact with anything between here or there because space is mostly empty and it doesn't really interact with air. So, like, it doesn't really collapse until it hits your eye. The particles that do hit your eye. And then it becomes heat and energy that your eye translate. And, like, light is photons are a big part of all quantum interactions. Generally, whenever they're doing Feynman diagrams, its particles has a photon going between the two. It's all thermodynamic, really. But it feels use certain verbiage and certain words that evoke a dualistic sense. Like observer has driven me mad for so long because it's any interaction. Like if the photon hits the wall,
must be looking both sides, and if they're calling
Yeah.
an observer, then there must be an observational observer that does the observing. and all that
like
observational glory.
Conservation of momentum. The light hits the wall heats up. There's a quantum interaction. It becomes entangled, and it's part of the environment now. That's so that's considered interaction that drives me mad.
It's the fun bit with science. It's why it's overcomplicated, I think. I'm not kidding. I have a dictionary for both biology and zoology. So, enjoy. My advice would be whenever you come across, or if you read a report and you come across any word that you don't quite understand, just have a look. Have a Google, have a research. I still do it when I read them. I don't know everything that's on there, and there's too many words.
I think the problem, Noctis, is science often uses words we think we do understand. At liturgy, we hear, change. We hear observation. We're like, oh, I know these words. But we don't know what they're actually being used to imply in the scientific reference.
It's a bit like I get what you're saying, a bit like someone saying I'm fine, right? You can take that two ways. That could be, I'm completely fine, like I'm great, or that could be, no, I'm not doing good.
It really
My
does.
bad. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
Pretty sure Noctis was talking.
But yeah. Fine is just one term, I would say, so it's all in the context. I would probably recommend, so when you do search for these words, you do have to do it in the topic area. So if I was looking at endocrinology or a function of a specific nerve, I would type that in with it. I don't know if that...
So, observation, I would look up observation or observer in context with quantum physics in this case.
Yeah, or even superposition observer, right? But yes, very much so.
Justin actually was having a conversation that I hooked onto earlier today because it was about the conservation of momentum, and I don't know if you got the deconstruction zone. I didn't realize that he was a electrical engineer at one point, or electrician, and had familiarity with it, and it was beautiful. He was explaining energy, and the problem was that the guy kept looking at the definition of energy, the ability to do work, but he wouldn't look into the scientific definition of work.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's a problem. We've had fun with this lately, haven't we, Jim?
Yeah, that traces back to Don the physicist. So much of this ends up with kind of, because when you try to knit it becomes elusive. And Don feels the same way about mass. But I don't.
I think part of it is because all of it is descriptive. Like, the universe isn't physical per se, but the way that we describe it is physical. And, like, you're not going to get the reality with the words exactly. And there's no direct experience you can have with quantum particles, like touching, tasting, smelling, hearing. You can see that, they're part of your vision, but you don't even realize it. but like there's nothing that you can exactly compare it to, because all we really have is mathematical descriptions and measurements. Whenever you try to give it a metaphysic, it just kind of goes awry from there, because it seems to be taking it out of its framework. But it's really easy in a lot of these places, it seems, to take the map for the territory. I always like to bring up the Pythagoreans, because they worship math when they thought Pythagoras had discovered ultimate reality.
Yeah, it makes me want to read Max Tegmark, his work on this.
Yeah. I think there's just a really hard time for them breaking high-level things down to the public, though, especially whenever they have no, like calculus is almost a must to understand any of this, because you're talking about fields and vector spaces and things that you just have to measure to even know they're there.
Mm-hmm.
Words are so easily equivocated, like energy is... Sometimes energy doesn't resonate with me.
Transferring from one state to another.
What does resonate mean?
Ooh.
If you're asking me, I say it feels good. Like, it's something that makes me feel good, yeah. That's what I gather. I think it's an in-group thing.
Why do you think that?
Because generally people who believe in source tend to resonate with each other.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, I was like banging my head on a lot of stuff on quantum physics for a long time, and until I just broke down and started studying the math, and could be misinterpreted and replacing them, and I don't know, I went down this whole eliminativist road where I was just kind of deconstructing language. Yeah. Well, it really showed me that people have a tendency to give ontology to things that don't have it, or don't seem to, like conscious. To me, conscious is a mental state. You can measure it in a medical facility. That's how they tell you whether you're in a coma or whether you have dementia. Like, it's measurable as far as I could tell, and awareness means you can generally identify and interact with your environment in a coherent and rational way. And ness is like, I think I heard Rav talking about the other day, like a gerund, a G-R-U-N-D, like it's a noun that doesn't actually refer to anything physical.
I mean, one definition of consciousness is simply what it's like to be.
Right. And to be is to exist, so it's what it's like to exist. But what it's like is an extremely curious way of calling it experience. So it would be the experience of existence.
Or the experience of subjectivity.
Yes.
What the fuck is existence?
State, sorry, before we move on, would you not state that that's more like awareness rather than consciousness?
Are you asking? Where is that? Where is your question aimed?
So, in a medical view, I'd say they are different. Awareness, you're awake. You can be aware to an extent, I think, or rather conscious but not aware. Right.
Yes, I believe so.
So how would they? I
That's
think
again a
she's the
definition
medical
problem.
side.
Awareness in terms of awake and aware, in military terms, right? You're alert and oriented times whatever 5. But that's not the same as basic awareness. Basic awareness can be of thoughts, of internal feelings, of sense perceptions, of anything.
Basic awareness?
Right, so you may not be aware of what's happening outside of you, but you might be aware of what's happening inside of you. You might be aware of your thoughts, you might be aware of being hungry, being cold.
I don't see inside, outside so much. Like, everything's always inside from your perspective anyway.
I agree. I guess I was just trying to react to the definition that you're proposing for awareness as being, I think that is a higher functional awareness, and that awareness can exist at a more basic level.
Yeah. Well, like, when you're in a comatose state, we can measure that there's no brain activity. I would say that would be neither conscious nor aware, with no internal activity.
I think that is probably right. But again, what you're measuring are the effects of consciousness, the effects of awareness.
Right, and those really do seem to correlate whenever we measure brain activity when people are alert.
So if I that being awake and being aware are different things.
Really gets into kind of how we're defining things. I think we can be distracted and tend to be distracted. And in that way, our awareness is wild. We're not really in charge of it. But you can also be aware and aware that you're aware.
So I was just simplifying the word consciousness there just to be a little bit more awkward, really.
I think consciousness is sort of this catch-all term that covers the, perception, subjectivity, thought.
It's like love. Whenever you divorce it, if you want the scientific definition of love, it's going to be oxytocin and sense responses and things like that, but most people don't want it
Dopamine,
reduced to that.
dopamine.
So we get a lot of different definitions of love that don't seem to line up. So if we went with the scientific definition of consciousness and awareness, it would be a lot different than and arranged in different states, I think. And
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Well, I agree that it does lead to a dualistic model in that there's the appearance of the thing and then there's the experience of the thing.
well, I want to know where it goes from. I would love to know. That's my biggest question in the world. Is where does it go from physical to the other part, whatever the dual, the secondary, non-monistic, non-physical. When in translation does that happen?
If you found that out, do you think your thoughts around it would change?
I mean, I would have a better idea about what people are talking about, and a mechanism to look at, and maybe something to examine and find more information on.
But even now, right, under that, we have scientists from different backgrounds, or even the same backgrounds, that still argue. So,
Are you,
no, go on.
Are you about what?
I don't know if I said are you, and my brain froze. My brain has stopped its function.
You said that we still had scientists that argue.
No, that argue, right? Argue. So they disagree. They disagree about, all because of the context of things. And we do. We have it quite a lot. We have ecologists that argue with environmentalists and so on and so forth. I
think as far as
what my fundamental point was now.
I think as far as consciousness goes, I mean, we've got some models going on. There's a few that they use for different reasons and that work better in different situations, kind of like with math. There's like global workspace or global neuronal workspace theory and a couple of others I can't think of off the top of my head right now. But they explain consciousness in a way. But if you're looking for consciousness as a thing or an entity or an ontology, I don't know how you would find that, because the way it's understood, as far as I can tell in neuroscience, is that it's a global process of the brain. I mean, there's no specific part of the brain that is doing consciousness. It's all connected. It would be like taking your processor out of a computer and not understanding why there's nothing on the display.
I like that.
But the biggest thing for me is with the computer part. What I don't understand, and maybe you guys can help me with. They say the thoughts in my head. Well, they're things that I think about, and they're going on in my brain. Where's the thing in my brain? But whenever they look at their phone, they don't go, where's the thing that I'm looking at on my phone, in my phone? Like, if you think of a tiger in your mind, some people are platonic and think it has to be in a place, or it's an actual thing that thoughts exist in some way.
We're thinking of a tiger right now, so somewhere in some universe there is a thing that is a tiger activated by our thoughts.
But whenever you pull up a folder on your computer desktop, you don't think that folder actually exists somewhere inside of the computer or in another realm or anything. You just know that it's data arranged in a particular way that's sent through
but maybe
wires to
some people do.
Yeah.
Or some people probably do think that. Or, oh, we just lost the host. Correct.
Yeah, actually, That's a big part of it. Some people seem to think more intuitively, and I hear people say that explanation. They just say, general logic, which
So they can't.
logic. Oh, go ahead.
I would say perhaps that's down to the individual and they can't break it down. You know, when someone does a math equation, some people can just do it, right? They can just give you the answer to that equation, click of the finger. And then other people have to write down the whole process in which to get to that answer. So maybe it's a similar concept.
Well, I'm talking about the difference between like inference and deduction and induction. I think we do sort of use a sort of primitive logic that's not geared towards precision, but towards survival. And then formal logic was invented to kind of get more precise and better results in science because our own brain heuristics fail us like a lot.
Yeah, that's hugely possible. I would say Mitch might be better to ask. I'm not one for the brain box. What
There's
I
like
know.
over 80 cognitive biases that are well studied and understood about human minds, and papers and papers on things like that.
Speaking of cognitive biases, if anybody watching does have the cognitive bias to request on up, well, I hope that you're capable of questioning your beliefs. So that might contradict the other state. If you can question your beliefs, though, and you do find your way in here, go ahead and request on up. We don't want to debate or argue. Just want to see if you can, and then maybe ask what it is you believe and why you believe it. But I also need to make sure I thank Thinky Link and 96, and also is that Cassie B. Carter. Thank you so much for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you.
And also thank you, Thrayle, for letting us have that discussion.
Hell
my my answer, both sides in, is I don't know.
Wonderful.
Thought you'd
What
appreciate
kind of answer is that? Who answers a question like that?
It's the kind where maybe I will research. I don't know is quite simply I don't have an answer.
Well, I never. I don't know was in the chat for Noctis. Hell yeah.
It's one I find fascinating though, because we do come across it a lot with the animal side of things and the intelligence and how we measure that, which I think is completely unjust and unfair. But it's a baseline, right? So we have to start somewhere.
I was just reading a paper on that the day before yesterday.
I find it.
Yeah.
We measure it in completely different ways as well. So we can do it through pain, which is completely unethical, so we don't tend to. Or emotion. Emotion's a good one, but then you have those other arguments with the behavioralists that state what that emotion is. So it's one that will continue to not have an answer at the moment, but I like that we keep coming up with things and theories and testing them.
always glad when you're around.
It's nice to be on the panel with you, actually.
It is.
And we've got Jared's as well. Jared, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, sure. I can talk that deep.
Just speak normally and relaxed, and we can have a conversation.
How y'all doing?
We're doing
I am Jer Bear.
So, Jer, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 23.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
I'm amazed you were that polite, Thrayle.
That was an answer.
It was a, hey, buck up, don't be rude. Like, come on.
I thought about it for a moment and decided that I didn't want to be rude, and that was the least rude thing I could think to do.
I liked it.
It reminds me of when cashiers go to ring something up and somebody makes the joke, well, I guess it's free. They think it's clever, but the cashier's like, that's the 10,000th time I've heard it.
I shouldn't, but it's very much the mood I'm in today as well. Where if someone's annoyed me, I'm like, sigh, I can. So apologies in advance. Proud of you, Thrayle.
Yeah, it could have gone a very different direction. Witty knows. I don't know that I would use that terminology, but something else could have happened. believers are. Or maybe they feel like they don't need to question their beliefs. Maybe the idea makes them bury their heads in the sand. Maybe they see the skulls and they're just already judged everything in here to be satanic or something. Someone said once that the Santa behind Thrayle looks like horns coming out of his head. Is that what it is? Is it the satanic imagery? The satanic.
I can see that. See that? And there's Satan right there. The red makeup.
They rarely point him out. And then sometimes they'll be like, why don't you have Jesus in here? Like, he's right there.
Yep.
With the fins and the seashells.
Be interesting to just have Jesus and a bat. See what people do.
So there are images where it's just like Jesus in the pose with his arms out behind Thrayle and nothing else. Because it wouldn't get rid of him. But then there's images like that with Santa too.
But he says it looks like solo cups.
Half thinking it should be a flat earth in there somewhere.
I'm gonna have to retire this image now. We're gonna have to get rid of the Santa arms. I need to incorporate the mermaid, but get rid of Santa. Because otherwise we just have, what is it, the shed.
Nice.
Anyone who kind of feels more spooky to me.
There's nothing spooky about hanging out in this shed. Thank you, Togmodu. Appreciate you. Insomnia says that I mustn't get rid of Santa. Well, he's still in this one. He's hiding behind the chair there.
Is that Captain Spaulding?
Either that or some unknown elvish or vampiric clown. I mean, he's got pointed ears. I don't know if Spaulding had pointed ears. He's a little bit more robust.
I'm looking at a little phone screen. It's Captain Spaulding.
Hello, Toad Modu.
Hello, I would just like to say that no, you can't get rid of Santa. I believe in him. He's real. What would all the kids do without Santa? We need him.
I don't know. Well, I mean, it's possible to, like, let me ask this, is it possible that we could gain the lessons of Santa without having to use Santa?
I'm sure we could. However, at that point, I feel like the message of Santa itself is delivered entirely differently. Because the perception of the way you retrieve the medium can change your opinion on.
But is the character of Santa necessary in any way?
I would argue he's not necessary, but beneficial.
In what way is he beneficial?
Well, he gives children something to envision. Something to not quite look forward to, but it's something that's easier for them to wrap their head around.
Could we achieve that with some other character?
I'm sure we could, but at that point, wouldn't that simply be replacing Santa with another Santa-esque entity?
No, does it have to be Santa-esque? And can the character be real?
Do you think that Santa sets unrealistic body standards for young children?
Absolutely.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, we all know that for the joke, but I do want to say hi, Thrayle, and I appreciate you guys, and hello everybody else. I will drop down now that I've waited you guys some time.
You're fine. Appreciate you, Toad. W's for Toad Modu. I haven't questioned the existence of Santa Claus in a while.
The Santa thing is really a quandary for parents. I did not want to teach my kids that there was a Santa. But we had a disagreement about that. And culturally, it's difficult to do that.
Oh, free thinker. Bridget B. You're both adults. Calm down. Stop replying to each other. I will mute you both. The next comment, I will mute. I have to pull like my mother pants on sometimes.
Thrayle, I'm not sure that I can mute yet. I did try once.
You do now. You should have now the ability to mute and chat.
Try to help knock us out sometimes.
You're okay. You
I'd
got
be
this.
surprised
There's
at how
plenty of times when I'm not around. Sorry, Thrayle. You guys are badass. I've come in and I've had to do nothing. And okay, free thinker, bye now. Go come back, take a deep breath. It's not personal, but you don't need to bicker like children in the comment section.
I think I have a higher tolerance for nonsense in the comments. And by the time I get around to thinking I should really mute this person, it's already been done.
I feel like it goes slowly with time. That's why I do the whole warning system, because it gives someone a clear outline, right? So, hey, you're being told off this, behave. 2 more times, and then that's on you. I've already given you a fair chance to stop. So, I just lead by that. More fun for me, to be honest, Jimmy.
I don't know. I was a mod once. I didn't like it. I always kept accidentally inviting people whenever I go to type something.
I remember asking Thrayle not to make me one. There's no going back now, Thrayle.
I know.
She's addicted to the power. No, I'm joking.
Well, I think that was part of what convinced me that you should be. Telling me that you didn't want the power.
I wonder if anyone believes in the power of God, or a God, or any higher being.
I believe in the power of Maud, but I don't know about God.
I'd like someone to defend Christianity as a monotheistic religion.
I don't think it is. Is it?
Doesn't seem that way to me.
Fairly certain it's polytheistic. Sort of, either you have the 3 gods, and you try to believe that's all there are, or some other conglomeration of them exist within a pantheon of other gods in which they are the ultimate, the top god.
Somebody described the Trinity as ice cream the other day.
Like Neapolitan.
Well, like 3 scoops on top of each other on a cone. It's all ice cream. It's just 3 scoops of ice cream. I don't know. They probably said it better than I did.
I think the bigger problem is angels. What are angels? Ooh.
I think that depends on how much of the fan fiction you include.
I was gonna go there and decided not to.
Yeah, but I mean, many people believe that that's part of the whole thing.
Ooh.
Hi
Questioner,
again.
questioner.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thrayle, I did have a slightly serious question, if that's okay.
Okay, let's hear it.
I'm curious as to what, if any, religion did you grow up in, and what brought you to the path you're on now, like doing these lives and things like that? What brought you to, like, your personal beliefs? I know that's multiple questions. I apologize.
That's all right. So I was brought up till my early teens, till about 13, in the Baha'i faith. But I was always questioning that, and I never really felt like I believed that God was there. It never made sense to me how people could claim to have any understanding of what God is or what afterlife was. And so I questioned it, and then was told that I could explore, and kind of through my explorations, through Wicca and eclectic paganism, as I called it, where I kind of studied and conglomerated ideas from around the world. None of it actually felt like a God was there, like I was describing anything that I could make sense of or connect to. So, I mean, I still question. I talked to the moon for a little while, but it didn't feel like anything was really listening.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Thrayle. That's something that had been on my mind for a hot minute, and I do appreciate you letting me ask. Thank you. One last question for you, if that's okay.
Go for it.
How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good.
Thank you. That's good to hear, and I'm glad you're doing well.
Thank you for asking.
I'll drop down again. Bye-bye, everybody.
Appreciate you, Toad.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have to.
I have a question, Joe.
Go for it.
Did you have any pushback from your family? I'm assuming that your family was in the Baha'i faith because you were young. When you were questioning that, was that a problem?
Not really. I was told of different, as I explored different ideas, I was told of different family members whose views might align, who I could question and ask. So I had family members that were Catholic, that were Methodist, that were atheist, that were agnostic, that were Unitarian. And in the Unitarian, there were pagans and general just theists, shamans. So I could question them. And they seemed as, they seemed to understand more esoteric things about the, whatever topic, but just as clueless as anybody else, making up answers or believing in made-up answers.
You
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay, Jimmy.
I'm curious about the rituals around the Baha'i faith, not a faith that I'm well familiar with. The God is, am I right, is that the God is Azura Mazda, or no, it's not? What is the God in Baha'i faith?
It's the God, it's Allah.
Oh, it's Allah. Okay.
But it's also God. Like it's kind of universalist. It's like everybody's believing in the same kind of. It's all mystic. Everybody's believing in the same God. You're just doing it a different way. But it is stemmed off of the Abrahamic faiths. And they believe that their founder is the next prophet after Muhammad, beginning a new cycle, and the second coming of Jesus.
How long ago did that prophet exist?
Nearly 200 years.
For a while, when I walked to work, I walked past the only Baha'i temple in Boston. It's gone now. There's not that many.
No. When I was practicing following with my family, we mostly met in living rooms in our hometown. There was a larger town where they met in a community center, but it was kind of like it wasn't the Baha'i Center. It was just this city's community center that anybody could rent out. So there were meeting centers in other towns. I don't know what the spread of the faith is like now.
I picked up on something you said earlier, that you talked to the moon. Why the moon specifically?
You felt more approachable.
No, I like it. I only asked because obviously you know the paganism history of my family, and I used to do something similar, so I was curious.
I had practiced various pagan beliefs prior to that. Prior to me, it was kind of a simplification of all of that.
Which ones specifically?
Mostly that would be like, is it Hecate and, or Hecate.
Who?
And Artemis, I think, was the other one. And there was, another aspect that I had followed.
Can I ask why those ones?
It was kind of like a random association.
I get that.
The magic and the hunt. I don't know why the hunt came to mind.
Survival, maybe. Maybe you like the mystery.
Thrayle, a lot of people, when they leave their belief systems, it's an extremely emotional event. Was it emotional for you?
No.
Whenever you...
Not even remotely. I didn't believe there was anything there. So I was given the latitude to kind of explore on my own. And as I was doing it, I kind of realized it was like a grab bag of whatever you want it to be. Believe whatever you want. Everybody's doing whatever they want. There's things that don't make sense to them.
You didn't go the other way to seeing all the similarities in the beliefs and maybe becoming an omnist or a pantheist?
Well, I mean, I am seeing the similarities in all the beliefs. I mean, kind of like as the Baha'i said, they're all worshiping the same God. They're all striving for the same idea. They're all trying to fill the same gaps. And they're doing it differently. But that
kind of what I want to know is why it would have made you not believe instead of thinking, that it was all a real same God.
Well, what is it? That's the question, right? What is it?
Fantastic. I don't know.
Neither do they, but they call it God. And then they put paper doll clothes on it. And thought balloons with words saying what they think it's telling them to do. And they make little comic books out of what it does and what it wants, what its story is. Why do they keep doing that? And then they'll fight each other over the comic books. See, their little paper doll gap filler hero is stronger than your paper doll gap filler hero. It's fucking weird.
It's hard to ask you questions. I agree with much of it.
you stop following the pagan song?
Why did I stop following the pagan stuff?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't seem to be doing anything. It was fun and artistic. And, it's like, oh, I'm gonna alienate or offend people. For me, it felt like you know when you get dressed up in like a costume to go to the Renaissance Festival?
Mm-hmm.
Or if you're going to a Rocky Horror Picture Show and you'll wear a certain costume. To me, it felt like that, but for belief. Like cosplay. Like you're just putting a different. That's where the paper doll earlier was. It's just a different outfit on the same gap filler superhero.
Do you think it necessarily needs?
No. And for some people, it's comforting to think of it as a superhero instead of just a gap.
Mm-hmm.
Did you believe in Santa at one point?
I don't remember, but I remember trying to.
We do not have any more questions.
I don't think I evaded any this time. I usually do.
I know, you did pretty well. Not that you don't always do well, but...
I have a question you may not want to answer.
Ooh, fun.
Are you still in touch with your bandmates?
Well, there were two bands.
Oh.
Well, and I fiddled in on others. Not really. No, not really any of them. I'm not sure if I want to be.
If you had an ultimate question, like, why are we here, or where did it all come from, or anything like that, I know those are certain types of questions, but like an ultimate question, what would that question be?
I apologize. Both sides, I was still thinking about that previous question that Jimmy asked me, and I was...
I'm sorry. Did I interrupt?
Well, no, you were... I interrupted. in my brain, I was thinking about the response I gave, and
I asked that because it's an unusual type of relationship.
It is.
When you're in a group.
Sorry, I was trying to think deep thoughts.
It was good deep thoughts. Hold them. Bring them back in just a moment. I said I'm not sure that I want to be.
That is understandable in some circumstances. I totally get it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in touch with any of them right now. I could be. I'm not sure that I want to be. I don't seek it, but I don't think I'd reject it. Some of them might be more hesitant than others. Sorry, what was your question? Both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. My apologies if I interrupted. But if like everybody seems to think there's an ultimate question that I encounter, and I was wondering if you had like an ultimate question. Most of them seem to be like, why are we here? Where did we come from? How did it all start? What would yours be?
Kind of. What kind of use is an ultimate answer?
Or an ultimate question.
Well, but the questions may be more useful. Where do we come from? Why are we here? Those questions drive us to look for some answer. We get the answer. What good is it? How will we use that? We have a shadow raid going on. Hell yeah. Slay all day. Appreciate all of you. We also have Crybaby up here for the first time on A Question the Questioner, I think. I don't know if you've been here for that opportunity to turn the table.
I'm so excited.
Hi, Crybaby.
Hello.
I might be evading both sides' question. If I think of an ultimate question, I'll come up with it, but for now I want to know what use the ultimate answers are.
No problem. I like where you were going.
Did you have a question, Crybaby? I don't. Okay, I did have a feeling it was going to be about ghosts. I didn't need a spirit box to come to that conclusion. I don't think I do. I don't have any reason to believe there are ghosts or spirits, whatever those are.
So I'm sorry if this question's already been asked, but so you don't believe in an afterlife at all? You believe that when it's over, it's over?
As far as I can tell, I don't know what would be continuing.
Right. And then my other question, what's your favorite movie?
I'm really bad at favorites unless it has to do with blueberry coffee, apparently, which is a new discovery for me. I like a lot of movies. I thought about for a second saying, like each movie I think of right now is coming up as, for some reason, problematic in some way or another. Canceled actors, writers. I'm old. And barfing toasters, like I bet it's Spaceballs, see? Like even that one. I like Spaceballs, but that wasn't where I was thinking. Princess Bride comes to mind.
That's a good one.
That's more nostalgic than like meaningful. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a different kind of meaning. Ask me tomorrow, it'll be a different one.
So, out of all of the beliefs, because I know that you're well-read, and I know that it's a subject that you know a lot about. If you, let me think of how to ask this. What religion makes the most sense to you out of all of the ones that you know about? I guess I shouldn't say religion. Belief or religion.
I want to take the cop-out answer and say none, right? None of them make the most sense, but one of them obviously has to make more sense than others, absent the null. I really don't know. I'm going to have to think on that one. Which one is the most sensible or reasonable?
Okay, that's all I have.
Tough question, though. That's a really good one.
Yeah, I mean, because I know that you know about a lot of them, and there are things about certain ones that could possibly make sense. So I've always wondered which one not resonates, because that's a silly word, but like which one would you, if you were the believing type, which one could you find yourself following or believing in? That's basically
some kind of it would, I guess, have to be some kind of sandwich at the end of the day. Some kind of pantheistic, the universe is God, or some kind of deistic, the universe is
a force.
Well, if the universe is a piece of God, like the celestial skeletal back goddess, or some remnant of a god that didn't even know what it was doing, like the great green oracle seizure, or some other gross
That's my
variant.
favorite.
Gesundheit.
Like as if we're a sneeze or a hind not thought about, only to fester on the yard of a greater existence. Like, I really don't know.
Yeah. And then just one last thing. So I've heard you explain the Batcolyte and heard your explanation of the, and you mentioned Big Bang. So I'm wondering, do you believe in the Big Bang?
In the way I understand it, it is an expansion that is an ongoing process. We don't know what it was caused by, if caused by is the right frame of terminology. So at the extremes of the way people use it, I don't know. But as far as I can see, there's an expansion. People call it the Big Bang. So I have no reason not to believe it.
Thank you for answering. It was good seeing you. Good seeing all of you guys. I appreciate this.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions. And I had to drop her before she comes up with any more.
She was doing fantastic.
She was. No, she's welcome to come back anytime. Debbie's in the chat for Crybaby. Those were really good questions.
Thrayle running away from questions again. This is what they do, folks.
Hello? You hear me?
Hello, Brain. This one sounds like you're on a train. Or you're in a laundry room. One or the other.
Yeah, it sounds like my washing machine.
Yeah, it's my washer. I'm doing a quick load.
We were having more fun on the train. So, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
25.
And I know I've questioned you before, but indulge me just for a few moments. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And which god is it?
The Slavic faith.
Slavic, that's right.
Yeah. No, but if you were...
And it was, okay, you're right. It's your turn. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
I
as much
remember our interview.
I did tell you sometime later this month. I promise is a promise. No, my question is, you venerated, what, Artemis and Hecate? Am I correct?
Well, venerated is a strong word.
It is a very strong word, but it is still...
I wouldn't say I venerated them. I thought of them. There were other names that went along with it. Most of them are escaping me for reasons right now.
Well, one question that was asked was, if you had one ultimate question, my personal is, what are gods? Right? How do you view them? How do you feel the abject that is deity? Or, yeah.
I think that's the problem. I never felt the thing that is deity used to be. So when I spoke to the moon eventually, when I kind of conglomerated all of these ideas down to people focusing on something, a personification, a character, in this case the moon, focusing it in on that, and trying to understand it from that perspective, I still didn't feel like anything was listening or responding or there in the way that was more than what I could perceive.
So, one way that I think of it is because I went through a trial of my own when I was still solidifying what my belief is. I'm not going to sit here and claim that it is the same faith that was practiced way back when, right? I think you really hit the nail on the head with that one. But it burrowed in the answer that the winds blow, the moon shines, right? It storms, it rains, it happens. It is a force of nature. So why not think of it based off that point of view and not like...
Yeah, animistically with forces of nature. I tried that. What am I thinking of? Id. What is the id?
The id ID?
No, it. You said why not think of it that way? What is the it?
The it would be within context of deity.
Deity.
Because
deity. See, I'm gonna turn the questions there. That's what happens.
That's still something I'm trying to answer.
When you figure that out, then you can tell me what I'm looking for.
I will not be able to tell you until the day I die. I am an agnostic theist. I do not believe in the concept of... what's it called? Sorry, I'm getting my thoughts jumbled. Anyway, so the term the big man of the sky is constantly used within Christianity. I do not think of deities as people in the sky. Culturally, they were more or less symbols. Like, dare I say, the nuclear symbol. We know that stands for warning. We know what entails when we look at something that has the radioactive signature on it.
We know.
Yes. But what if they thought of these deities the same way? What if? What if what? Just...
What if they thought of these deities as people like because they knew other people, and because people are what they knew, they thought of the wind as a person, and the thunder as a person. They didn't have a better explanation for what was happening, so they assumed it was an angry person or a sad person.
But if you take a look out west, right, if we try to split from the Eurasian, Semitic, African faiths, I'm pretty sure there are African faiths that actually... But the natives saw... You could just... I don't even think they had a term for God. I have yet to really look into that.
Did
It was still the personification of nature that they
Did they
seen.
not have a term for God? Or
That
is
I
that
know
the
of.
term
Great
that was
Spirit,
used?
Unknown, Sky Father, all kinds of different terms.
Hmm.
Great Mysteries, I think, my favorite.
I mean, the mystery's been solved. We know that thunder is
Some of the mysteries have been
Some of the mysteries.
Yeah.
I've interviewed indigenous believers that believe in something they call the Great Mystery.
Great Spirit.
Well, the mystery is the one that sticks out in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one.
reminds me of the Mithraic mysteries or the other mysteries out in the Greco-Roman areas. Anyways, I have no further questions.
I appreciate the questions you brought, Brainless One. You know I'll have more for you next time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Appreciate you.
You guys have a good one.
You too. Big
Sounds so
W's for the
exciting.
Brainless One.
Take care.
I'm gonna question those Slavic beliefs. He's gonna pin down. Well, he's gonna do more research because he's still piecing together, I think. I'm gonna have to. I want to question. This is what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I bring up question the questioner, and then people come up to question, and I'm like, aha.
I have so many questions.
Can I squeeze one in real quick?
Go for it.
People seem to find something of value in religion, spirituality, dualism, whatever it is. And it's like community or love or a purpose. Do you see anything in any of that that you don't have or that you would value without it?
I guess that's really what I think that's something I'm really wondering. I don't know if there is anything that is different, that is unattainable to me. Without it, I'm unaware of it. But I'm gonna keep asking questions to see if I find that or notice it. I'm definitely not gonna ask the questions though as though that's a goal, because I don't think it is. I'm just aware that I haven't seen it. This music is making me ready to go rescue the princess and fight the dragon.
Is it really? Is this the long journey to the ruined castle?
It's given me more of a quiet time at the inn before everything becomes chaotic. Also, before I forget, Morgan.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Mabinogion. So you can say Mabinogi.
Okay.
Do like Og. Mabinogion.
Mabinogion. Okay.
Perfect.
That makes a lot more sense. I'm sitting here struggling for an hour and a half trying to fucking figure out how the hell to pronounce it.
I was trying so hard. I was like, the A. I put an A in there to try and make it easier for you. It didn't work. It did not. It failed. It failed so hard, and I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Crybaby asks a great question in the chat. What would it take for you to believe in ghosts?
I don't want to go back down that route. I don't know.
I still remember Noctis's ghost stories.
I have so many.
I've questioned
I also
some.
have many.
But as I questioned Noctis's ghost stories, she reasoned her way out of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Admirable.
I'm very self-analytical. It's upsetting, Thrayle.
It's tough.
I was almost tempted to question her into believing them again.
Don't do it. Don't. Unlike your lack of struggle with your beliefs, I had years of struggle. Okay, I don't need it again. Can finally sleep with the light off. I was so passionate that I'm pretty sure I convinced other people as well. Like it's not something I hold highly.
I've talked to people and heard them reason, heard them make a switch in their mind over a belief like ghosts or spirits, and then the realization of all the people that they'd convinced starts to kind of hit like a wave.
To be fair, I'm in Wales. We're all pretty mythical. Okay, we love it, so it doesn't take much.
The question I wonder, of course, is, did you convince anyone? Did any of these people convince anyone of anything they didn't already believe?
No.
I wouldn't think so.
No, yeah. When my best friend that I called, like, he was like, well, I have these experiences, and we'd talk and we'd stay up for hours talking about it. So yeah, I think I just solidified it more. But I've spoken to him since, and I'm like, I don't know if I can anymore. And the worst part of this, Morgan, is that my partner has been trying for years to convince me that they're not real. And all it took was me sitting up and questioning myself with Thrayle's questions for it to land. And I mean years, like from the age of 21 to 31. Well, at 32, but still, He's grumpy, so good luck with that, Thrayle.
We have Girl Gnarly joining us. Good morning, Girl Gnarly.
Good morning, guys. If you don't mind if I just jump in with a question, I was wondering about, like, your view on archetypes. Like, I'm somebody who really, it's not like I believe in astrology as a whole, but I like it. So, like, I was just wondering what you thought about that type of stuff.
I think we are pattern-seeking creatures. We try to recognize patterns, assign them names. It doesn't mean that things will always fit in those patterns, and we tend to assume that they will. And I think that is how I have seen archetypes fail, is by people using them as some kind of predictive model of reality, when they're just ways people describe certain character types or character traits that they recognize again and again.
I think that's fair enough. Like, I don't, like, I'm not a big person into horoscopes, even though I like astrology. So, like, the predictive thing, right? But I do find it fascinating that there are traits where I'm like, oh, that person's an Aries, and I can just guess it. Like, I'm like, oh, I know that. That said, oh, go
I mean, that
ahead,
might be
Morgan.
because it might be because Aries are assholes.
Yeah, I was. Hey, you said it.
I was gonna say, do you think that they behave that way because they have
an
prior
Aries
knowledge
would
of
say
what they're
that.
supposed to behave like?
Could you repeat that, Morgan?
Sorry, I spoke over you.
Morgan?
Sorry, I wanted to stop before everybody. No, do you think that you're able to figure it out because they already have some exposure to what they're supposed to behave like because of their zodiac sign?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know if you're asking me or Thrayle, but what I know is I've been studying this since I was like 17, and I'm going to be 40 at the end of the month. And so it's just, I think it is pattern recognition. And also, but like not knowing people's birthdays and then me being like, oh, okay, yep, I kind of knew this about you. Uh-oh, not this.
I'm wondering if you could, through what you've seen, I wonder if you could guess mine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough. I've only been here for like a month or two with y'all. I'm gonna guess there's Scorpios on the panel, and I'm just gonna throw that out there. And then, not because you might be a Libra, but I'm not sure. But I don't know any, like we haven't had in-depth conversations, and I haven't interacted with y'all that much. Morgan gives me like Taurus vibes, but that's just me.
Interesting.
Hey, again.
It was the throwing it out there first and then giving me Libra. I'm a Scorpio.
Mm-hmm.
But I do really enjoy that.
Well, maybe that's why I said Scorpio first. I know there are Scorpios here.
Stop second guessing yourself.
Girl Gnarly, we've joked around in the chat a bit. What, do you have any clue what I am?
Oh, you are very intellectual and you love music. So that's like what I know of you thus far, maybe Capricorn, I don't know.
Apparently, I'm just a fucking asshole.
Aries.
Aries.
My mom's an Aries.
Not remotely.
My best friends are Aries. I am in a lab full of them. But I personally, like, as much as I enjoy reading about Scorpios and star signs, I do think that...
Not this. Can I stop you? Let me guess. Are you against the grain? Because that's what every Scorpio says. I'm not like every Scorpio.
No, not at all. Actually, I think it's pretty on point. I'm very much a balanced person. I'm nice, I'm kind, but if you're an ass to me, then you'll feel the sting. Like,
Yeah.
But I also think that's just me personally. I don't think that everything it says is on point, and I don't think that's the case for everyone at all with star signs. I think we like to read certain things and we pinpoint and we're like, yeah, I like that. That's me. So I do wonder how much of that is us wanting that to be the case, right?
Well, and I think, and that's why I asked about archetypes, because I think like narrative theory is like a key part of us like being able to all identify ourselves and communicate with one another. And then there's also, natal charts. So it's like you may be a Scorpio, but you have like a Libra moon or something, there are these background things. And then that makes it so it gets so broken down that it kind of shows that we can all relate with each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So at which point, if we can relate to each other, why follow it? What is the necessity for the star signs?
For me, it is good for like categorizing, like, for instance, both my parents are Geminis, and I know how to communicate with them based on that. So like, I'm a very adaptable person, so like I do tend to like communicate with people differently based on knowing what they tend to be like, if that makes sense. Well, I think it's both, for sure.
Fair. My mother's a Gemini, please teach me.
My partner's a Gemini. I got you, Noctis.
Okay, and do they talk a lot? And sometimes do they talk just to hear themselves talk? 'Cause that's what my Geminis do.
He's the only one that talks. That's it. That's why I have him.
Running monologue. Constant. Doesn't stop.
All right, so just saying, there's some pattern recognition there. And I find it fascinating, but I also am like, did Jimmy answer? Thrayle didn't answer. Morgan didn't answer.
I didn't answer. Before I do, I need to thank Insomnia, also Cassie B, had Heretical Apothecary, I don't know why I couldn't say your name, Bridget B, and 96. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you helping with the goal. No, I didn't answer.
Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
Well, I mean, we were, right? We were going based on character traits, saying there's some kind of predictability or assignability to like an archetype to different people based on their birthday. So what would you assume that my star sign is?
Again, you're really even-keeled, but you also don't let people walk all over you. I don't know, it's difficult for me. Can I guess an element instead of a star sign?
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like you're an air sign, but I could be wrong.
You are.
I'm wrong?
I want you to think about how he handles guests that aren't appropriate here.
Wait, that's what I was saying. Wait, but I didn't hear you, Thrayle. I'm sorry. The element air is not correct?
No, it's not an air sign.
Okay, well, and I have no friggin' idea. There's only three other, so I don't want it to be like this guessing game where I look dumb.
Right.
I was just having a bit of fun. I apologize.
Well,
There's
we
a
have
lot of guessing going on in the
yeah. The chat has a lot of guesses.
I have a feeling.
We'll keep saying Leo for you, Thrayle.
I've noticed. Tootski has it figured out.
Just keeping me chuckle. I might have to drop down though. I'm so sorry. I've got to charge the phone and work. Yeah.
Appreciate you, know.
Ugh.
Good to see
XO,
you.
not this.
You too.
Wake up.
Yeah, the one who knew isn't on panel anymore.
I know. I'm right here.
Oh, that's right, you know, Jim.
I think we discussed it before, and I think I remember. But I'm not going to say anything, because I don't want to look stupid.
Yeah, I think you were there for that.
So if I told you it was a fire sign,
Sagittarius.
still not, no.
Nope. Yeah, then I was right.
You can't be an asshole like heretical.
What the fuck?
No, I'm just joking.
Catching strays. I didn't fucking do nothing yet.
You came up and said it, dude.
Yeah, I can say it because I'm the asshole. You can't say it. You're not the asshole.
Well, fair enough. I won't be the asshole and call you an asshole. So, Thrayle, you're a Leo.
We narrowed it down eventually.
Dude, I never said I could predict anything.
I had a feeling a few people in the audience actually remembered it from the last time it came up.
I remembered it because my mother, my father, my daughter, and my mother are all Leos.
Dang, dude.
I don't know what Leo means, though, like, other than lion.
You're a lion.
Yeah, you're
I get that.
You're the lion.
I don't know what what does it mean?
It means you're the lion, the witch, and the shed.
It means you were born at the time when the sun was appeared to be in the constellation of Leo.
It means you really like cats. That's what. You really like cats.
I mean, they're okay.
It means that even though you believe that we revolve around the sun is your sign. It's a Leo. So we kind of all revolve around you. And, like, this panel kind of proves it. Like, people want to be in your orbit.
You have gravity through.
No, I came up here because someone called me an asshole.
I'm stepping back from that one.
We're just
I didn't do
exercising
it.
a little birthday prejudice, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah, there is birthday prejudice.
For sure.
Isn't that what astrology is?
Yes.
Birthday prejudice.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I was just sitting in the comments like, oh, it's questioning the questioner. That's cool. And then this thread was like, oh, fucking Aries are assholes. I'm like, oh, fucking guys.
Hey, listen, Aries don't have to be assholes. So, change the prediction.
It's a
for us.
choice, and I fucking choose it.
My understanding, based on the stereotype that was based on, is that an Aries can take it.
Whoa.
I mean, he was Marine, so that makes sense. Big green weenie is not kind.
I was a Marine.
I'm not an asshole because of my star sign. I choose it. I am brave.
Lean into it.
I'm not leaning into it. I give it a full fucking hug, and I'm just embracing that shit.
Leaning into it and embracing it are two different phrases, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Tavium joining us. Good morning, Tavium.
Good morning. How's everyone?
Oh, I'm good.
I'm alright.
I'm answering questions this morning, fighting the urge to question back. It's not working.
See, as long as you fight the urge, it's fine.
Are we allowed to question? Not the Tutski.
Tutski, I don't think that comes across the way you think it comes across.
Oh dear.
There's going to be a lot more context behind that.
Oh
We
no.
gotta take a screenshot. We gotta take a screenshot.
Oh, it's over.
think that means
I
what you
forgot what
think
all
it
it
means.
I know you said Taurus for me, but my mother was a Taurus. I am not.
My brother is a Capricorn, but I'm not.
What do you think I am? Morgan, don't say a word.
It's like Morgan is the keeper of everyone's birthday.
Yeah, it sounds like y'all want the guessing game. Like, give me 3 facts about yourself, and then I'll try.
Well, we are supposed to be questioning the questioner. But I do
So
wanna know
you ask questions.
I do want to know what, Arlie, what your assumption of Tavium is before we get back to you asking questions.
My, what do you mean? My assumption?
Just throw one out there.
Yeah, just throw one.
Like as in a sign?
Yeah, it's...
Yes.
I'm getting Aquarius vibes, but that's just me.
Holy fuck, okay.
Ha
Did she get it right?
That was on point, yeah.
Nice.
Cool.
Finally got one. None of the other ones count.
Woohoo!
None of the other ones count. This one counts.
I said Scorpios were on board.
This is
That was
also
Noctis.
Cancer.
And now I got Tavium.
There were 7 other people up here. The odds that one of them was a Scorpio were pretty high.
Well, considering all of the gothic stuff, Scorpio was definitely high.
That's Starist.
What's that?
Oh, that's Starist.
Starist.
No. That's Starist, but calling you a fucking Aries an asshole. Straight. That's fine. That's acceptable.
You're still gonna be angry about that tonight, aren't you?
I'm gonna be so fucking mad all damn day about it.
He's gonna live on that anger for the rest of the weekend, is what he's gonna do.
At least the rest of the fucking year. I'm gonna be at Christmas. I'm gonna
You're gonna probably take it out on some people, almost like we'd expect you to.
No, I don't take my
It's
anger
like
out
an
on people.
Aries.
I don't
like
take
an
my,
Aries.
just like a fucking Aries. I don't take my anger out on people. I just bitch about it for like 2 hours.
Fair enough.
And then I go cry in a corner.
My daughter's also a Taurus.
So your mom and your daughter.
Does she also cry in a corner? Hey, I did what I needed to do. I'm out of here.
Okay, bye.
We're talking about star sign. What you're talking about? Oh, you're
This is
going.
all heretical came up for. This dinner. What the fuck?
Bye, Radical. So, remember that Matazal I told you about? The one that I told you it's a gift, it's coming up, stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might have led them astray with my voice.
Oh, the person that was practicing Methuselah that you were talking to, you gave them an alternative path.
I pulled the Thrayle.
Oh, how did you do that?
He called me last night, just wanted to chill for a bit. Then he started asking me questions. And I answered each question with a question. And every time he says, "What do you believe in that?" I said, "My beliefs are irrelevant in this conversation." And eventually he just, yeah. Yeah. And eventually it was like pointing at a band-aid, like he said. And he just ripped it off. So I apologize for ruining a guest stream. was listening yesterday. That's why I was. Yeah.
Oh, he was listening yesterday.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder if he'll come back and request up sometime. We can question whatever's left under the Band-Aid.
I don't think the band even exists anymore, Tim.
So you're saying that he fully believes there's no God, or at least no God as he recognizes it?
Yeah. Yeah, last night it came to a point where he identifies as an agnostic atheist.
That's interesting.
All in a nice work.
Well, I wonder
This is what
how
happened.
strong the foundations of that understanding are. How?
What understanding?
Well, I guess that's the question, is what's left there? Is there anything left that is
After a couple of hours of my best impersonation of Thrayle, I guess I don't think. This is my opinion.
I guess I'm gonna have to question your Thrayle impression. It
Yeah,
starts with the voice, right?
No, I don't have to do the voice. My throat hurts. I'm just kidding. You might be listening right now. Adil, if you're here, come up. Let's have a conversation.
I hope that he keeps asking questions wherever he is in his journey. But I am impressed.
To be fair, when I met him, he was halfway there. Just needed a push.
That sounds familiar.
It sure does, yeah, sure does. Sure does. Yeah, I wonder who.
Can I make some closing remarks real quick? I just wanted to say, like, thank you, Thrayle. Like, I loved your live. It's my favorite live. I'm also a big fan of Dr. Blitz, and so those are the two that I watch.
There's no competition there. Yeah, Blitz is amazing.
Right, well, so your early morning, he's like, later morning. And I appreciate it so much. And one of the last conversations we had was about collective consciousness, and that was also about, like, pattern recognition. So, like, I think it's cool that we got to talk about that again, but in a different way. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Girl Arlene. We've had some really good conversations, so I appreciate you coming up and questioning this time. And, I look forward to asking you questions next time you're around.
Yeah, thank you. Like, I love it, and I'll be hanging out in the comments.
Appreciate you.
All right, bye.
Bye. Big W's for Girl Gnarly. Asked some great questions. And, of course, got us off on a tangent where everybody was guessing star signs.
I have escaped identification.
I think it was Morgan's fault.
What? No way.
I wonder which star sign is devious enough to do that.
Everything is Morgan's fault.
It's always my fault.
I always enjoy seeing Girl Gnarly in the comments. She's hilarious.
Same. She's one of my favorites.
And I wonder how much longer we'll do the question and questioner. We've been on it for a little over an hour.
I have lots of questions, but you don't want to answer them. I mean, they give away too much, and I'm trying to think of general ways to ask you questions.
You can see if I'll answer them.
When you were out touring, what was your favorite part?
I really enjoyed the people, I think. I really don't know. The different people we met along the way. Sounds like a lame answer.
The people we met along the way.
Right.
Actually, I know that feeling. And do you mean like chance encounters, having a good breakfast, getting coffee, meeting different people in different towns?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a big deal. It's funny. I relate heavily. Puts you in places that you wouldn't be otherwise.
Yeah, in different cities I wouldn't be otherwise. Different. I think the same atmosphere I'd be in, the same kind of place. I enjoyed the music. Some of the camaraderie is memorable, is cherished, but some of the drama and boorish behavior is not.
Some people would say it's, the 2 hours you get to play, which is a very small part of the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get a sense, I always thought the danger of going from town to town and playing music was that you have a very heightened experience when you're playing, and then a very ordinary experience right after. And that come down can be difficult to manage. Did you, because it also depends on kind of what you're doing in the band, so did you ever feel that?
Maybe a little bit, but I really enjoyed just kind of immersing myself afterwards.
I have a question.
Hmm.
What's your favorite D&D class? D&D.
My favorite D&D class.
Yes.
I don't know that I have a favorite. I like them all. I like the Bard, of course. Lore Bard is probably the best. But I like I've got a Swashbuckler Rogue is one of my favorites. And I think those are my two favorite classes to play, but maybe just because I like the characters I build. I don't know. I'm not great at favorites.
Why?
Why am I not great at favorites? Because as soon as I say one, I think of something else I like either equally as much or better in the moment, and then I can have a mental fight over which is the greater, the better, the favorite, and
You can always.
and then neither one really wins.
You can always
and then
look
the
at
third
top
option
five.
can come up, and then this mental exhaustion just kind of perpetuates itself as it is right now. Like I'm not like letting tabs
Can I
speak.
ask you a very
My brain would do
specific,
that when you ask a
potentially personal question?
What's that?
When you try something, like for the first time, do you prefer the option of a variety pack so you don't have to choose?
Not always. Sometimes, though, it is nice to sample the variety, to know which one you might prefer. I have preferences. It's just a favorite is like the champion of preference, and I'm not really big on accelerating one to god of preference status.
Deification of preference.
Okay, let's do one for gods. Top 5 gods for you.
Even top 5. Now I'm eliminating how many thousands?
Well, I made it easy. One.
How do you make it easy? You limited the hold on, wait, stop. So this is a question I tend to ask other non-believers or people who have a lack of belief. If there were to be proof of a god, which would you hope it would be?
Is that for me or for Thrayle?
For Thrayle.
Say it one more time, sorry.
No, it's okay. So sorry. If there were to be proof of a god, like proof unequivocally, whatever proof is for you, whatever it is, I'm not asking you to define that. There is proof of a god. Which god do you hope it is?
Something deistic, or either something that doesn't care, or something that is somehow benevolent. think that benevolence would be a matter of perspective, so even that would be questionable. The best option is that it doesn't notice or care about us.
So, would you say you would prefer it would just be a natural occurrence, something that just it happens? It's not necessarily a being.
Or you mean, well, I mean, if it was a god, you said a god of some kind, I assumed it was a being.
Right. That's why I'm asking. I'm clarifying for myself, so I'm understanding your answer.
Right. So if it was a being of some kind, then I would prefer that it be something like the Arkle seizure, or the universe farting unicorns.
Unicorn.
Or some kind of, I don't know, something like a celestial skeletal bat goddess that unfurls her wings in accordance with the Lambda-Cedia model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages. Something like that might be the kind of thing that maybe.
How would it affect you if you were right? Like, what would that...
How would I ever know?
In this same scenario that the proof exists, that we now know that it has always been the celestial skeletal bat goddess.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how would that affect you, knowing that, like, you were the one that got it right?
I think I would laugh. I wonder if anybody else got it right.
Like, if you weren't the only one to have come up with it.
Right. How solitary am I in the thinking? How well hidden was it?
Mm-hmm.
What are the odds that it would be discovered in the whimsy rather than in the want to?
Right. What do you think those odds look like?
What are the odds that... Oh, I don't know, but I can try to trail off and make it sound like I'm calculating while I'm really not.
How would you answer that question, Megan?
Hmm?
How would you answer the God question?
Who would I hope it was?
Yeah.
Or what would I hope it was? I don't know that I really care.
I think that would be my answer as well.
I mean, whether a god exists or not doesn't really affect anything about my life or belief, so.
And both siding. What do you think?
I was looking up quantum decoherence. Can you repeat the question?
There's some noise around me. Can you say the question again, Morgan?
Yeah, I mean, so there was the initial question to Thrayle where, you know, in this particular scenario, there is proof of a god.
And which god will we want it to be?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the question?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Brahman.
Why Brahman?
Brahman is very inactive, non-judgmental. It's the lesser gods that are more active and interfere. Brahman just is.
Interesting. Both sidesing? Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just contemplating. I really am not sure how I would answer that. I don't know.
Would it even really matter to you which one it was?
Well, I mean, I suppose there's implications with different ones, but I don't know that I would find any one of them anything that I would consider what everybody seems to think a god really is. And I don't really have a concept myself. And like I've encountered, you know, the ones that seem the most real to me are like the ones that came down, well, actually lived on the planet, like on Olympus, the Greek gods, the Norse gods, some of the Druid gods. They seem more fleshed out and realistic and participatory. Those might be more interesting. I definitely wouldn't want something like Cthulhu, I don't suppose. But as far as preference for any particular, I couldn't think of anyone that I would really. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many.
Definitely. Not a single one of them seems like the right answer.
No.
You could try making one up. Might make you feel better. Just make sure that you just make sure that when you do, you also, along with making a tag argument for it and creation mythology that comports with science, you want to make sure that you make really good D&D stats too.
Oh my gosh, yes, D&D stats. I'm so excited.
I'll roll for inspiration. Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Good morning, Bats. How are you?
Not so great, but it is a good morning, so we'll make it a good morning. I did have a question, though. That's kind of why I requested up, if that's okay.
Go for it, yeah.
So, when somebody has, like, a chronic condition, whether it's chronic pain, chronic nightmares, chronic seizures, chronic whatever, when someone has a chronic illness and they have no belief in a god, who are they supposed to, or what are they supposed to do when things become unbearable?
I honestly don't have an answer for that. That's going to be entirely dependent upon that person's process. And I'm not trying to cop out of it, but I don't want to tell people what they should or shouldn't do to cope with stresses or pressures in life. There are people they should talk to about that, but as far as a god goes, I would question why a god would be necessary and what it accomplishes that someone more qualified and credentialed can't.
I guess I always just, like in the past, I always just like would cry out to God when no one else, when the doctors, when parents, when people couldn't help. But I don't know, like, so professionals are supposed to be the person we call to now, I guess?
If you don't have a community support system, family, in whatever order of prioritization you use, if you don't have that, then professionals, yes. And even then, professionals, yes.
Okay,
I hear you. I hear you, Bats.
I hear you too, hon.
Shouldn't we have moved on from question to question by now?
Should we? It's been almost 2 hours.
Yeah, I'll vote.
I think we can do that. We could probably do that. We're still sitting on total wait
That's
time
don't
here.
you dare apologize. Absolutely not.
We have nothing to apologize for.
it's also okay to not be okay with that, friend.
Yeah, we can shift on from question to questioner. I think it might be. It can be very hard for many to be okay with not finding answers. That's why people have been making them up or selling them or sharing them, providing them, teaching them, indoctrinating them into each other for centuries.
Millennia.
And doing it successfully because of that feeling.
It's not a feeling I touch frequently.
I will have to give that song a listen, Huggy. I'll do that as soon as the live's over. It's hard for me to get my ears over on Discord during the live. Otherwise I would right now. Appreciate you, Tav, as always. Let's see, we can... We go back to this one because I still need to fix it while we...
Yes, we are in the shed.
Confirmed. Why does he talk like that? Why doesn't he talk some other way? He should talk the way I expect him to talk.
What?
I don't like the way he talks. He shouldn't talk that way.
What way should he talk?
The way that I want him to talk. He should talk some other way. Any way that isn't the way that he already talks.
So, like, do they want you to fake it? I like, that's... He's the voice
Oh,
of
yes.
God.
Yeah, demon. A demon. I think demons have really high voices, actually.
Like they're on helium.
Really squeaky and annoying.
I'm gonna drag you to hell.
Fucking tickle me Elmo. What the hell?
I'm stealing your soul. Ah.
I mean, I could talk like this if I wanted to. Wouldn't that get annoying really quick?
Oh
Demon.
no. Oh
Get
no,
away
I
by the
don't
power
know.
of Jesus. Get away from me. Bats.
I don't have enough salt for that.
Bats, I want to give you all the hugs.
I can't do it. You guys, voice changing is making me laugh over here. I had to bring my voice up for a split second.
Good.
Had to.
I think demons are deep sounding. You know, the high pitched sound would be good if you wanted to not be scared of them. But I think they sound deep. Like as deep as you can go, like guttural deep.
As deep as you can go.
Deeper.
Why do we think this, though? Where does that come from?
Christianity, probably.
What is it about low voices that's demonic?
Is there something in the Bible that expresses that there is depth in the demon's voices?
I think in Revelation he growled.
I'm sorry.
How y'all doing? I'm your demon.
Now that's scary. That is, the friendly demon is scary.
Come on over, y'all here to hell.
Howdy, neighbor. I'm your local demon.
Bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
I'm gonna vomit.
So what do you think? Maybe today I'll drag you to hell or something?
Do what to who and the where now?
I feel like that's the start of a song.
Appreciate you, Bats.
I appreciate every one of you here on panel. And in the comments. I appreciate you guys too. You guys said some kind things.
Well,
you guys are awesome.
Yeah. It's the best audience on TikTok.
Yeah, we're already at 166.7k likes and 107 shares, and we got 123 people in here willing to question their beliefs.
It's amazing. I appreciate every one of them, and I appreciate you, Bats.
You're awesome, Bats. You are good.
What is good? What is awesome? I think I'm an all right person. I want to be good. That's where it goes.
Bats, are you covered in tattoos and changed the way God made you?
I am covered in tattoos. Yeah, some dyed hair.
Apparently, somebody in the chat thought that was important to ask. So I thought I'd convey the question. They're welcome to request up if they have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and they're capable of questioning that belief. Of course, we're not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not looking to burgle your gods. I really am just curious. If you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? Oh, there was someone in queue, and as soon as I went to let them up, they're gone.
I think I changed my answer to no, because I haven't changed the way God made me, because God didn't make me. It's a wonderful thing called science made me. Biology specifically. Well, there's a bird and there's a bee. And I won't go on.
Bees are a weird example to talk about all that.
Well, it's one way little kids can see pollination in front of them.
Oh, I see. Okay. Because there's a queen, and there are drones, and then most of the worker bees are non-reproductive females, so it just doesn't map into anything human. Is that sexist?
It might be something.
I think it's borderline something. It feels uncomfortable to say. I'm not sure why.
We've got Kenda joining us up here. Kenda, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes. Why does this sound... Why is this so weird, dude? The vibe. I don't know what's going on. The music and this is creepy.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Which god do you believe in, Kenda?
Allah.
And have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Have you read your Bible? Are you guys Christian?
No. I'm not Christian, and I have read the Bible, probably because, but...
Probably because you read the Bible, huh?
I'm curious, why haven't you read the Quran?
I mean, reading it back, obviously I'll go through verses, online and things like that, but to go from back page to front page, I haven't yet. Hopefully this Ramadan.
Interesting goal. Do you feel that the stories within it, the message within it is true and literal, every word?
The hadiths. There are some questionable hadiths depending on which scholar you're addressing.
I meant more the Quran itself, and the idea that it is the message of
Yes,
God.
of course.
Can you tell me the 5 pillars of Islam?
Prayer, fasting. Let's see. Damn, I should know this. I went to Sunday school too. That's crazy. There's 2 of them for you.
Prayer and fasting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember any of the other ones?
Oh shit. Is it what is it? Is it charity? Fuck.
And
then the other one is it's basic shit too, like good deeds. And the hell is the fifth?
Pilgrimage.
Pilgrimage. Okay, thank you.
Well, hang on, that's 4. What's kind of the biggest, loudest one? What would you say is the most important pillar?
I feel like charity, because whatever you give to the universe, you'll get back 10 times fold. Obviously, right?
What does shahada mean?
Shahada. When you take your shahada, like when you accept the
Yeah, what is that?
Yes?
What is shahada?
What is shahada? When you accept Islam.
It's when you accept Islam. What are you accepting?
You're accepting that God is one.
That God is one. Is there anything else?
And only one. The most merciful.
Is it?
I think you got cut off. What did you say?
Thrayle, you okay? No, Thrayle, you're cutting out.
Yeah, I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, just give him a second.
What do you guys believe in the embryonic system? How about that? Let's get actually interesting.
I'm afraid we're not here to question our beliefs. I believe we're here to question yours, as the prompt suggests. Our beliefs have no relevance to your beliefs, I don't think, do they?
Wait, what? No, I'm not. This is not no debate. This is a conversation.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just that I don't think our beliefs would help you question your beliefs, because they'd be our biases.
No, I'm not here to question my belief. I'm here to gain knowledge about your belief, I guess.
You're not here to question?
I mean, everybody questions their belief, do they not? Are we not studying the questions of the earth every day? Isn't that questioning your belief? But I guess.
What does the big prompt say?
I'm confused. Yeah, can you question your belief? What is your belief? Why do you believe? Yeah. And?
So the format of this live is more of an interview.
Okay. Okay, well, I've been answering.
Yeah, you've been doing great so far. Just the host is having a little technical issues right now.
So what's the key talking points to this question? You're saying, can you question your beliefs? Yes. What is your belief? The belief of one God. Why do you believe? Oh, why not? It's in God's words.
Well, yeah. Why do you believe that there is one God?
Why do I believe in one God? Because there is a higher power?
How do you know that?
Oh, you guys are agnostics. Okay, so there's really no conversating in this stuff.
You're a bunch of different things.
That's fine. Honestly, I do consider myself a bunch of different things. I have a lot of beliefs spiritually, but
Is there any reason why
personally-
you're being condescending?
No, I'm not condescending. I'm just very open and accepting of all.
Very open and accepting of
I don't
all,
contradict.
That's completely the opposite of what you've
except
been since you've come up
agnostics.
here.
Is there
I
any
do
reason
accept
why?
agnostics because you guys believe in a higher power.
How did you
Really?
determine that?
But you don't believe
how did
in
you,
the science behind it?
Stop, Kenda. How did you determine that anyone up here was an agnostic?
I forgot, but it was that question that you asked.
So why are you making assumptions based on questions? Where's the information?
I don't know. You guys aren't giving me any information. Oh my god! Like I'm asking you guys, and there's no
Why?
information relied.
What are you asking us?
Oh, I think you missed the 2 minutes. So homegirl said that this is apparently an interview.
Oh, okay.
What?
So did you read the prompt before you joined?
Yes. Yes.
Before you joined.
Yes. Can you? Yes.
Why did you join?
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah. Why did
Well, I
you join?
question. Well, Morgan was saying something about Islam. Ugh, like ew, or whoever that was. Bats. One of the girls. I don't know. So then I just joined because I thought that was an interesting point. So I was like, okay, maybe they're gonna have a good talking point. Maybe there's gonna
So
be.
you're not actually here to question your beliefs. You came up here because you heard somebody say something about Islam. You decided that what they said was negative, and you were hoping that somebody would debate you or
No. I don't want to debate. This
find
is
some reason
conversing.
to be offensive. I'm sorry, this is a conversion. What do you mean by that?
Or whatever conversation.
Are you inebriated?
No, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. I haven't gotten some sleep yet.
I was asking why you believe in one God, and you said because there's a higher power, and I'm just wondering why you think there's a higher power?
As to the terms of, how human was created, I don't believe that was made by a human, so that is a higher entity, a higher power, as in God.
What do you mean by higher power? Like, what is it that you're saying
Higher
is creating?
frequency?
What is it that you're saying is creating things, and now you're saying frequency? Yeah, what is a frequency?
The sounds and energy that's coming from the bottom of our feet of the earth.
What is energy?
The energy
And why are you
of
asking
the earth.
questions? Is there a reason why you're ending every sentence with an upward inflection?
Like I said, this is interesting because I'm wondering where this is going, but
Can you read the prompt that was?
yes. So I'm questioning my beliefs. You're asking me,
Are you
I'm
capable
open.
of doing that?
No, I've told you my mind is open, or I don't know if you were gone.
I'm sorry, you said no, you're not capable of questioning your beliefs.
No. Everyone is questionable. You always have to question. That's why you go seek knowledge, right?
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
Yes.
What does
As
that
I
mean?
always have my whole life, of course.
What does it mean?
When I question my belief?
Yes, what does it mean to question your beliefs?
When you basically have to look within for scientific evidence backing your theology.
I'm sorry, scientific evidence is going to be found within. What does that mean? Within yourself. How is that scientific evidence if it's within yourself? What does that mean?
I'm trying to remember what I said.
You said look for scientific evidence within yourself to back your theology. I'm trying to understand why you would look within yourself for scientific evidence to back
Because
up a
first
theology.
you have to look within yourself.
It raises two questions, like why would the evidence be within yourself, and why would scientific evidence be backing up a theology? What does that even mean?
Okay. I guess I'll just be questioned for every word and concept I throw out.
I just want to add here that the goal is not to humiliate you. The goal is to maybe arrive at a deeper knowledge of what you believe.
Yes. Yeah, but you guys are using words of belief, right? So it's like, so what is belief to you?
We've all been questioned, so the subject of this is you.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter what belief means to us. It does if you're capable of questioning yours. It might make a difference what it means to you. So what does a belief mean to you?
It's a belief to me. It's like I don't want to go back to the term or the definition of belief because
Why?
that's just so vague. So
What is the definition?
Without looking, the structure of your thoughts or something?
Interesting. The structure of your thoughts is a belief.
Yes.
Is that what belief is, or is that something else? Structure of your thoughts.
Yes.
Why do you call that belief?
Because the structure of my thought is a belief. What?
So,
I don't know how much. That's
so
straightforward,
if
isn't
I'm
it?
understanding you correctly, then to say,
Okay.
I believe the sky is blue, would say I structure my thoughts that the sky is blue.
Yes.
I structure my thoughts that we just hit the gift goal.
Yes, but it's used with the five senses, right? So when you look up at
Well,
the
I just
sky, you
used
can depict.
two senses, the audio cue and then the visual cue, told me that we hit the gift goal. And I'm going to thank Oren, also Miss Carew, Insomnia, Polly, Cassie, and Bridget B. Thank you guys so much for helping with the gift goal. You guys are amazing. But is that the senses you're talking about?
Can you say that one more time?
Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Hmm. That's a good question. Does it matter to me if my beliefs are true or not? Can we emphasize the word true or factual?
What's the difference?
So factual is information, right? Based on maybe a study or I guess a group versus, what did I say, that true. Versus the truth basically is something, just like how maybe I believe in, I guess something that could be debunked in a sense. Like religion, right? Like different aspects of religion, maybe stories of certain aspects of things.
Is there anything that can't ever be debunked?
I feel like we won't know anything that is even can be debunked on Earth until the afterlife. That might go over some heads.
It just makes us want to question you about the afterlife.
Fuck.
It's really
That's how this works.
both traps here.
Okay.
Why is it that you think facts aren't debunkable, but truth is?
Because like basically when I think of truth, I think of something that you yourself believe in, right? Or a group believes in. Something factual is something that is actually evidence, maybe scientific,
Like truth
proven
can
of
be,
the divine.
sorry, like truth can be owned, but facts cannot.
I guess you could say that's a good perspective.
A really interesting distinction. That's not a question, just an observation.
Yes.
How did that relate to belief and the structure of thought of your thoughts and senses?
Because what I think might be true is what someone else might not be true to them.
Do you believe that Islam is fact?
Yes. And it's scientifically backed up as well, so.
I'm sorry, how is it scientifically backed up?
With a lot of stories and put on that depict what science has came to today. Like
Can you give
why
me
a
an
lot of
example?
scientists like the two rivers or the two oceans that
What two oceans?
in the Pacific. Ugh, do I really have to pull up the whole thing right now?
If you're saying it's scientifically proven, I'd be curious what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think that's a little much for me right now. Or to go pull up the, actual evidence for you. But you can definitely look up a quick video about, the two oceans that meet but don't mix. And
How do you know
it's,
the
it's,
video you're referencing isn't propaganda?
Because you can go out there and see it yourself.
See what?
The Pacific Ocean and where those meet.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about in the Quran? Can you tell me what you're talking about? Because you're acting condescendingly, which is really rude, and it has nothing to do with answering the question. Is there a reason why you've suddenly decided to flip the switch and be condescending again? As though you have some superior position when you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
This is why I go. God bless y'all.
Fuck off.
I think I recognized from another guest. It said something similar, and I looked it up. They actually do mix. It's just at at a small level and creates a dark line, which makes it appear not to mix.
Mm.
So you can go in and scientists have found out that it actually does mix. It's just where they meet that gives the appearance they don't mix.
So that either proves the Quran false or the Quran doesn't really say that.
I would have loved to get a number from the surah.
Well, it came in hot from the beginning, so.
I'm either way too naive or way too patient.
Yes,
Or not.
Jimmy.
I am. I'm one of those things. Yes.
Was Jimmy more patient than me? I think so.
I don't know if patient is the right word in that scenario.
I guess I heard that it could come around, that it could start to be workable, and that all of the condescension was just defense mechanism. That I didn't think that would
It
stay.
came back.
Yeah.
And I don't really know what they were talking about in reference to what they heard up here.
Yeah, I don't think that we were. I don't remember us down talking Islam. I don't recall that at all.
Yeah, I don't remember talking about Islam before they came up, but maybe I forgot something. Either way, we have some kind of smiley face. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 19.
What year were you born?
07.
What month?
01.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I wouldn't say necessarily. I'd say I'm more atheistic.
You're more atheistic, so are you saying that you believe there is no god, or that
Yes.
you believe there is no god, or that you lack belief in a god? Is it more than belief? Okay. Why do you believe there is no god?
Well, it's not as much as believing, but it's more of the fact that I grew up always worrying that about the afterlife and about what's gonna happen. So I never got any answers for anything. Bibles never helped. Religions never helped. Tried all different types of religions. I bounced around. Went Christian, Catholic, Greek, Nordic as well for Nordic religion. I just never felt like I belonged. Like I fell out of part. Like I'm not
Can you
me.
tell me what it is that convinces you that there's no God, though?
The fact that we can't verify or prove anything. Without proof, we just have opinions, and we can't base fact off opinion.
I'm sorry, how does that convince you that there is no God?
Because if a God was real, me calling him opinion wouldn't be valid. Because why would a God allow himself to be called an opinion? When the God himself in question has said, do not follow no other God besides me.
I'm sorry, what sense does that even make?
It makes the sense that gods are egotistical. All gods are, and that is what a God is. An egotistical
How did you
person.
determine what a God is if it doesn't exist? By defining it as egotistical, aren't you basically saying it exists and it's egotistical? Sounds like assumptions.
No, but at the same time, it is an assumption because, like I said before, most of the stuff comes from opinions, which means we cannot lay down any facts, for there is none in the first place.
Trying to debate out of their depth. Does anybody actually have questions for this person who can't question their beliefs because they don't even know what they're talking about?
No.
I do. Smiley face, are you?
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Are you down? So, you have a kind of narrow definition of God. So, could you believe in a God that lacked an ego?
No.
Why not?
Because without an ego, a God cannot fully be a God. A God needs to be all-powerful to be a God. And to do so, he must be egotistical. A God with no ego doesn't sound like a God, does it?
What did you?
Something must be egotistical right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Indian god Brahman has no ego and yet is the god of Hinduism.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not a god?
No.
It's not a god.
No, because we cannot verify if he is a God, for he has never existed in the first place. Because we cannot verify if he was true. If we could verify that he has once lived, we could verify maybe he was God.
Or whatever.
I'm just saying.
But the issue with gods is that if your God was once immortal, he cannot be a God because no God can be immortal, no mortal can be God.
Are you trolling right now?
No, it's basic understanding that no mortal can be
Basic
God.
understanding. Okay.
Yes.
Where do you get your basic understanding of God from? What dictionary? What source?
Basic.
No, actually, I've went to a Catholic school myself entirely, and then went through different types of stuff, and came to realize that yeah, man, there really is no gods, man.
Okay, bro. Do you believe in a theory? Do you believe that theories can be true or wrong, or just sort of a pendulum?
A theory is a basis of assumptions.
So, like the theory of gravity, is that real?
Yes, because we can see it and feel it.
But at one point it was just a theory, right?
Of course, and then we found that it was true, which made it a fact.
But at what point was it a fact? Was it before or after they proved it?
It was a fact after they proved it. Gravity can never be a standalone thing by itself. If you just went to someone in an older century and said, "Here's gravity," they wouldn't even know what it is or what it does.
Really quickly, I need to talk past you, and it's not to be rude, but I do need to make sure that before I remind everybody about the poll in the upper left-hand corner that I mean, did I thank Oren and Miss Carew, Insomnia, Polly, Cassie, and Bridget B? Because I need to thank them because they're amazing. But also, there is a poll in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, everybody. You can, of course, vote up there in that poll to let us know, let your voice be heard about things. And and stuff and things. I'm curious, Face. Do you can you question your beliefs?
I feel like anyone can question their beliefs.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
What is the best critique of your worldview?
Why do I believe that there is no God? Why do I label everything off of assumption? Regardless of fact or present, we will never know for sure if it is fact or cap, mostly because of the fact that we will never find out, because it is far beyond our own comprehension, and because our brains cannot understand.
I was asking for the critique of your own worldview.
And I did. I just labeled it, that the brain cannot comprehend what a God truly is. Therefore, we will never understand what a God truly is.
Then how is that a critique of your worldview?
Because I don't believe gods exist. So, of course, I'm not going to believe it exists if I fathomably can't imagine it. But, of course, if I decide to myself that maybe I could understand it.
Are you saying that it's possible that you're defining God out of existence, even though a God outside of your definition could exist?
Yes.
So, if something exists that isn't what you personally define as God, then it's not God.
No. Because there's plenty of different words for the word God.
How do you define God? Can you give me just the quick definition so I can understand what God is?
As a personal definition, I would say for myself, I would use, in particular, to say God. Eternal. Never ending. It's endless. A person that has no limitation. A person that has no end. That is a God.
Why are you defining God as a person?
Because God is a person. If it was real, it would have to be a singular organism.
Sorry, why have you decided that it has to be a person?
Because a God cannot just be nothing. It has to be created from something, isn't it?
What does that even? That doesn't follow my question. What was my question?
Would you mind restating it?
Are you actually present in this conversation, or are you on something else?
No, I'm present.
Okay. Are you capable of having this conversation?
We are currently having this conversation now.
Do you have a 5th grade or higher education?
I assume that if I didn't, I don't think I would be 19.
Your assumptions are really, really disturbing.
Well, that's what they're assumptions.
Does anybody else have any questions for this guest?
Can you contemplate alternatives to the God you've imagined? It sounds like you kind of went from no to yes on that.
Well, yes, because it's both no and yes. If you speak to a person that's simple-minded, then won't, for no other reason, budge for the fact that there maybe could be a God, you're going to get the complete opposite answer. But if you talk to someone who at least understands a little bit that there, even though it's a statistical probable chance is like a 0.5, there's still technically a chance. That's God. God is like playing luck. You'll never know if he's real until the end. That's what makes him so scary. You don't know who watches and who listens. And that's why people are so afraid.
So if you don't know, if it can be yes and no both, then why are you so atheistic?
Because the reason why is because I'd rather live my life free, not worrying about if I die, have to go up to that and deal with him there. And if it was, I would still say I'm glad for the decision I made. Because it's one that I decided to make on my own free will, not to listen to somebody else, to live free.
This feels almost like a state of rebellion instead of disbelief, if you put it that way.
It could be rebellion, but rebellion's hard to say because you need a direct cause. But I don't see a direct cause that could label it to be that.
A direct cause for what exactly?
Oh, my bad. I blanked out. I have a tendency to reach out.
A direct cause for what exactly?
I do not remember what I just said, so. I'm being
It's
very
like kicking a puppy. You
That
know
would be
what
very
kicking a
sad.
puppy looks like? It kind of looks like this. You shouldn't kick puppies. Don't kick puppies. Bad idea.
Very bad idea. Puppies deserve
we can all
cuddles and
agree.
snuggles and scratches.
I think we can all agree.
Except for that puppy. That puppy was a little confused.
There can be some kind of condition that I'm unaware of.
ADHD might be one of those conditions.
Sure. I'm not here to diagnose. I'm just
No, I was asking recognize similarities. Yeah.
synaptic misfunction. I don't know.
Misfunction?
I don't.
The attentiveness wasn't there at all.
That was the least of the problems. It really was. It was the least of the problem. We did have a poll. That's why the instant boot. I just decided that as soon as the results were in, I was going to adhere. I might have adhered either way.
Oh, now he's understanding our ability to understand simplistic scenarios. That was not simplistic, man. That was cat, not bat.
People in chat, if you're going to be in chat, listen, not speak. You're here to do one thing, not the other. My goodness. Okay. The asshole who just said the thing that I just read. Let me just make it very clear to you what your role in chat is. This is your role in chat.
Why not? It's a girl. I'm not a girl.
Oh God, I can't breathe.
Imagine being schooled by a 19-year-old.
It's a wall of arrogance. It was,
Yoda.
And then strangely, it was like a wall of arrogance that wasn't sticking to their original point.
Oh no, it was pure wind, like he was a leaf on the wind through the whole conversation.
Did we just got hot wind blown on us?
You got a wind blowing somewhere.
EU.
The blackout, the blackout might have just been that he contradicted himself and he couldn't accept it.
Didn't know how to backpedal from the contradiction.
So if you can request on up and you want to bring fact, no cap, please don't. And if you're under the age of 18, what are you doing here? Get lost. Go read a book. Get ready for school.
Yeah, that definitely shouldn't be here. If someone's under 18.
Can't do the math right. January 2007.
For my first 18.
No, that's correct. Yeah.
But Sith Yoda, you'd probably appreciate the gift I got for my partner on Valentine's Day. Sith cups. They're dark and glorious, and I'm so excited. And are you any of you gonna celebrate Valentine's Day? It's about to be in 2 days.
Sigh.
Esther, are you with us? It's like they're hanging on the edge of loading.
Hello.
There you are. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Well, as like for the, can you question your beliefs? And I can say, yeah, I can question everything I believe because it's not knowledge. I don't question things I know.
You would claim knowledge.
No, I would say a person who believes in a deity or a god can question it because they believe it. They don't know it. Like I can believe that I just made that statement, or no, I know I just made that statement. I don't believe it. So there's a difference between knowledge and belief.
Fancy. Do you believe in a god, or do you know of a god?
I know of multiple gods of multiple religions.
Do you know of any god actually existing?
No, I'm aware of their. What do you like? What would you say? Like not character or. Yeah, of their. Yeah, I'm aware that they're, you know.
You've
I'm
heard
aware
of
of them. I guess there
characters,
you go.
but you've heard of the characters, but you don't believe they exist. You don't have knowledge of their existence. You don't have acceptance of their existence.
Well, yeah, like until I was like 10, I believed in Santa Claus, and now I think I can comfortably say I don't believe anymore.
And you don't believe in any gods.
No specific one, no.
Do you believe in any
I
non-specific one?
believe in like spirituality and
What does that mean?
but I can't say there's one ultimate being freaking orchestrating everything we do.
What do you mean by spirituality?
Well, I like that there's something after you expire.
What do you mean by something?
You know, because there's spirits and like spirits and supernatural,
What
like
is a
you know, people
spirit?
see ghosts and stuff, and it's too common and it's been happening for too long.
What is a spirit?
See, that's like me believing that there's spirits and people see it. I believe it. I
What
don't
is a
know.
spirit?
I have seen some weird stuff. It's just something you drink at a bar. You know, like entities, souls.
What is a soul?
Like the energy that's like every person has. You know,
What
like a
is
lemon
energy?
can make a light bulb, so it has energy and it's
What is energy?
Energy is a force that can be perceived with it's a force that can like affect another thing, and energy can't be destroyed; it can only be transferred. It can't be created or
What do you
destroyed.
mean by force?
So it would depend what kind of energy that there's
Is it me or is he cutting out?
force, just like when I open a door, I force the door open.
Okay. What is force?
It's if I open a door, I'm forcing the door open.
It's not answering my question. What is force? You've already said energy is
requires energy.
force. Force requires energy, or is energy force? Are they synonymous or are they
Yes, that's
complementary?
that's what I meant. Right, that's what I meant.
Yes.
Well, I think
This or that, yes.
pretty much every form of force requires energy. Pardon me?
Maybe it's the delay. It's making this
The force is
conversation
the opposite of the dark
incoherent.
side?
I think the delay is making this conversation incoherent.
Am I really cutting out to everybody?
You're finally coming in clearly, but you're responding
Like,
like a full 10 seconds after I ask questions.
Even
So
longer
it's-
than that.
Oh, well, yeah, I have hesitated to try to gather my head. But,
If I say 1, 2,
yeah, go ahead,
3,
carry on. I'll do best.
4,
And if I'm
and you
if
say
I'm delaying
4,
the conversation, then I'll bounce.
right? If I say 1, 2, 3, and you say 4, right in rhythm, it would sound like 1, 2, 3.
Oh, were you waiting for me to finish that?
To say
That
4.
is 9-second delay.
We're trying to figure out how much of a delay you've got.
Try it again. 1.
No,
2,
I can hear
3.
I can hear my response echoing in 20. 4.
Wow, that
There.
is a big
It's
delay.
not that bad.
That's a big delay from our side.
Yeah, I tried to do it in timing, but yeah, it's only like 2 or 3 seconds.
That, okay.
Here, I'll jump out and try join again if that's okay.
Why don't you try that again, Esther? Yeah, let's see if maybe we chop up the delay here a little bit, and it'll at least cover that end of the incoherency.
I don't think he could question there was his belief that there was a delay or not.
Well, I would say that by jumping out and coming back, regardless of the belief, it's a demonstration of a willingness to at least try something different.
Oh yeah, hopefully it works as soon as he gets back.
Tomad points out that the delay may not be technological.
I mean, definitely with the previous guest, the one before us, that delay was something else.
It's been a delayful evening.
Delayful.
Both sides saying I scanned a little bit about what you were talking about, so at some point we might want to talk again. Not here though, it's just so boring.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, decoherence is pretty fascinating, so I look forward to it.
Awesome. I'd like to actually discuss it with somebody because I haven't gotten to practice that very much. I don't usually get that far in the conversation.
Spring break, I can get my friend Don up. You would just, I think it would be really fun. So,
Beliefs. I question those. Bring them here.
Yeah.
I actually asked Dr. Blitz to explain quantum decoherence, and he explained it. And I don't know. I wanted to question him further on it. But it
It
was
seems
just
like
Ask an Atheist Day.
it seems like there's some disagreement about it, which is also interesting. I have to do more
Well,
reading.
I think part of that is to a matter of interpretation. Like some metaphysical beliefs make you. I mean, a lot of what I lean towards is physicalism and post metaphysical understandings.
Which is why it'd be great to have more of a conversation, because I'm leaning towards idealism. But if we keep talking, the numbers are just going to drop precipitously here. No, I
Understandable.
don't want to do that to Thrayle.
Is that how it works?
I think as soon as we start talking about quantum mechanics, people leave.
I wonder if there's a way to counteract that. I wonder if the 114 or so of us could tap the screen a little bit. Maybe if we all tapped up to 200,000 likes in the next, 15 minutes. I bet somehow we'd get more people in here who were curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
If you haven't shared the live,
Space
you
races
should do that.
again.
Sharing is a good idea. Sharing is caring.
Can repost and unrepost and repost, re-repost. More people who don't believe that's your real voice. I really don't get it.
I have no idea why they would think that. There's no reason why I would fake my voice at all.
I feel much less threatened now. Thank you.
Isn't this as threatening?
Horrifying. Unsettling.
What's so unsettling about this?
Nope, don't like.
Get thee away from me, demon.
Get thee back. I rebuke thee.
I can't imagine what's unsettling about that at all.
I banish you to the cotton candy forest.
The cotton candy forest. '96 says Aqua Teen is on Hulu, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, Aqua Teen Hunger Force? I never heard of it. Me and Boxy Brown were sitting here, just looking on the internet, and we ain't never seen nothing that looked like, Aqua Teens or Hunger Forces or nothing like that.
I should probably drop down. I need to meditate.
Meatwad can have that effect on people.
I'm being re-traumatized by Aqua Teen Hunger Force again.
It's sunny and snowing right now.
Ooh. It is. Things are melting here.
I'm on top of a mountain.
Now she's just saying song lyrics.
I'm not. It's just my life.
Can I hang on here and for another 10 minutes?
Absolutely.
Great.
What's a fun hunger force?
I wonder if it'll be rain by the time it gets to us.
I wonder.
Hello, Drac Voodle. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
You may. My age is 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I do not hold any power, God or otherwise, higher than me.
You don't hold any power, god or otherwise, higher than you. Is that what you said?
I do not hold any higher than
Are you drunk?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't believe in a god or anything like it?
Yes, I do not believe
Why
in
don't you
any
believe in
God.
a god?
Why?
Yes.
Because why should there be a God higher than a human?
Maybe he's not drunk, and that's fine.
Please leave the corners of the internet that you frequently occupy. Explore, please. Please.
I felt based on that answer that we were just going to get an argument, and it was going to spiral quickly.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
One should be able to state their belief clearly without positing some sort of scenario or question.
I don't know what I sound like because I don't have wired headphones and I need to get some so I can hear myself. But I don't know why that's like the most natural thing to not censor.
Oh, you mean the little bubble voice? This thing right here? Where we just talk like this. And if you throw a little southern twang on it, of course, it turns really deeply into that meat rod. You know, meat rod.
That was like the first thing I ever tried, you know? It was like almost something gross.
If you make it really breathy, and you take the southern out of it, it gets into Gollum.
Process.
Yeah, you make it sound urgent.
That isn't gracious.
You
What's beliefs, precious?
I weren't dropping no weed, sir.
Dropping eaves. I wonder if anybody's dropping questions in their beliefs. If you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I think that's probably much more productive use of this panel than us practicing bubble-voiced characters. Also, I noticed the music kind of just disappeared. I'm sure it's something I did. Don't know what it was.
I started my evening last night listening to Jaron in a room full of Christians.
Oh.
And
was he a guest in a room full of Christians?
Yes, he was. Cyber showed up to sort of help, and it was just a scream fest. And kind of entertaining.
Aaron says that Deathless showed up when that happened too. That's always fun.
I mean, Jaron can handle himself. His composure is remarkable.
Deathless has been one of the few examples of Baha'is that I have met on TikTok. It's frightening.
Why is that frightening?
If you've ever listened to his worldview on belief, on God, on atheists, it's kind of, well, I don't want to be too simplistic. It's very dehumanizing in some ways. And yeah, he did get kicked out of the Baha'i faith, as far as I understand, which is a very rare and difficult thing to do. That's a great question, Biblical Ghost. That's probably the most important question, and one not even always worthy of answering, because we might actually have someone who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs, which that particular individual is not. So they don't need more of our attention. But a worthy question of consideration for the moment, anyways. Drac Voodle says I was kicked out for the conversation. Yeah, I don't think that's what happened. Interesting.
I don't think you've ever kicked anyone out for the conversation, more or less their inability to communicate their beliefs. This is probably something more attuned to that.
Or engaging exercise.
Yeah, if they're unable to engage, that's more or less what gets you off, not off the panel. That sounded weird. That's more or less what takes you off the panel, not the conversation. We love conversation up here.
I should go. People can contact me if they're interested in online meditation. I'm part of a group that does it.
Hell yeah. Appreciate you, Jimmy.
Bye, Jimmy. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Bats. And both sides, Zing and Morgan.
Bye, Jimmy.
I'm on top of the world looking down on creation.
Nice.
That was a good out.
Nice exit. W's for Jimmy in the chat. Big W's. Appreciate you, as always, Jimmy. And if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, well, I'd appreciate you. Go ahead and request it on up. Wow, that got very southern in my phrasing. I would appreciate you going ahead and requesting up. There we go. Just appreciate you going ahead and requesting up. And if you can question your beliefs, well, then just find your way over to moseying on up to that request button, and why don't you just consider about pressing it for just a moment. Set a spell. And set a spell while you have yourself a think about pressing that.
You threw an effing in there. Shoot.
Hell yeah.
Mosey on over. What is mosey?
Mosey on over.
Moseying is what we're gonna do on over to this request button right here. While we mosey on over to accepting
Otis Mother.
Thoris Mother. I thought it was Thoris. Thoris, can I have your age for TikTok TOS? Thoris, did you mean to join us? Can barely hear you. I think I heard a hello. Sounds like we might be in a car while it travels through a wind tunnel just outside of the coverage zone for your Wi-Fi. I'm gonna go ahead and set you down, Thoris, but I appreciate you coming up. Maybe if you get somewhere quieter and a little stronger signal, we could try that again. It was just a little too much. It's bad enough I've got low-flying aircraft, apparently.
Yeah, that was a bit overload for my sensory.
I wasn't sure if it was EVP or not.
But if you could mosey on over, and if you have some good Wi-Fi, request on up. We can question those beliefs of yours.
Might need to hang your Wi-Fi puck from your bridle as opposed to your saddle.
Now I don't know whether to lean into it or run the opposite direction.
I'm curious what you think the opposite direction is.
Well, everybody around here that I talk to pretty much talks like this.
My ex-husband had that problem. He had a pretty thick mixture of North Carolina and New Jersey.
I think I say this isn't, but it comes out this isn't.
In that so. I think I more or less sound Canadian to most people, I think. I don't know. I see Suri a lot.
Oh, did we get a request from unconditional love? No less. Apparently, though, the request might have been conditional. But I appreciate you if it was tapping the screen or falling asleep. Either way, thank you for your nearly being here.
You want to know what the owls sound like where I'm from?
What do the owls sound like?
Hey.
Why do they say hey instead of who?
I say he. Just the way we're at here. I guess I'm getting kind of tired.
I'm not sure what that means. What is tired? Was it weird, like the brain starts to do weird things and you shut down and still find yourself talking and somehow
all of a
not
sudden,
making any sense?
7 hours later.
Start seeing things at the corner of your eyes. What happens when I get too tired?
Out of the corner?
Sometimes straight up front, but those are a little more scary.
But if you're tired of not questioning your beliefs and you believe in a god or gods or something like that, please request up.
Nicely done. So's this.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God. But there's always room for one more in the shed.
I want to clap for something. It's always so good. I like singing along when I'm muted. It's fun.
I like those segues. Thank you, Michael V, for that.
I just can't help but wonder what people think about the in the shed who aren't on the inside of the joke.
Maybe we need a "What the fuck is this shed" banner.
Are you saying that there are people outside of the shed?
Just the ones scrolling through.
Are
What does
they
it
outside
mean
of
to
the
be
shed now?
outside of the shed?
I guess you'd need a de-shedding tool or something.
Is it the shed I put the jarred brains into? I don't know if I put the jarred brains into the shed or if they put themselves there.
I think you're thinking of Cat's shed.
Does Cat have a shed or does she have a jar of soon-to-be decomposing toads?
You know the answer to that.
She has a bucket of soon-to-be decomposing toads, I think.
It's for the banana trees. It's gonna be great.
And are we all asleep yet?
No.
I hope not. We still got a couple.
I'm thinking about it. It's very early, but I might get a poem ready. This particular lute piece kind of has some classical gas vibes to it. Like some yeah. I'm wondering, might be a little too interesting. Is that what it is? Is the music too interesting for the believers? Are they confounded by it?
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, Kazoo. You're certainly lively.
Well, I did sleep and y'all have not, so maybe it's just the contrast.
Yeah, that is a contrast. I have not slept. I'm suddenly much more tired.
No coffee left?
Excitement. I have a little bit left.
Well, how was the rest of y'all's discussions last night? Also, another banger, your song you got going on. You have amazing fans and very talented indeed to make those songs for your live.
They have methods that
methods.
Yeah. But I'm still pleased. I'm pleased with the result.
Whatever methods they're using is great. I mean, I enjoyed it at least. Any riveting discussions that happened that I missed last night?
Riveting.
Anything that was super catching your eye, and you enjoyed?
There were discussions. They were had. I was questioned.
All right.
Yeah, I was questioned.
Oh, they questioned the questioner?
Yep. For nearly 2 hours.
Wow. What'd they get out of you? Anybody get anything good?
I don't know. Probably not.
Did you learn anything?
And he struggles to not ask questions.
I mean, yeah, I was aware of that. I was aware that I have difficulty not asking questions, but I certainly wanted to ask several.
Sounds like you guys had a long night.
Sleepy.
Yeah.
Are you implying that I might be falling asleep?
You did mention that before I got on here. Just observing. Also, everybody's just quiet, and you've been on all night. You're probably tired. I don't think that's probably a stretch.
I don't know why I would allow the implication.
Whoa.
I think really.
What was that?
It's insane that someone would.
No, wait, what?
That's not a sound I've ever heard before.
Yeah, what was that?
Imply that I was in any way tired.
Was that a burp or am I that was weird.
It was just a god passing by, that's all. I was not tired of him at all.
Talking, right?
Is that what they mean when they say my life flashed before my eyes? Is that what that was?
The yawn.
Oh, you yawned?
Yeah, I did. I tried to make it.
I
tried to make it sound like it. It was being facetious. I don't know why anyone would ever imply I was tired. I was trying to think of how to sound more tired.
I was like, I don't get tired. Stop asking.
What's tired? I've no idea what tired is.
A fake yawn. You're a phony.
Yeah. So you do this in a shed, you said?
It's a studio.
A studio. Well, I think it's a flex, but you don't have neighbors or anything, right?
Yeah, I do. They're way out there, though.
Oh. Hi, police. There's a long-haired white male that goes and spends all night in the shed.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to.
That would be the least unusual call they get.
I don't know what he's doing in there all night, but he's always in there. I'm just kidding.
Somebody walking up to the shed. What is Socratic questioning?
To be honest, the music, I can't hear anybody.
Is the music too loud?
It might be a little tiny bit loud.
How's that? Is that better?
Yes, I think. Yes, much better.
Is it still audible? Can you still hear the music?
Yeah, we can still hear it. Oh, wait. Wait. No, I can't. Oh, now I can. Yeah. Perfect. I was shouting over it.
What does perfect mean?
Oh, like that person said, by recognizing that it is perfect, then it creates evil or bad or whatever.
What?
That was the book, the Tao. The Tao Te Ching.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah.
Is it recognizing perfection creates imperfection? Is that what you're trying to say?
I was trying to make a quick-witted joke, yeah.
It was a good callback, because we started with the Tao like an hour into the live. Had that good conversation with the Taoists. An hour, it was maybe 2. But yeah.
How do you spell it?
T. I know, big surprise. T-A-O. Tao.
Oh.
The Tao, yeah.
Yeah.
Te Ching would be the T-E and then C-H-I-N-G. Or is that right?
Is it?
It's E-N-G.
Yes.
I don't know.
It's I-N-G.
Okay. Look, I set the book down earlier after we...
P-A-O-I-S-T. Do you have the book?
Mm-hmm.
You have all those books? All the majors?
No, not all. I should get a Quran.
I actually ordered the Bible that you guys were speaking of in one of the lives. It's the one that has a few of additions from the things that they've found. So you know what I mean?
The updated edition of the NRSV.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because I want in on it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I need one of those. An NRSV. I have an RSV and a KJV.
What do those stand for?
Revised Standard and King James.
Oh,
and I think I have a NLT, New Living Translation.
I have one from my great-grandfather from Mexico, and it's interesting how things are described differently in the words, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously, because they're a different language, but just the translation of one word it's interesting how different it can be. But that's the whole flaw of the whole thing, I think.
God provides best, has asked Thrayle, have you read the entire Bible? Yes, I have. Have you read the entire Bible?
Me?
Nope. Asking God provides in the comments.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. I tell people not to talk to the comments and then I do it.
Yeah, they're pretty. Sometimes you can't help it.
I would say not only Thrayle, if you read the Bible, but a large portion of your panel and people that come up here have also read the Bible and other books.
I would venture to guess that maybe, potentially, one person up here might not have read through it all the way, and that's only because I haven't asked them.
I haven't read it all the way.
One or two people up here might not have read it all.
But I probably got the major. I went to Catholic school for 11 years. I think I got the major points, though.
That's what Catholics often say.
Still with...
Well, they were drilling something in my head.
Yeah.
Still with maybe only 3 people up here who read the entire Bible. That's more than most churches have.
It's kind of a boring read, to be honest. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know if you were referring to me whenever you were saying no, but I've actually read the Bible through. And
you read it through? Okay.
yeah. And I've got here a Christian Minister's Manual.
Interesting.
From NASB and KJV.
NASB.
Yeah.
What is it called? You said a what guide?
Christian Minister's Manual.
What exactly is that?
It's kind of a shortcut for passages that are important, like ordinations, dedications, baptisms, stuff like that.
What year did it is it said inside of it, if you don't mind?
This is an older one. Yeah, well, not too old. It's 97.
97.
I have a couple books that I keep near me when I'm sitting on panel. I keep 2 Bibles, a Quran, a Book of Mormon, and a Satanic Bible.
A what?
A Satanic Bible by Anton LaVey.
What's that? What is a Satanic Bible?
Exactly what it sounds like.
I know, but I'm stupid, so
It's a Bible for Satanists. It has basically everything in it that Anton LaVey stated, including in the back. It has some rituals in it, but it goes over the history of Satanism a little bit.
So if people say that they're Satanism or they're,
Satanist.
they're Satanists. Sorry, my education's showing.
Right, because
I mean, does that mean they're evil? Like, do they say that they're evil, or like?
what is evil?
It's evil.
I mean, that we equate evil with Satan, right?
Hang on. I get to use it. What is... Oh, where is it? It's somewhere. Now it's hiding. Now that I get to use it. What is evil? Is that... Nope, that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
Oh my gosh, Thrayle, every pagan is now like, oh.
This is what they do, folks.
Oh my gosh. There's the different one.
There's what is evil?
If I did make the pagans mad, it'd probably be the second time tonight.
Well, I mean, I guess Satan is equated with evil, I guess.
What is evil?
Bad.
Bad. What does bad mean?
I guess evil is I don't know. That's a great question, but it would be doing something just really, really wrong and knowing you're doing it.
Really, really wrong. What do you mean by really, really wrong?
Something that you hide. You don't want people to know.
Something you do that you don't want people to know. And so
Evil.
if you do something that you don't want people to know, then that's necessarily
That's not,
a
yeah.
thing.
I guess that's not the right definition. I'm not sure that's a great question. I mean, I know in my heart what's evil, but it's kind of hard to put into words. I guess I've never had anybody ask me that.
How do you know what evil is?
I think everybody does.
That wasn't the question. How do you know?
I can't hear again. It's the music.
Well, I think Morgan's actually being extra quiet, but I will turn it down again.
I'm not trying to be.
I can't hear you over the tavern music.
I'm sorry.
It's a lively tavern. It's a jaunty tune.
Oh, now you can hear
Well, I'll
me.
look up the Satanists thing. Hold
But
on.
how do you know what evil is?
I guess I know that hurting like an innocent would be evil.
Right, but how
do I know that something is evil?
Yeah, how do you identify that something is evil or has an evil quality?
I'm not sure. I guess the same way that you can say something is good. I guess some people can say other things are evil and other people can say it's not. I don't know. That's a good question. What do you think? Do you know what evil is?
I know evil has religious connotations.
right? Do you personally think you can identify something that's evil to you?
What do you mean by identify?
Dude, I don't know. I'm not Thrayle. I don't know how to ask questions.
Where do you think we get the notion of good and evil from?
Probably Adam and Eve, the Bible, something that tries to tell us our morals, which is often a religious text.
Do you believe
Which is, it's a religious text.
Do you believe in the Bible's definition of good and evil?
I hope not. Definitely not. No.
So why do you use their terminology?
What do you mean?
Why not say good or bad? Why say good and evil?
Because I am a human, and that's a common word.
So you kind of use it in like alongside bad, as like they're both synonyms or something.
Sure.
Why would it be culturally accepted for those to be interchangeable?
Because they're both bad, and people aren't that smart to really have a distinction. I mean, evil and bad. I mean, you can say that person's evil, that person's bad. I mean, it doesn't always. That's an evil dog, or that's a bad dog. Of course, we know that's different, but.
Why, when bringing up Satanism, evil was the first thing that came up to your mind?
Because it's I mean, I feel like that's not a huge stretch. Satan, evil. I think that's a pretty easy equation. Equation. Evil.
Yeah, yes, I understand. But would not like. Would you know what Satan means?
Well, Satan is a term. Well, it was Lucifer. It's the term for Lucifer. Satan shows up later in texts before Lucifer, but yeah. Do I know what it means? I suppose I don't. What does it mean?
Satan, by definition, simply means adversary. So, a Satan of God is an adversary of God. At one point in the Bible, even Jesus or his disciples were Satan. They were adversaries.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't know that. To my knowledge, my little brain, I think that whenever somebody hears Satan, they think of the devil.
Who is the devil in biblical text?
A fallen angel that pissed off God and sent him down there.
Is that according to biblical text, or is that something that Christians just believe?
I think it's in the Bible.
Because I remember there being a fall of Babylon, which is talking about in, I think, Daniel?
No, I'm talking about how Lucifer got to be the head dude down there.
I just don't remember reading that in the Bible.
Really?
I remember reading something similar in Dante's Inferno.
Well, let's double check. I shall look it up.
Am I right? It wasn't something like that in like Dante's Inferno in those books.
It says it doesn't give a specific timeline. It was a pride-driven rebellion. But I guess Lucifer means light bearer. So I guess there's a lot that I don't know about the story.
Did you know there's somebody else called a light bearer?
Even a morning star?
Who?
Well, the other person called a light bearer in Greek mythology is Prometheus.
Oh.
Even Jesus is called the morning star. Even in hymns we sing, he's the bright and morning star, which means Lucifer.
Ooh.
But in the King James, the mention of Lucifer, oftentimes people believe that King James was referring to Saint Lucifer, and it was a diss at a saint that hadn't lived during biblical times.
Well, when I heard a Satanist Bible, I guess my mind went to some type of evil worship. So,
well,
I guess I was very wrong.
If you do read the Satanic Bible, you will find that it is atheistic.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And what does it try to tell you? Like, what are they trying to tell you in this Bible?
I mean, I would definitely give it a shot. Read it, see what you think that they're trying to tell you. You don't have to believe it to read it.
Of course.
But they have so many things.
I think it would be kind of cool if you guys could just like give me a one sentence of what they're trying to tell you in the Bible, in that Bible.
Autonomy and consent are important.
You can't argue that one.
Yeah, one thing you will notice in relation to the Bible versus the Satanic Bible is one of them clearly outlines a list of do's and don'ts, like not harming children, don't have relations with a woman without her consent, don't hurt an animal unless for self-defense or food, and it's not the Bible.
I feel like their PR team should probably like rename it though, but I don't know. Just because I think people who don't know all the actual, like me, like I was confused. I didn't know any of that. I think that when they saw that on somebody's bedside table, they would be like, "What?"
I have a copy of the Necronomicon.
And what is that?
It is a quote-unquote religious text written by H.P. Lovecraft.
Could I get a DM of the name of that book again, please, Morgan? Because I'm interested in reading that now.
Yeah, I got you.
This song gives Renaissance vibes. But anyway, thanks for telling me about that, guys. I didn't know. Obviously, I have a lot to look up and study, as always.
When you do read the book, please remember to question everything you read, and always, if anything you read, whether it's the Satanic Bible, the Christian Bible, or the Mormon, any Bible or book, I encourage you to keep questioning. You're a wonderful questioner, and I always appreciate you being up here.
Yeah, I don't know if I've met you before, but I'm definitely a cynical person, so I do not read things as I just read it as more of a learning thing.
Take things as gospel.
I was gonna say Bible, yeah.
I've seen you up here a few times. I always admired how you were more didn't take things as gospel all the time. Like you just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna question that. You're a great questioner, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I try. Thrayle is the best at it, though. I'll give him that.
Best at what?
Questioning with that voice.
Which voice is that?
It's this one. This one. What do you mean by question? It's just like it adds to it, if you will. If that, I mean, I'm sure that's your natural voice, very quiet, soft-spoken, and you speak with. When you speak, you speak. You don't have any hesitation at all. You do it in a way that's calm and easy to understand. And you keep to the point. But I haven't seen it before, but lately I've seen you get a little testy with people, and so it's a new character unlock for you that I saw. But I mean, it was definitely it wasn't. I mean, it was deserved, but
I'm sorry. You just keep going on and on, just talking over me. What could you mean, testy? I have no clue. What the fuck are you talking?
I was being serious. Oh my god, I was actually that made my stomach drop.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, cousin, no.
Thrayle, don't do that. I'm gonna cry. And I'm on an SSRI, and that's hard to do.
Right?
Oh, thanks. I didn't take my meds.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I thought he was serious. He was like, if you... Oh my god.
Thrayle, your acting is too good. It's too good at that, Thrayle. You're acting.
Because I am. We're talking on and on and on.
I let you do it.
I need a cigarette.
I love TikTok shop.
Damn, I was like, I'm never coming up here again. Oh my god. I'm so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed.
Because you think of it as a rite of passage. He doesn't pick on people unless he likes them.
One time when I was new, he kicked me off because I was trying to suggest a book to somebody that was talking about a religious experience hallucination type thing. And he's like, you can do that from the comments. And then I was like, oh, and then he kicked me. I was like, got it. I gotcha.
I remember that, yeah.
That was like a kick dog.
Well,
you need to apologize to me. I'm offended. Just joking.
I was just thinking about whether or not I owed you an apology for it.
No, please don't. It's okay. You're good. But I think you did tell somebody to shut up last night.
I might have even told somebody to fuck off. I didn't say that to Clown.
I didn't catch that one, but I did catch you say shut up or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I didn't hear the M word tonight.
The M word or the N word?
Mormons.
But I did spot a clown.
That was cold, Thrayle.
That was cold. Hi.
Good morning, Clown. How are you?
And I won't have anything for me to do, but I figured you can.
Oh, I want to ask you what you said, and it sounds like you need questioning. But it also sounds like the Wi-Fi swallowed up every other word. Are you eating cat?
No, Cat has Hawaii Wi-Fi. Clown has
Silly Wi-Fi. These clowns are silly.
Just said they might not have the internet to be on panel.
That's okay, Clown. I might be reading a poem soon. I'm deciding right now. I don't think I have one quite ready, but that can be remedied.
Thrayle, do you speak it?
What do you mean by speak?
Do you speak a different language besides English? What do you mean by speak? Dude, come on.
Like,
Well, I might say, instead of saying I speak Gaelic or Scots Gaelic, right? I might say I have Gaelic, but I don't have all the Gaelic. And again, I'm kind of mispronouncing it for your benefit, but it's Gaelic. So I don't have all the Gaelic. I have a little.
So you're not fluent.
So I might say, instead of saying Hagalig Agam, I might say Havigan Galig Agam. Does that answer your question?
So that you know a few phrases in Gaelic. I'm asking if you I'm asking if you're fluent in another language other than English.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm fluent in English.
Oh, Thrayle, you're making things difficult.
No, but seriously.
I know a bit of at least 2, if not 3 other languages fairly, like not fluently, but I can understand them better than they can understand me. But I can speak a little bit back. I've conducted an interview in Russian on this.
Very cool.
Panel.
See, Russians are vibes. I knew it.
I don't know that I would do as well today as I did then. I haven't practiced.
but isn't from your location? Can you speak like a little Spanish too or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's in Texas.
Sí, muy poquito.
Muy bueno español, señor.
I can read the French part of my shampoo bottle.
No parlez-vous français, mademoiselle?
Je ne comprends pas français.
Thrayle, sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Ich spreche.
Da.
Da.
I said in Russian. You're welcome.
Dankeschön.
Inna padukwa.
I grew up with my mom saying shite. So I don't know anything else, but I say that a lot. But I speak Spanish, but that's it. In English, but both not very well.
I think I knew one phrase from a Jewish Yiddish woman. Nishkit. Everything, nishkit.
I have a little Italian, a little French, a lot of Spanish, a lot of German, a little Japanese.
When people use, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Those are just the ones I can think of off the top of my head.
Whenever asked, like, if you could have one superpower, what would it be? I've always had the same. I've always had my answer was always, I wish I could speak every language on earth, so that I could better communicate with people and understand things better. Because a lot of the times, knowing the language is super, super important about knowing the culture. So,
Are there any languages you wouldn't want to know? You would want the experience of learning.
Experience learning? No. No, that would be hard. No. I want the shortcut, babe.
If you do want an easier way to learn languages, my daughter is using Duolingo to learn Greek right now.
That's
and it's been very. I've been trying to use it a little Mandarin as well.
Duolingo.
I also know a little bit of American Sign Language, which I would also include.
Oh, it's ASL, and we're trying to learn Mandarin right now. So,
isn't there two sign languages? There's American Sign Language, and then
there's
there's
several. There's
Bunch
several.
of them. There's a bunch of them.
Well, that's just confusing. Talk or hear.
From what I understand, for the most part, the English-based sign languages are mostly communicable between each other. Obviously, there's going to be some differences.
Almost like different dialects, but
I
they're
love to
same
watch
language.
people have conversations with their hands, but in public you can't really stare. So
I mean, you can. You shouldn't. But you can.
well, if I preach it to my kids, I can't be doing it in front of them.
I think if I was to learn ASL, refresh it and learn it, YouTube might be the better options. Then you can see and slow it down and pause it to really get the gestures. But all languages are very beautiful, spoken and unspoken. Even the language of love.
Oh. My husband speaks a lot of languages, but he taught himself English by watching television. So, at Sesame Street. So when he turned into the family's translator, like at important stuff, like doctors or banks, pretty early. A little 5-year-old trying to help mom set up a bank account. Thrayle, you working on that poem?
Maybe.
We're very close to 200K.
Hell yeah.
Screen, please.
What's the most you've ever gotten?
500, maybe.
Wow. How long were you on?
Probably 15 or more hours.
Woo!
Yeah, we're only at 9.5 right
Your
now.
attention span is impressive.
Don't let him fool you.
Wait, where am
I think
this is Grandpa Thrayle we're talking about here.
Do you have like a desk that you could stand at? And a
very comfortable chair.
And like a bouncer chair, like a ball, like an exercise ball.
Not quite. It's a very comfortable chair though, and I can get up. I just can't keep on mic and get up. I have to step away.
Do you like a lap around the shed every once in a while?
Yeah.
What do you think the trick is to your ability to question for so long, Thrayle?
I mean, the chair helps. But, I don't know.
And yeah.
I thought maybe it's the blueberry coffee or something.
Do you ever get sick of just hearing people talk?
I mean, what do you mean?
I mean, I just think I guess what I'm saying is you have a lot of patience to ask the same question over and over to different people. I mean, I just think that would take a lot, for me at least.
Mm-hmm.
But I just gotta take medicine, so I can sit in my chair at school when I was little, so you know what I mean.
I'm gonna take mine in about 1 hour.
I have a lot of cues. Is what girl gnarly sound. Sorry.
Hey Thrayle, I need to go and do some things. I wonder if you could set me down gently in the comments so I could go.
Appreciate you, Bats. Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate you too, Thrayle, and I appreciate you, Morgan, Kazoo, and both sides, and all of y'all. Y'all amazing.
You're amazing. Have a good day.
Yeah.
Hey, Bats.
Appreciate you, Bats.
Got them.
I wanted to let them finish the goodbye and the thank you. Normally I would cut them off mid-sentence. It's not the poem I expected. It's barely a poem, maybe.
Is it ever the poem you expect?
It might be more.
Pickle me, tickle me too, for a ride in a flying shoe. Hooray, what fun! It's time we flew. So tickle me, tickle me too.
Wonderful. There it is, folks.
Definitely not the poem you deserved.
That is the poem you got.
I think it doesn't rhyme. This one, the one I have, it seems, but it's gonna read, so we're gonna do it.
Wonderful.
But I appreciate everybody being here. Let's make sure that we give a moment for everybody who isn't here and likes the poems. If you gotta share it out the live to them. But I think there we go. That music was just very, very bright. Thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate you, Morgan, on both sides, and appreciate you, Kazoo.
Always glad to be here.
Absolutely. Glad to have you. Thank you. Wonderful questions from each of you.
Thank you for being patient with me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kazoo. You did wonderfully, and thank you for understanding my joke. It was absolutely not meant to make you feel too uncomfortable, but I did mean it just to be playful, and I hope that everyone enjoyed the live. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all the tapping, all the sharing, all the gifting, helping with the panel, helping keep the live goals going. All of that helps keep us engaged with the algorithm and bringing more people in who are curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. So thank you all. I really do appreciate you. And if I missed any thank yous, well, it must be because you were asleep. So thank you to the sleepers. Thank you also to Insomnia, to Donna B, to Philly Red, to Joe Chupacabro, Cat DeWitch, Bridget B, and 96 for helping with that last goal. I really do appreciate all of you. Thank you. And if you want to join this community, see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, well, you can always check out the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. And to that Discord, you're going to want to make sure you read the rules. Otherwise, it may look a little lonely. But if you can't agree to them, yeah, you should find out you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank everyone who helps that way. Thank you guys so much. And if I'm forgetting anything now, am I forgetting anything? I'm not forgetting the mod. No, I'm not forgetting the mods. The mods definitely get a big W. I wouldn't forget them. And I wouldn't forget you. Thank you, all of you. Appreciate you. And now I think there might be, well, maybe only one thing left. The lantern is still lit, not to burn the temple down, nor to mock the kneeling, not to sneer at the trembling, only to see. Claims were laid upon the table tonight, wrapped in gold leaf, perfumed with incense, heavy with centuries. Some felt solid in the hand, some turned to ash. No thunder came for the asking, no curse for the doubt, only the quiet weight of questions that refused to kneel. If a thing is true, it does not fear the light. If a God is real, it does not tremble at a why. If a story is sacred, it can survive being opened. So carry the flame carefully, not as a weapon, not as rebellion for its own sake, but as clarity. Let it rest on scripture. Let it rest on science. Let it rest on tradition. Let it rest on your own conclusions, especially those, because certainty is comfortable, and comfort is persuasive, and persuasion is not proof. The night is wide, the cosmos older than every altar. Mystery does not shrink when questions are asked. It deepens, so extinguish nothing. Not curiosity, not doubt, not wonder. Walk into the dark with your eyes open, and if something seems to be eternal, let it prove it. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.